6-kilometer roadshow in Bengaluru. It's complete star power, the last leg of campaigning in Karnataka. One terrorist killed in Rajouri encounter operations continue in hilly terrain. Senior army officials in Rajouri to monitor operations. Rajnath Singh to visit Rajouri. In a win against terror, forces gunned down one Lashkar terrorist in Baramulla. Viewers, a very good morning. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. This Saturday morning, we're getting your top updates. We go to Bengaluru first, where the Prime Minister's roadshow will begin any time now. It'll kickstart in Bengaluru Central from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. PM Modi has also taken to Twitter to speak out on his mega roadshow. He says, and I quote here, "In a short while, I will be commencing the roadshow across parts of Bengaluru to interact with people of the city. The bond between Bengaluru and BJP is an old and strong one. This city has supported our party since the early days, and we have made numerous efforts for its growth." We now have our reporters on the field, on the ground right now, and let's find out what's happening. Let's go straight to Prajwal first, because Prajwal is at the beginning of that roadshow which will take place. And Prajwal, we can see that many youngsters have come out in large numbers. We have seen that so many people coming out and waiting to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. And as usual, we can expect that he'll get a very grand welcome there in Bengaluru.
You know, Shivangi, you're not audible because of all the noise, the excitement which is surrounding here. But just to let you know, the chopper of Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed, and he will soon here be on the streets. And even as cultural display is continuing here across the bylanes of JP Nagar in Bengaluru South, where all of them are, displaying a host of arts here for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who will be shortly here, who will shortly be passing by, and more number of people will come in. And just to give a glimpse of the crowd over here, we are right here, we are seeing all the crowd, young and old alike, who are here, and shortly we will be expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be going here with chants of, Narendra Modi ki jai, and also Ghar Ghar Modi, Har Ghar Modi chants echoing around, and we are seeing more and more number of people displaying arts out here. You can see that people are there atop the buildings, on the roofs as well, and this is massive, and we can just go on, listen to the music, because this particular environment over here, it's electrifying for the people of Karnataka. Coming out in large numbers, you're seeing even young kids who are waving by at the cameras and everybody, and they're still waiting since morning. It's been over 1 hour, 1.5 hours since they have been waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come here, and more number of people gathering too. And now going ahead and just giving you an outlay of the assembly constituencies that we are looking at. 13 assembly constituencies, 9 of them have sitting BJP MLAs, 4 of them have Congress MLAs over here, and it is definitely, it's quite noisy out here, but definitely, short while from now, we will be going ahead and getting you a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even as the final security check is being conducted, with more and more people gathering, and it is, it's quite difficult to even stand here. So the sort of environment that is here, it is definitely accelerating, and also more people coming in now. We will also see that the culmination of this rally will happen at 12:30 at Malleshwaram 18th Cross near Sankey Tank, one of the prominent locations in Bengaluru too. And within a short while from now, we will be having Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who will be coming here and will be passing by as well. Over to you in the studio, Shivangi.
Absolutely, Prajwal. Absolutely. We can see the kind of excitement there on ground. It's very, very obvious. And this is not the first time, of course. So whenever a roadshow is held, we see mega excitement on the ground. Aneri, I'm coming to you right now, Aneri. And like we were discussing, it's a very long roadshow as well, spanning multiple kilometers. And usually there are many functions held. Usually there are also some cultural dances. There is a lot of people coming out, singing as well. Take us through exactly what has been planned.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. We have been seeing how this mega roadshow will be taken up because this is the last leg of the campaigning, and as on 10th of May, Karnataka will be going to polls. This is a mega show of strength by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to hold a 26-kilometer long roadshow, and the roadshow will be crossing from this particular area. And also, as you can see, people have gathered in large number. We'll also try and speak to them. What do you have to say? You are here to witness the roadshow.
We are very excited actually. We wanted to bring modifications into Karnataka state and hope we are going to win this time.
What are the issues you would like to see and vote for the party?
The party is actually doing well currently. As he told, the modifications a little, if they concentrate about it, they're going to ace it.
सर, आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
क्या बोला, मोदी को देखने बहुत खुशी है, आज देखने के लिए आया हूँ मैं, फिर आना है.
So, Shivangi, as you can see, people here, a large number of people from that corner to the end of the roadshow. Many people have come here. We'll also try and get few more voices from here.
ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಬಹುಮತದ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಕ್ಷ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ 100%.
So, as you can see, Shivangi, what he's saying is this time it will be the full majority for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and Bharatiya Janata Party will be forming the government is what the people here have been saying. So definitely large number of people have gathered here, and also at the same time the slogans of Modi, 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 Modi.
ಮೋದಿಯವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಭಿಕ್ಷತೆ ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆ ಎರಡೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲಿ, ಭಗವಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆಯುರಾರೋಗ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಲಿ, ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಮುಂಚೂಣಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲಿ, ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್.
हमारा वोट मोदी के लिए, हमारा वोट हिंदुत्व के लिए, हमारा वोट मोदी 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 मोदी.
Shivangi, as you can see, enthusiasm is very high among the people here awaiting to watch, get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And also let me tell you, Shivangi, this particular constituency where we are reporting from is a stronghold of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The sitting MLA is from the Bharatiya Janata Party, but also at the same time now, BJP, after a massive campaigning all of these days, as it's a last leg of the campaigning, just 2 days now for it, and we will be seeing how Karnataka will be going to polls on 10th of May. So definitely we have to wait and watch on the 13th of May whose government will be forming in the state of Karnataka. But BJP is all out here against the opposition parties of the Congress and the JDS.
All right, Aneri. So as we can clearly see that many people have turned up there in large numbers as a show of strength in a way as well. Aneri, like you're pointing out. Let's go to Priyanka. Priyanka, yesterday, Prime Minister Modi, he addressed 2 rallies, and he said that very clearly. He said that the Congress has become a slave of appeasement. He also began his public address by chanting Bajrang Bali ki Jai, because a lot of controversy over the banning of Bajrang Dal. We are seeing multiple controversies. Take us through exactly what is happening on ground. Just 3 days left, Priyanka, for the Karnataka elections now.
Oh yes, and not just one of the controversies, it had become the epicenter of the entire political narrative over the last 2-3 days, as we have also seen, Shivangi, as we have been reporting on the ground on this issue as well. When it comes to the entire Congress manifesto and the kind of ramifications of this that we had seen on the ground, and how the BJP had been trying to cash in, so to speak, on this misstep that had been taken by the Congress party by mentioning that they will be banning the Bajrang Dal, akin Bajrang Dal to the outfits like PFI, terrorist outfits like PFI. So all of those things are also impacting negatively to the Congress party and also the BJP cashing on this entire controversy. And very rightly you pointed out, we just saw the 3-day, in fact, campaigning is the crescendo of the last leg of the campaigning for the elections of Karnataka for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now Friday, Saturday, Sunday, these 3 days is the Prime Minister's mega campaigning in all across Karnataka. We have seen in pockets yesterday and today in Bengaluru. One of the main areas in Bengaluru as well, at least 18 constituencies that will be covered by the Prime Minister in this mega roadshow. Namma Bengaluru, Namma Heme is what it's being called. It's a mammoth roadshow that is being organized. Let me tell you where we are standing right now. We're right now at the Mallikarjun temple. This is the ending point of this entire roadshow. We're being told that the Prime Minister will be ending the roadshow here and will be going inside of the temple, carrying out the puja, performing the puja, and then of course he will be culminating the first day, and then of course the second day of the roadshow will be tomorrow, and then that will of course be the campaigning that Prime Minister will be doing. But it's also important to note the kind of issues that he has raised through this entire campaigning, through his entire speeches. Very rightly you pointed out about the fact that he did mention this entire Bajrang Dal issue in one of his speeches. He did mention the Kerala story issue in the speech yesterday itself. We had seen earlier over the last few days how he had also mentioned how the Congress party makes personal remarks against him, takes spot shots against him and abuses him. And these are the kind of statements and speeches that we have seen from the Prime Minister, how it has also struck a chord with the electorate here, how it has struck a chord with the ground level cadre. And remember, Shivangi, it is the ground level cadre that makes or breaks an election, and that's what we are seeing, trying to understand how the cadre has been working, how the booth level worker has been working, because one thing we know about the BJP is that it functions as a well-oiled machinery during the elections and all through the elections. We have seen that. We keep panning our cameras to show our viewers the sense, to get a sense of the roadshow that is going to be culminating here, because of course not much movement of the people here yet. More celebration where my colleagues Prajwal and Aneri are, but of course as of now people will be gathering here. The BJP workers will also be coming here. The Prime Minister himself will be coming here and performing the puja at this iconic Maleshwaram temple, and then culminating the first day of the roadshow today, continuing the roadshow tomorrow, Shivangi.
Right, absolutely, Priyanka, and it's we can see that some practice has started already before the roadshow. I'm coming to you, Aneri. Very interesting practices there, very interesting rehearsals. What are these dancers doing? And if you could speak to them once and really find out, because every time we have a roadshow, we see multiple states, in fact, people from multiple states, they show off their culture and their music and their dance. What's happening behind you?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. As we are reporting from here, from Ramakrishna Mutt, well, we see this is the Bull Temple Road, and also dancers, artists performing here in large number, and also very colorful visuals which we are getting you. And also at the same time, as you can see, people here have gathered in large number. And not only that, we'll also try and speak to the artists. Aap kya perform kar rahe hain?
ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಹುಲಿವೇಷ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಬರೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಹುಲಿವೇಷ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಟೈಗರ್ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್.
So as you can see, people here have also gathered in large number to witness this, and also trying to bring enthusiasm among the people. We'll also try and get few words from try and speak to the people here. Also, as you can see, large number of people have gathered, but also at the same time, drums being here. People also have gathered. Also at the same time, security has been beefed up. But let me tell you, Shivangi, lot of enthusiasm among the people here. They have been waiting for a long time, but shortly we will be seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi also arriving. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving here. He will be beginning his roadshow shortly. So we'll have to wait and watch how this turns out to be, because this is one of the biggest roadshows which will be led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And last time we will to show the visuals here and how people have gathered in large number.
So this is very well. We are eagerly waiting for our Prime Minister, beloved Prime Minister, since 8 o'clock onwards.
Come here to witness the Prime Minister's roadshow. You are waiting here to watch, to get a glimpse of Prime Minister.
Yeah, we have never seen the Prime Minister before, so we are waiting to see him.
Modi. We all love Modi.
Sir, what do you
मैडम
क्या हम पहले अर्नब जी को धन्यवाद बोलते हैं, अर्नब जी को धन्यवाद बोलते हैं, मोदी जी हमारा राष्ट्र का भगवान है। वो तो सामान्य पुरुष नहीं है, वो श्री रामचंद्र भगवान का अवतार है। हमारा भारत देश को बचाने का उससे आगे है, उसको हम बहुत नमस्कार, कोटि कोटि नमस्कार कर रहे हैं।
So Shivangi, a lot of people have gathered. Well, I will also get to know how this roadshow. This is a massive roadshow, a show of strength. Will
My son is 8 years old. He want to tell A to Z Narendra Modi ji plannings. If you want, I will bring. Can I bring?
So as you can see, people here just to get a glimpse, catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi have come here in large number. Definitely this is going to be a big show of strength by the Bharatiya Janata Party as Karnataka. We will be seeing how this is a last leg of the campaigning. BJP pushing all out, because we had seen how there was a massive controversy or ban of Bajrang Dal by the Congress party, and then we see Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his every public meeting how he chants Bajrang Bali ki jai, and then that also became a controversy. Say opposition parties had moved to the election commission asking that BJP is using religious symbols, but also at the same time we had seen how the political face-off had been completely shifted as Congress party was hitting out at the BJP of 40% Sarkara, but then now after the Congress party talks of banning Bajrang Dal, we see how BJP has completely shifted gears here in Karnataka.
Absolutely, Aneri, and we can see that celebrations have already started. Republic is live from multiple vantage points of the roadshow. Viewers, I just want to go across to Prajwal, who is at the spot where the roadshow will begin. Prajwal, I'm coming to you right now. What's happening where you are? And we also know that the roadshows will be held in two parts. One is today and one is tomorrow.
Parts as well, because remember that the medical students are writing the NEET exams tomorrow, and the Prime Minister did not want to cause any sort of inconvenience. This is the sort of message which is coming from the BJP Central High Command. So therefore, instead of planning it for one single day, they have split it into two particular days as well. The first day, that is today, will be starting.
All right, Prajwal, right now it looks like the Prime Minister's cavalcade has arrived. The roadshow is all set to begin, and of course we are showing you visuals coming in where there's massive reception for the Prime Minister. As usual, many people in large numbers have come out in large numbers to see the Prime Minister. In fact, you can see that they are very excited there, very excited. More than 10 lakh people, citizens are out on the roads to see the Prime Minister and to greet him. Let's go to Prajwal. Prajwal, tell us what's happening right over there. Massive show of strength in Bengaluru of the BJP.
Come here, he's finally coming here. He's already started the rally at the starting point, and now he will be getting on the van, and he will also be accompanied by Bengaluru South MP Tejasvi Surya and also Mr. Krishnappa, who is the MLA of this particular assembly constituency as well. So finally the roadshow has begun now, and the people are waiting to witness Prime Minister Modi. Even it has started from Sector 1 it will be moving towards the sector 17 is what we get to understand, because the BJP has divided this entire roadshow into sectors as well. And right now they are out here on the Kutnur main road is what we get to understand. And it is a massive reception for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is passing through these localities from Bengaluru South, moving towards Bengaluru North as well. Even as hundreds of people, thousands, lakhs of people are going there, young and old alike, being seen on the screens. The SPG security and the convoy passing by, leading the way. And in a short while from now, we will also be seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi there. The women, the men, children, all of them are, all of them are excited, especially the senior citizens too, who have been waiting since this morning to just get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi out there. Now he's being garlanded by Bengaluru Central MP PC Mohan. So PC Mohan is also present here, the Bengaluru Central MP, along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now Tejasvi Surya is also present along with Narendra Modi, where it is a sea of saffron for Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he waves from his open vehicle as well. After which now he will be passing through Bengaluru South. He will be passing near Brigade Millennium. After which he will be going through the Bomanali Assembly Constituency, the Jainagar Assembly Constituency, Baswangudi Assembly Constituency. After which he will be heading towards Gandhinagar, Chamrajpet, Chikpet, Govindraj Nagar, Vijay Nagar, Rajaji Nagar, and finally Malleshwaram. So this is the sort of itinerary for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even as hundreds of people, lakhs of people are gathered there on the streets as well, even as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going ahead, waving at the people, even as the roadshow has already begun. And we will also try to get some more voices from the ground, asking them as to what has been the actual problems, what do they exactly want, and why are they present here at this point of time. And even as we are looking at people are seen waving at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, yes, definitely quite a massive reception, but we will also need to understand the political significance of this particular roadshow which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going ahead passing through, because in all these assembly constituencies, 13 to be very precise, we have sitting BJP MLAs from 9 assembly constituencies. We have 4 Congress MLAs. The JDS has less or no presence at all. And we are getting more and more number of people who will be present here. And even right on the roofs as well, we have people Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to end at 12:30, but seeing the sort of huge reception that Prime Minister is getting now, it can be expected that it might even be extended by over an hour as well. And this is definitely quite a massive response, because this particular roadshow has been titled as Namma Bengaluru, Namma Hemme, meaning to say my Bengaluru, my pride, by the BJP party. More and more people coming in now. The SPG convoy passing here, passing right in front of the people. The people are definitely quite excited as Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be live there on a camera in just a few minutes from now. Even as more and more supporters gather on the roads to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Over to you in the studio, Sir, to take over.
All right, absolutely. Okay, so right now what we're seeing is that the Prime Minister's roadshow in Bengaluru has begun, and he has arrived for the roadshow, and petals being offered to the Prime Minister as his cavalcade passes through that route. It's a very long roadshow. Let's go to Aneri. Aneri, right now the Prime Minister has begun the roadshow, and enthusiastic and a grand welcome for the Prime Minister.
Shivangi, I couldn't hear you, but a lot of enthusiasm among the people here. But also at the same time, I would like to show you how people have gathered here in large number of Bharatiya Janata Party flags being raised here by the people. And also at the same time, we are seeing that large number of people are here to witness Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow, 26 kilometers long. So this roadshow was supposed to be Karyakartas to make sure that the students should not face any sort of problem, and that is why we see that there was a change in plan, and today a 26-kilometer long roadshow will be held. And also at the same time, we have been seeing how this is going to give a big boost to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and this is going to be the last leg of the campaigning. But also let me tell you, Shivangi, this is very important because Bengaluru has total 28 seats, and in 2018 BJP had won 11 seats. But also when we talk about the previous elections, 2013 elections, BJP had 12 seats, and in 2008 BJP had 17 seats, whereas Congress had only 10 seats in 2008. But then so definitely these figures are very important, and how the number changes also remains to be seen, because after massive campaigning by all the top guns of the Bharatiya Janata Party, from Yogi Adityanath, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, and all the top leaders of BJP who have been campaigning extensively from last almost 1 month, we have been seeing how the politics, from Gali politics to ban on Bajrang Dal, which was put up by the Congress in its manifesto. So definitely this is going to be very important, this roadshow of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But also at the same time, unprecedented crowd has gathered here just to witness Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also get a glimpse of him. But when we talk about the elections, this elections has been there has been a massive developments when we talk about, because earlier when in the beginning it was like Congress was slamming the BJP over the 40% Sarkara, then how there was Gali politics when Congress party leaders called Prime Minister Narendra Modi as Nalayak Beta. But also at the same time we see that how massive face-off between the BJP and the Congress, after which we see manifestos of the BJP and Congress being released, where BJP has come up with several promises of implementing Uniform Civil Code, NRC, and also providing many other promises being put forth by the BJP. But when we talk about the Congress party, we see that the one big controversy which erupted in the Congress party's manifesto was ban Bajrang Dal. But after which the Karnataka elections had completely changed. We see how the Congress is divided among themselves. But when we talk about the Bharatiya Janata Party, have been slamming the Congress party. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whenever he begins his public meeting, addresses public meeting, he begins it with Bajrang Bali ki Jai, and that is the reason how we had seen that there has been a massive face-off from top leadership of the BJP to all the Karyakartas of the Bharatiya Janata Party hitting out. But also at the same time there has been a massive divide among the Congress leaders as well, because they talk about different statements coming in from Congress party. So definitely we have to wait and watch how Karnataka votes, and on 13th of May will be the day when the results will be announced. So we'll have to wait and watch whose government will be formed here in the state of Karnataka, because it is very important to note, Shivangi, here is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is holding a mega roadshow covering 28 constituencies, and also Bengaluru has 28 constituencies. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow will be covering near about 17 constituencies in 2 days, starting from today and tomorrow. After this, he will also be holding public meetings, and also at the same time, the Congress, despite facing a lot of anti-incumbency, gave a tough fight to the Bharatiya Janata Party in the 2018 elections, and they had won 15 seats in Bengaluru region, and BJP had won 11 seats, and JDS had won 2 seats. So definitely a lot of twists and turns this elections, the 2023 elections. So and also not to forget, this election, this Karnataka Assembly elections, is in the run-up to the Lok Sabha elections 2024. So if BJP makes its inroads in the south of, in the southern region, then definitely it's going to be a big boost for for the Bharatiya Janata Party and also very impactful for the 2024 as well. When we talk about how there has been political war of words and also at the same time extensive campaigning by the BJP and the Congress, we also see that a lot of leaders who have been campaigning here, they have slammed the Congress party, whereas Congress party says that it's the BJP's is a 40% Sarkara. But also when we talk about moving to the Karnataka High Court, in the latest development we'll talk about in regard with this particular roadshow which is being led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi now. Yesterday, the Karnataka High Court on Friday had refused to pass orders stating that the two roadshows of Prime Minister Narendra Modi set to be conducted in Bengaluru this weekend. So the Karnataka High Court had issued orders and refused to put up any stay on that. So that is the reason why we are seeing this mega roadshow which is being held here, which is led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a 26-kilometer long roadshow which will be which has already begun, and also we are seeing that how people have gathered in large number. And also at the same time they have been witnessing great response from the people. Also Bharatiya Janata Party has been witnessing a massive response from the people. So how this turns out into vote and vote share is also very important for the Bengaluru region. Priyanka, over to you.
For movement, a lot of color from where you're reporting from. Of course, that's the middle vantage point of the roadshow that the Prime Minister is going to be conducting has started. In fact, we are standing at the ending point of this entire roadshow. We're at the Mallikarjun temple here in Bengaluru, and of course, he will be conducting this roadshow over the course of the next 2 days, that is today and tomorrow. It was earlier supposed to be within the 1 day, and of course, because of several logistical issues, it was then shifted to Saturday and Sunday. But essentially we are looking at a 3-day campaigning of the Prime Minister in Karnataka, in rural pockets, and now of course in the urban city of Bengaluru. And of course a very important area this too when it comes to the campaigning of the BJP, and as compared to the 2018 elections as well, how the BJP had also gotten a tough fight from the Congress party in the last elections, and how they had in fact made plans to carry out this elections with the clear agenda of getting a clear majority and not just hitting the halfway mark. And that's essentially what we have seen over the course of campaigning. We do see some of the people, some of the supporters who have actually come here to witness this entire roadshow. Let's get in a word from them as well. Sir, आप लोग यहाँ पर roadshow देखने आए हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का?
Absolutely. So we are very thrilled to watch our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and we are waiting since almost 30 minutes. So we are really looking forward, and we want to enjoy this moment, and this is a very proud moment for us. So we are just looking Prime Minister Modi in 3 to 5 feet distance. This is a very proud moment for us.
That's true. I'll keep coming back to you as and when, when we see the Prime Minister also coming here, because what we essentially see is that a lot of excitement by the number of people that have gathered here, and of course we will expect more people to gather here as and when the roadshow also comes towards this side. Remember, this is covering 18 constituencies over the course of 2 days, and now we are looking at the Prime Minister who will be conducting this roadshow and meeting with the electorate, striking a chord with the electorate. Because remember, the narrative that had been set by the BJP, the kind of campaigning that has been done by the BJP has only been about several issues that the BJP wants this entire election to be about. Then be it the double engine Sarkar that they have tried to keep the narrative around, have always tried to say that this is the BJP that works for development and only development, and that they do not care about the petty politics that the opposition really indulges in. But we did see those politics that had been done by the Congress party as well, then be it about adding the point of banning Bajrang Dal as in the manifesto, and then of course we have seen the aftermath of that particular misstep by the Congress party, and how the BJP has cashed in on this entire controversy and has tried to also show how the Congress party has been anti-Hindu, they have been anti-Bajrang Dal, they have been anti the Hindu community and not just this particular organization. And this has been the narrative that the BJP has also tried to counter the Congress with, and we have seen that also striking a chord with the people. And of course the Congress had been completely baffled when it comes to the entire issue of the manifesto. manifesto, since this kind of a miscommunication did seem to have happened, this kind of a disconnect did seem to have happened from the Congress party side with the electorate of Karnataka, since they do not know as to what the Congress party was trying to achieve, since the BJP had also said that the Congress party is against the Bajrangis as well. They have the Prime Minister we had seen had called out the Congress party and said that they had tried to lock down Lord Ram first, and now it is about Lord Hanuman now. And now, of course, apart from that, we have seen several controversies over the last few hours itself also unraveling. Then be it about the Kerala story yesterday itself, where we see the Prime Minister mentioning that, talking about how the Congress has always been a sympathizer for the terror outfits, for the terrorists, for the terrorist organizations, and they have always played the politics of vote banks over these terrorist organizations as well. So these are some of the issues that the BJP has raised. These are some of the issues, in fact, the Prime Minister has also raised in various of his speeches, several of his rallies, and his entire campaigning that he has also done. And these issues we have seen take the center stage in the run-up to the Karnataka elections, in the run-up to the entire campaigning that the BJP had also been carrying out. And today, of course, what we see in these visuals, viewers, is that the Prime Minister, in the crescendo of the campaigning for the BJP, the last leg of the campaigning in the run-up to the Karnataka elections, that is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 3 days, the massive campaigning that the Prime Minister, in fact, has also undertaken, then be it yesterday, where we had seen him in the rural pockets of Karnataka, and today, of course, in Bengaluru, where he is conducting this mega road show over the course of 2 days, that is Saturday and Sunday. And of course, the entire agenda of the BJP and for this road show to also have been carried out is to strike a chord with the electorate, to speak to the electorate. And we have seen these road shows much like these, and the images that we see are much like to the campaigns that have been done by the BJP in several states. Then be it also the Gujarat elections, where we had seen the beginning of these kind of mega road shows that the Prime Minister had also carried out, multiple constituencies that have been covered in one particular day, and that's exactly what we see happening today as well. Over the course of this entire 26-kilometer long road show, we do see that the Prime Minister is covering several constituencies in Bengaluru itself, and of course a tough fight for the BJP this time as well, because we had seen in 2018 how the Congress party had also made it quite difficult for the BJP to carry out and make the government. And then, of course, the next 5 years, we have seen how the BJP has been in the ruling party, and now the Congress, of course, also on the back foot when it comes to the campaigning that had been going on, the missteps that have been taken by the Congress party that have really essentially not really helped in this entire campaign as well. And all of that we see happening, all of that we see culminating here right now in these images as the Prime Minister is carrying out this roadshow, meeting with the electorate, speaking to them as well. He is expected to arrive at the Malleshwaram temple, where he will be culminating the roadshow, paying his respects, carrying out the prayers and rituals here. And then tomorrow, once again, we will see in several other parts of Bengaluru as well, where the roadshow is going to be carried out. Viewers, this entire roadshow is called Namma Bengaluru, Namma Heme, which essentially translates into Our Bengaluru, Our Pride. And that essentially is the agenda and the philosophy with which the BJP seems to be campaigning today. The philosophy the BJP wants to embody and show today as the Prime Minister carries out this mammoth roadshow. And of course, we do see how the Prime Minister had been making several of these statements that have struck a chord with the people, that has become a talking point with the electorate, and that has become something that would be on the conscience of the people as and when they go in to vote on May 10th. And in the run-up to the 10th of May, we see this mammoth roadshow, a massive campaign, the crescendo of the campaign of the BJP that we see on the streets of Bengaluru right now. So we do look at these images. We continue to bring you these images from this Namma Bengaluru, Namma Heme roadshow of the BJP, of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, of course, earlier this roadshow was expected to be carried out in one day, on Saturday, that is today itself. And now, of course, this is being carried out on Sunday as well, since it is a working Saturday, and it would have been a logistical issue for several people as well. So keeping that in mind, keeping that in mind, we have seen how the roadshow is being carried out on Saturday and Sunday. But we are looking at these images of the Prime Minister carrying out this roadshow, meeting with the electorate, waving at the electorate, speaking to the electorate. And as he had done so over the last few weeks, we have seen the Prime Minister coming to Karnataka, campaigning here, and of course speaking to the people that have become a very big talking point for the electorate as they keep those things in mind for the 10th of May. We also have Prajwal, my colleague, who's also joining me from another vantage point of this roadshow. Prajwal, if you can hear me, and if you could speak to us a little bit more in detail about this massive roadshow, about this massive campaigning by the BJP, the 3-day campaigning, the last leg of the campaign of the BJP, where we have seen the Prime Minister raising several issues that includes the Bajrang Dal issue, that includes the Kerala story, that includes how the personal attacks had been made against the Prime Minister. I implore you to speak to us a little bit about the campaigning, but also about the constituencies that are being covered in this mega roadshow today, Prajwal, and speak to us about the significance of the Prime Minister being in these constituencies, campaigning in the last leg of the campaign.
Priyanka, now mainly looking at these constituencies which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going through today. That is, to be very precise, there are 13 assembly constituencies that we are looking at. Bengaluru South currently has an MLA from the BJP who is Mr. Srinivas there, and he had won by a pretty huge margin. So he did not take a major chunk of time here. Bomanahalli, it is again Satish Reddy. He was just there in Bomanahalli for around 10 minutes is what we get to understand. But later now he's passing through Jainagar, and in Jainagar, if you're looking at it, he's mainly taking 5 junctions. He's mainly in 5 junctions in Jainagar, which is the Jainagar 5th block, Jainagar 4th block, South End Circle and the Madhavrao Circle. Why is Prime Minister doing this at these vantage points is because of the fact that presently now Soumya Reddy, who is the Congress MLA, is here, and she is quite a strong candidate there. And this time around we are seeing from the BJP that it is Mr. C.H. Ramamurthy, who's a former bureaucrat, who's a former IRS officer as well. And the BJP somewhat made it very clear that those who will be having very clean images will be given tickets, and he is also a new face too, because remember this time around in the Jainagar Assembly constituency in particular, many names were being heard, and one of the prominent names was that of N.R. Ramesh, who is the president of the BJP South Block in Bengaluru as well, but he was not given a ticket. And then the wife of late Mr. Anant Kumar, Tejaswini Anant Kumar's name was also heard, but she was also not given a ticket, and she stated that she still wanted to work for the party as a common karyakarta. So therefore now the Prime Minister is sending a strong message to all those new faces which has been picked by, and is spending a lot of time in Jainagar, essentially starting from 10:20, where he's presently there in Jainagar, which will go on till 11. So this is almost spending 40 minutes of his entire roadshow in Jainagar, because this is with the Congress. So this has been strategically planned by the BJP party. After which, after Jainagar, we will also be seeing him go to Padmanabh Nagar, but that will be hardly for 3 or 5 minutes, because it is being represented by the state revenue minister R. Ashoka, after which he will be going to Baswangudi. Now Baswangudi, he will also be spending a lot of time in Baswangudi, mainly because of the fact that even though it has a sitting MLA from the BJP party, Ravi Subramanya, it also adjoins Chamrajpet, meaning to state that it is the constituency of Zamir Ahmad, and Zamir Ahmad has been chosen as a consecutive MLA for 4 times from this assembly constituency, 2 times from the JDS and 2 times from the Congress, and the people seem to vote for Zamir irrespective of the party that he chooses to contest with. So he's campaigning largely in Baswangudi, and it will pass through Chamrajpet too. So again he will be there for another 20 to 25 minutes where currently Aneri is. That will be starting from the Ramakrishna Ashram, and they will be passing through Uma Theatre. Ramakrishna Ashram essentially comes in the Baswangudi Assembly constituency, but the Uma Sama Theatre, which we are speaking about, that signal from therein starts the Chamrajpet Assembly constituency, and after that he will be reaching the Mysore Road signal as well, and later he will be passing through the toll gate signal. Till here, essentially, it is the Chamrajpet Assembly constituency which is dominated by the minorities as well as the SCs and STs too. So this is very important, and we are seeing a former IPS officer, the former Commissioner of Police from Bengaluru, Bhaskar Rao, contesting from the Chamrajpet Assembly constituency, which has a Congress MLA. But later, he will also be passing through Chikpet, which is Uday Garudachar's constituency, a BJP MLA. Later, he will be passing through Gandhinagar, the heart of the city, where from south he will be coming to the central part of the city, which is Gandhinagar, which has a sitting Congress MLA, Dinesh Gundurao, who is also the working president of the Karnataka Congress as well. And this is something which is important because over here he will be spending around 20 minutes is what we get to understand, and from there later he will be passing through the north constituencies. Once he finishes, once he is done with Gandhinagar, he will be passing to Mahalakshmi layout, which is essentially in the north side of Bengaluru. This has a sitting MLA from the BJP, who is also the exercise minister, Mr. Gopalaya. Later he will be passing through Vijayanagar, which has a Congress MLA in the form of Mr. Krishnappa. There are two Krishnappas. There is one Mr. Layout Krishnappa, the other is Mr. M. Krishnappa, the BJP MLA from the Bengaluru South. But in Vijayanagar, there is yet another MLA who goes by the same name of Krishnappa, but he is a Congress MLA. And later Govindrajnagar. Govindrajnagar is represented by Mr. V. Somana, who is the housing minister, but now he has been assigned elsewhere. He's contesting from Varuna and Chamrajnagar Assembly constituencies. Now his more of his prodigy, his disciple Umesh Shetty, has been given a BJP ticket. He's been a 4 times BJP corporator in the city, quite a popular name, a young face, mainly recognized with the BJP Yuva Morcha in the city of Bengaluru, who's been given a ticket from the Govindrajnagar Assembly constituency. He is contesting against a big gun, Priya Krishna, who is the son of Vijayanagar MLA Krishnappa as well. Because remember that in 2013 to 2018, Priya Krishna was the Congress MLA from Govindrajnagar Assembly constituency, but in 2018, V. Somana beat him by a handsome margin of over 15,000 votes to again bring back the BJP to power in the Govindrajnagar Assembly constituency. Later, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi going towards Rajajinagar, essentially the constituency of former Minister for Primary and Secondary Education, Mr. Suresh Kumar there, and afterwards he will be moving to Malleshwaram Assembly constituency, which is represented by Dr. Ashwath Narayan, who is the Minister for IT, BT and Higher Education too, and he will be concluding this rally at the Sankey Tank at the Marama Temple, which is considered to be one of the power gods in the city of Bengaluru as well as across the state of Karnataka.
Well, that's right, Prajwal. Thank you for getting us the laydown of the constituencies as well. Of course, it becomes extremely important to understand the constituencies and where he's spending what time. So we have understanding of the Prime Minister's roadshow and how we are now looking at this particular vantage point, the last point of the roadshow, where we have seen the BJP workers also gathering here to get a glimpse of their leader, that is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he is the one carrying out the campaigning, the last leg of the campaigning that we also get to see, the crescendo of the campaigning, so to speak, that we are getting to see in the form of the roadshow being carried out by the Prime Minister, where we are at several constituencies being covered by the Prime Minister in one road in this roadshow. And very interestingly, we do have a lot of BJP workers here who are making these sloganeering when it comes to the Bajrang Dal. They're chanting Jai Bajrangi. They're talking about how the Congress party has made a mistake of making this comparison of the Bajrang Dal with the PFI. And, let's understand from the cadre. Let's understand from the ground level cadre, because they're the ones who are in fact on the ground, and they're the ones who in fact are working in the elections and campaigning for the party as well. We'll get in a word from them to understand. Sir, you are also with the BJP, you are also here. Are you waiting for the Prime Minister to come here? This is a massive campaigning, the last leg of the elections as well.
Madam, this is a dream come true for the citizens of Bangalore. I don't know how to convey this message. everybody without any information. They have seen the information or the TV newspapers. Voluntarily people have come. This shows the love what the citizens show towards our one of the greatest prime ministers of this country.
I want to take a second and ask you about the campaign, because you are on the ground, you are also with the electorate, you meet with the people, and I see your workers chanting Jai Bajrangi. This Bajrang Dal issue has become at the epicenter of this entire campaign, don't you think so? Because it has also been something that the Congress has brought up, comparing Bajrang Dal to the PFI. How have the BJP workers on the ground taken it?
Madam, actually, when the child is born in our country, the first thing we chant is Jai Shri Ram, Jai Hanuman. So the attachment is natural, and there is no coercive force again with the public. It's there in their blood, and which the other party has touched it.
So do you think the Congress has given you an agenda this time?
No, I would like to say only one thing. We are emotionally, mentally, in every aspect, we are attached with Jai Hanuman.
I want to now ask you about the cadre, the ground level workers who are actually working in the elections, going door to door, campaigning for the parties. So I want to understand, how has that issue also affected you? Because we saw a very emotional Prime Minister the last 2-3 days, where he has spoken about how the Congress wanted to lock down Lord Ram. They want to now lock down Lord Hanuman. Your thoughts on that?
Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram!
The repercussion of their action will be seen on 13th of May, and there is nothing to hide. I think you also know what is happening on the ground, and apart from that, there's a lot of development that has happened in these 4 years. There is no going back. It's only moving forward, and we are going to be the best nation in the entire world. Everybody knows. So Karnataka will propel the country to that state.
Congress says that the BJP is not anywhere. They will be comfortably forming a government.
Yes.
Congress has said that they will be forming a government.
I think they have to do that, but they know the ground reality, what is going to happen, and it will be answered on 13th of May.
When we saw a very emotional Prime Minister making that speech, how has the reaction of the cadre been? Because we saw in this elections that the Prime Minister spoke about how he had been abused more than 91 times, how he had been also stopped from preaching for the Lord Hanuman, how people are being stopped to preach Lord Hanuman. All of these things we have seen. How has that affected the ground level cadre? Has that motivated you to work a little bit more? Because we have seen how the personal attacks of the Prime Minister he has brought to attention.
Madam, actually the ground level cadres always they are charged up. Now the public has joined us again. The public has joined us, and the impetus is, you are seeing the impetus, what has happened to us, and with the cadres, even the public have become the cadres.
All right, interesting. So that is the opinion of the BJP workers, the ground level cadre that are here. And of course, we are looking at how the workers are gathered here and waiting, very enthusiastically waiting for the Prime Minister to get a glimpse of the leader as well, to understand how the last leg of the campaigning will happen as well. And of course, we are looking at Malleshwar temple end point, where the roadshow is going to culminate, and the Prime Minister is going to be passing by from here, going inside the temple as well. But as we spoke to these BJP workers, as we get a sense of the ground level cadre as well here in Bengaluru, how they have said that they have been charged up more so ever since these kind of issues had also been raked up, and how ever since we have also seen the Prime Minister making these issues and speaking about them in very important constituencies and important public rallies while he's addressing them. So all of those issues we are seeing that they are something that is resonating with the ground level cadre, that is something that is in the conscience of the people on the ground, that is something that is going to be in their mind as they go to cast their votes on 10th of May. That at least is something that we get a sense of, because this is something that has become a talking point, and we did see the kind of sloganeering also that has been conducted here of Jai Bajrangi, and we do see a lot of these posters and marks as well of Bajrangbali that have been brought along with the workers as well. So all of those things we get a sense of, and we get a sense of, we understand how the campaign has really gone on, how the BJP in fact has campaigned, the narrative that they have tried to set, and whether that narrative has struck a chord with A, with the cadres, and B, with the electorate. It seems as though the cadre is as charged up as ever, since they have also said that they were, of course, also given a target by the union ministers as they had come here, the union leadership of the BJP. Since the Gujarat elections, we have seen that the Union Home Minister had been coming directly to Karnataka, meeting with the leaders, and we have also seen the Gujarat BJP cadre as well in the state of Karnataka, since we have seen the kind of results in the state, and that has really been set as a benchmark for the party to achieve in the state of Karnataka as well. And for that, we have looked at various brainstorming sessions, strategy meets over the past few months as well, where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah had been making rounds in Karnataka, meeting with the state leadership, giving them a goal as well, meeting with the page pramukhs, meeting with the ground level cadre as well. And we have seen how the union leadership takes a keen interest and a real interest into this entire campaign, and that's exactly what we saw happen in Karnataka as well, where Amit Shah had been here along with the Prime Minister as well, who had also carried out several of these public rallies and strategy meets with the state level cadre as well. And all of that, we will have to wait and watch as to how much that has resulted in the conversion into votes, and how much has the number of people that have come out in this public rallies and roadshow, how much is that converting into votes for the BJP or for the Congress party as well. This is something that we will have to wait and watch till the 13th of May, and the fate, of course, is going to be sealed by 10th of May, and we are seeing in the run-up to the 10th of May the campaigning by the BJP, the mammoth campaigning by the BJP being undertaken by the Prime Minister in the form of this roadshow over the next 2 days, of course, today and tomorrow. And we have also seen how the Prime Minister has been speaking with the electorate, striking a chord with the electorate, and essentially campaigning for the party in the last leg right before the Karnataka elections. That is being undertaken by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi that we see in these images on the streets of Bengaluru. Earlier, this was supposed to be a 36.6-kilometer long roadshow from the east to west and from north to south, and that was supposed to be in Bengaluru on Saturday today itself. But looking at the working day of Saturday, and the roadshow, of course, has been broken in two parts, that is Saturday and Sunday. So we will get to see similar images tomorrow as well. But today we are looking at the roadshow being conducted by the Prime Minister in Bengaluru, and how various constituencies are also being covered in Bengaluru as well. Bengaluru, in fact, has 28 constituencies, and the Prime Minister is covering at least 18 constituencies on the 2 days, that is today and tomorrow. And he had earlier as well, remember viewers, has been doing several roadshows, various campaignings that has been done by the Prime Minister, various public rallies, public speeches that we have gotten to see, and now of course also the roadshows that we have gotten to see. Earlier the Prime Minister had done a 5-kilometer long roadshow last Saturday across at least 3 constituencies that had been covered. But of course a very important city that is of Bengaluru and the constituencies in it, and comparing the 2018 assembly polls result as well, where the BJP had won 15 seats in Bengaluru, and we have, I beg your pardon, the Congress in fact had won 15 seats and the BJP had won 11 seats, and we had seen how the JDS had won 2 seats as well. And now we are looking at the campaign of the BJP also being carried out. Let me also bring in my colleague Prajwal, who's at another vantage point of this roadshow. Prajwal, you were breaking down the details of the constituency for us, and to help us understand how this entire campaign of the BJP has really affected the electorate, whether or not the issues that the BJP has raked up, they have struck a chord with the electorate of Karnataka or not. Speak to us a little bit about this entire controversies that have also erupted in this entire campaigning by the BJP that was being undertaken, then be it about the Bajrang Dal, then be it about the Kerala story, or several other issues that the Prime Minister has raised. Over to you, Prajwal.
Now Priyanka, essentially looking at what the BJP has in fact done over here is mainly the thing that they have been trying to counter the 40% allegations, the 40% Sarkara image that the Congress has built up on, and also the PCM campaign, which pretty went viral, and also it caused a huge dent on the BJP's clean and transparent image, which the Union Home Minister as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been stressing for several times now, and therefore all in all they were definitely on the back foot as well in this particular issue. But later, because of three important issues or three big goof ups by the Congress right now, they feel that the Congress is on the back foot. First and foremost, the gali politics, the abuse politics against Prime Minister Narendra Modi has definitely not been taken well by the people of Karnataka. They're stating that the below the belt statements which are being made by Congress leaders, especially the AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge and also his son Priyanka Kharge, who went on to abuse Prime Minister Narendra Modi, was totally uncalled for, is what the people are stating. And apart from which, the people are also saying that apart from abusing, they could have in fact told the people or brought more issues to light which would have exposed the BJP as in such about the civic infrastructure woes. So the main agendas of the people, the main problems of the people were set aside by the Congress, and they started targeting political faces, political leaders on a personal front, and this definitely did not go down well with the voters of Karnataka. Apart from which, we are also seeing Mr. Basanagowda Patil Yatnal, a controversial BJP MLA from Vijaypura, who also went on to abuse Sonia Gandhi as well, and a case was lodged against both Priyanka Kharge and Basanagowda Patil Yatnal, and they have already submitted their replies to the Election Commission too. But all in all now, the entire issue of Karnataka elections was sidelined, and the abuse politics took center stage, and the people are definitely miffed with both the Congress and the BJP for doing this. But to add insult to the injuries of the Congress, there was a very controversial manifesto which was released by the Congress party, essentially stating that they would ban the Bajrang Dal. In this, there are two sides to this particular story, because in the English manifesto which has been released by the Congress, nowhere does it essentially state that it will ban the organization directly, and has gone on to say that they will ban the Bajrang Dal only if there is any sort of anti-social activities which is being done by them, which would disturb the law and order and the peace in the region in Karnataka essentially. But in the Karnataka, in the Kannada manifesto of the Congress party, they have directly stated that they would be banning the Bajrang Dal, and this is what made it to be a huge controversy, as the Bajrang Dal stated that it is basically Congress, Congress targeting the followers of Lord Hanuman, and therefore they are the ones who are at the receiving end and are facing a problem due to this, because of the anti-Hindu mindset of the Congress party in the state of Karnataka. Because initially, when the budget of Karnataka was announced, 1,000 crore rupees was sanctioned for the construction of Ram temple in Ramnagar, to to which there was a problem, which the Congress stated that why should the Ram Mandir be built in Ramnagar, and therefore the pro-Hindu activists latched onto it and slammed the Congress for it. And after this, we are seeing the Bajrang Dal controversy as well. And now it is not only the Bajrang Dal who is attacking the Congress, but somewhere the soft Hindutvavadis too are being affected by this, and somewhere the people in particular, especially the Hindu community, is lashing out against the Congress. Some of them are calling the Congress having a communal mindset and an anti-Hindu mindset, and stating that it is definitely not cool on the part of the Congress to be doing so. And within the Congress party itself, there are groups, one which is for the ban of the Bajrang Dal and the other which states that Bajrang Dal should not be banned, because now remember that both the KPCC president as well as the leader of opposition Siddaramaiah, who have spoken to Republic, have essentially stated that yes, these the Bajrang Dal should not be banned as well. And Veerappa Moily was the former chief minister of Karnataka, who was also a former union minister, has lashed out at the Congress stating that this was added in the last minute, and even the manifesto, the Congress manifesto chief and chairman G. Parameshwara also had no idea about it, and due to the pressure of central leaders, banning of Bajrang Dal was added. Otherwise there was no need to make any sort of controversy or even equate it with the PFI too. And now the BJP has also made the STPI issue as a poll plank as well, because they state that there is a tacit understanding between the Congress and the STPI. Because remember that the STPI had to field over 100 candidates in this assembly elections, but so far they have fielded only 18 candidates, and the national secretary Mohammad Ilyas Tumbi of STPI in fact spoke to you, Priyanka, and he stated that at the behest of the Congress party they have withdrawn their candidates, but he also calls the Congress party stupid as well. So this is these are some of the biggest problems. But when it comes to the actual problems for the people of Karnataka, the civic infrastructure is the biggest problem here, Priyanka, because we are seeing a city like Bengaluru, even when it rains for over 2 or 3 hours, the entire city is inundated. The IT corridor of the city is completely flooded, and some of the people have in fact even been forced to use boats to commute to their offices as well. And the infrastructure of these private companies has taken a hit, and therefore the image of brand Bengaluru is being affected, and also the sort of income that used to come through global investments and the foreign direct investments has they say, the Congress states that comparatively for the year 2023 it should have increased, but it has in fact reduced, is what the Congress state, and they have shown statistics as well. And these are some things even which the BJP cannot be running away from, but the whole issue has been completely diverted now, where neither the Congress nor the BJP nor the JDS party want to take accountability to some of the key and core issues which needs to be addressed. It is not only Bengaluru city that we are speaking about when it comes to Karnataka, but all the regions as well. The problems are aplenty for the people. Let's speak about Dakshina Kannada or the coastal Karnataka region. Now the fishermen community are facing a lot of problem, and there has been a lot of restrictions which has been imposed by both the central government and the state government on them, and they state that there should be some sort of ease of doing business as well. And therefore you see that both in the BJP and the Congress manifesto, the BJP has termed it as blue revolution, and the Congress has termed it as as a blue integration or integration in the fisheries department as well. And they have also announced several freebies for the fishermen community in particular. So that is the problem with coastal Karnataka, and law and order is something which is very delicate in coastal Karnataka. So majority of the common people there state that if there is one incident in coastal Karnataka, for an entire month they see that the entire district is shut down, which is affecting the revenue of it. So they are stating that a strong system should be brought in here. The law and order should be made sure that it should be conducted, and also on that note there should be more fast track courts which will come in so that the problems will be addressed as well.
That's right, Prajwal, and several important points that you've raised as far as the campaign is concerned that we have gotten to see over the last few weeks, and even now we are tracking these visuals of celebrations by the BJP, because they are saying that they are majorly confident of their victory in the state, of not just hitting the halfway mark but making the government with a clear majority is something that the BJP is saying. And we are looking at how the BJP in fact has also, carried out several of these campaigns, carried out several of these roadshows as well, and all those roadshows and campaigns that we have seen, several of these issues that you also talked about being raised by the Prime Minister himself. And of course, the opposition, as we speak about the Congress Party, we spoke to the BJP workers on the ground who are right now waiting for the Prime Minister to come here at the Mallikarjun temple. Who will be the Prime Minister who will be going inside of the temple as well. He will be meeting with the workers as well, going inside, paying his respects, and then culminating the roadshow here today. Then, of course, the second part of the roadshow is also to take place tomorrow. Very interesting visuals that we're showing right now. Let's get in a word from him. This is essentially who is at the epicenter of the controversy. The Bajrangis that have come at the epicenter of the controversy, and we have looked at how now Lord Hanuman, people dressed as Lord Hanuman that have showed up here, and we are looking at the chants that are being carried out by the BJP workers of Jai Bajrangi and Jai Bajrangbali, and all of them saying that the Congress Party essentially being against the Bajrangis, the Congress Party essentially being against the Hindu community, all of those things that are being said as a part of the campaign. And of course, we are looking at a very confident BJP speaking about these issues, talking about how the opposition has been completely missing in action in this election, and they have said that this, of course, is the last leg of the campaigning, that we are being, as we see how the Bajrang Dal workers and the BJP workers, the BHP workers, all of them in fact also waiting here, and we will see the Prime Minister passing by from here as well. But several issues, as Prajul had also been pointing out, then be it about the Bajrang Dal issue that had come at the epicenter of this entire campaigning, and we have seen how an emotional BJP cadres as well defending this entire issue that had been raised, how the Congress had compared Bajrang Dal to the terrorist outfit of PFI. And since then, a very interesting turn of events that we have seen in this campaign is when the Bajrang Dal has come out in the center stage and has stated that they will out and out come out and campaign against the Congress Party and campaign for the BJP. And we saw that yesterday, how the Bajrang Dal workers had carried out the door-to-door campaigning in the coastal Karnataka as well, speaking about Bengaluru as well. And in coastal Karnataka, we have seen this entire issue also being raked up and also striking a chord with the electorate. And apart from that, of course, the allies of the Congress Party also calling them out for this misstep. And as we had seen, the SDPI leaders as well, who had also called the Congress Party quote-unquote stupid for making this kind of a point in the manifesto and speaking about the Bajrang Dal, and how we have seen that the other opposition parties have also come out and stated that the Congress is the one that has given an agenda to the BJP by making this kind of a statement, which was irresponsible in nature, because the aftermath of that point, we have seen how the Congress leaders themselves have been giving us multiple voices, confused voices, so to speak, as to whether or not the Congress Party is standing strong behind that manifesto, behind that point, because the big leaders of the Congress Party have also come out and stated that essentially the Congress Party cannot implement any kind of ban if they come to power in the state, legally speaking. And we had seen how Veerappa Moily as well had also stated that this cannot be done. And of course, all the senior leadership of the Congress Party we had seen pointing fingers at one another as to whether or not this point was supposed to be in the manifesto or not. And interestingly, that has become the epicenter of the entire campaigning for the last 48 hours at least that we have seen, since the Prime Minister had also said this in the public rally and has said how the Congress party earlier wanted to lock down Lord Ram. They had a problem with the Ram Mandir as well, a subtle reference to the Ram Mandir as well that had been made by the Prime Minister. And now, of course, the Congress party wants to lock down Lord Ram is something that the Prime Minister had also said. That again, a very emotional statement that had been made. And when we speak to the cadre here on the ground, also they claiming how that had also motivated them to work harder, because this was something that had been raised as an issue towards them by the Congress party, and comparing the Bajrang Dal with the terrorist outfits like PFI, and they had also stated that they will not take these kind of insults lying down as well. And post which we have seen one after the other the campaigns that have been carried out, and how the Congress party workers in fact have been fumbling to carry out and give a defense in the public domain as to whether or not they are standing by that manifesto. Now, that being said, of course, the BJP has always tried to position themselves as a party of development, and that's exactly what we saw happening in this campaign as well. We continue to bring you these images, viewers, of this mammoth roadshow that we are tracking on the ground here in Bengaluru, as the Prime Minister is taking part in this roadshow that will be culminating at about 1 p.m. We're bringing you minute-to-minute update. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be back after a very short break.
Mr. Malia, barrack number 12, jail conditions are ready according to Team India. Is that not fine according to the jail conditions? Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? Just answer one question, sir.
कमीशन खाने वाली कांग्रेस कर्नाटका को दशकों पीछे ले जाकर गड्ढे में गाड़ देगी। ई बारिया निर्धारा बहुमत का बीजेपी सरकारा। इस बार कर्नाटका ने पूर्ण बहुमत
Welcome back, viewers. We're staying with these images of the Prime Minister in the middle of that mammoth road show. Namma Bengaluru, Namma Heme is the road show. Our Bengaluru, our pride is the road show that is being carried out by the BJP, where the Prime Minister is taking part in that road show, speaking to the electorate, meeting with the electorate, and also in this road show trying to cover as many constituencies as possible as well. Since we had seen, of course, how Bengaluru, of course, is a very important city, and the number of seats that any party would be winning in this city is good as well. And of course, we had seen the Congress party giving the BJP a tough fight in the 2018 elections. And we also see at the vantage point where I'm standing, in fact, where the Maleshwar temple is, the last leg of this entire road show that is being conducted today. More and more BJP workers that have gathered, more and more workers that have come here, and we are looking at run up to the elections as well. A lot of issues that we see resonating with the BJP workers here on the ground. A lot of them carrying the Bajrang Dal, the Bajrang Bali masks as well. Let's cut to these visuals if we can and show you what exactly is going on, because the issue here is we can sense the issue here with the people, with the cadre as well. Let's get in a word from them. ये हनुमान बजरंग बली का मास्क वगैरह लेके घूम रहे हैं, किस मुद्दे से? ये जो बजरंग बली के ऊपर भी जो मैनिफेस्टो का जो मुद्दा हुआ था, उसके लिए ये सारा चीज.
It's not like only because of the manifesto which has come recently, because BJP has been in the, Hanuman and Ram this ages together. It is not because Congress has taken the issue recently.
But do you think this has affected in this campaign?
To some extent, yes. To some extent, to the Congress, it is going to be a, backlash for Congress. Definitely.
That essentially is what the BJP workers are saying. And behind me, what you also see is the kind of imaging that we get to see at this vantage point by the BJP. We see, BJP workers dressed as Bajrangbali, and we see them very enthusiastically waiting to get a glimpse of their Prime Minister as well. And we are looking at how the workers are really resonating with this entire issue of the Bajrang Dal ban as well. And we are, of course, witnessing how several issues have been in the conscience of the people, then be it the personal remarks that have been made by the opposition against the Prime Minister, how they have also been recalled and how they have also been in the minds of the workers while they have been out campaigning. And as of now, we're showing you the visuals of how the celebration, of how the enthusiasm really is, as the BJP workers are waiting to get a glimpse of their leader, of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as he arrives in the site and paying his respects as well. And we have seen also campaigning how the BJP has also positioned themselves as a party that has always worked for development, and they have also tried to create this narrative that the Congress party is the one that had always carried out work that had hindered the development of the state of Karnataka. And of course, it becomes more and more important to look at these Karnataka elections in the context of the 2024 elections as well. And as we stay with these images, viewers, as we continue to bring you minute-to-minute update of the movements of the Prime Minister in this mammoth roadshow, we'll take a quick commercial break and we'll be back with the updates and these visuals on the other side.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on you're seeing Christian. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts to India?
That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. That's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now moving toward the parliament.
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has
Get out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
Sorry, we are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India?
Welcome back, viewers. We're staying with these visuals. Welcome back, viewers. We're staying with these visuals of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in that mammoth roadshow. Nama Bengaluru, Nama Hame is the roadshow that is being conducted by the BJP. That is our Bengaluru, our pride. That is what it roughly translates into. And BJP trying to carry out the last leg of the campaign, hitting as hard as they can with the campaigning, because we have seen the massive campaigning being undertaken by the BJP, and not just the Prime Minister. All the faces, the senior faces of the party we have seen descending upon the state of Karnataka, then be it the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who had been here even way before the dates of the elections had also been announced by the Election Commission. We had seen the Home Minister making rounds to Karnataka ever since the Gujarat elections had also come out, and post which he had carried out several strategy meets and had set a benchmark for the BJP to not just aim for the halfway mark, but to aim for a clear and majority in the state of Karnataka to form a government. And we have also seen how the BJP's major leaders and the faces, the star campaigners of the BJP also in Karnataka. So the full force of the party behind this campaign in Karnataka we have seen right from day one. Then be it the faces like Yogi Adityanath, Smriti Irani, Himanta Biswa Sarma, all of the people who have been, all of the political leaders who have been in Karnataka campaigning and speaking about the various issues that are striking a chord with the electorate of Karnataka, then be it about corruption, then be it about the caste reservation that had also been raised up with the people, and how the Lingayat issue had also been raised. All of those issues had been talked about by these political leaders in the run-up of the campaigning. But of course, the center stage being taken by several of these issues very recently that had been raised up, then be it of the Bajrang Dal ban, of the personal abuses against the Prime Minister, of the Kerala story, the issue that had been raised just yesterday by the Prime Minister. And we'll keep panning our cameras for the visuals, because we are standing at the last vantage point of this roadshow, as the roadshow is going to be culminating at, we're being told, about
अगर वो मोदी को गाली देते हैं तो मैं तो इसे उपहार मानता हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन की सेवा में अपने आप को खपाता रहूंगा, दिन रात काम करूंगा, ज्यादा काम करूंगा। आपके आशीर्वाद से सारी गालियां मिट्टी में मिल जाएगी दोस्तों।
चुनाव ये तय करने का चुनाव है कि अगले 5 साल तक मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में डबल इंजन सरकार कर्नाटक को आगे ले जाएगी या कांग्रेस की सरकार कर्नाटक को पीछे ले जाएगी।
We're tracking at this moment, viewers, starting off with 13 constituencies in 26 kilometers are being covered. It's Prime Minister's biggest roadshow in Bengaluru. BJP goes all out with rallies and road shows in the last leg of campaigning in Karnataka. HD Kumaraswamy lashes out at Congress over the issue of corruption and Bajrang Dal. Senior army officers and Rajouri Rajnath to head to Jammu as anti-terror operations continue. India salutes the 5 brave hearts who laid down their lives fighting terror in Rajouri. In a win against terror, forces gunned down one Lashkar terrorist in Baramulla. All right, viewers, let's start off what's happening right now. Mega roadshow underway in Bengaluru. Prajwal, we can see that the Prime Minister received a grand and special welcome in Bengaluru. Crowds chanting Modi, Modi, showering flowers on him as he continues to hold that roadshow, Prajwal.
Absolutely, now we are seeing these visuals on our screen where the folk artists are performing and are in their final leg of performance as well. And it's definitely quite a massive performance because of the sort of folk arts that is being performed for Prime Minister Narendra Modi out there. And you can see there on your screens that this is basically, taking the gods on their heads and then performing a ritual seeking for the welfare of the people. So this is the sort of, this is the sort of rituals which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is being welcomed with, because as of now, he's presently reached the southern circle in JP Nagar and later will be moving towards Jayanagar. But these visuals on our screens are from the Vijayanagar Assembly constituency where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be passing here shortly, and it is being understood that he will be here by in the next half an hour or so. And you are having more and more people who are gathering out in large numbers performing these folk arts too, and definitely the sort of atmosphere over here is electrifying. More and more number of people coming in, performing other arts as well. And because of the Bajrang Bali issue, which has taken up or become one of the biggest controversies, we're also seeing several Bajrangis there on our screens as well. Flags of Bajrangis, flags of Bajrangis, which are being seen on our screens too. So this is something which has become quite prominent now with chants of Jai Bajrangi, and more people coming out here to just witness this spectacle, because for Bengaluru at least today it seems more of like a festival, and more number of people coming in, and the entire atmosphere is telling here. You can see right there, you can see right there on our screens that these two yakshas have also come in here who will be performing shortly as well. So all of this only for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, showcasing the entire rural art, The fact which goes ahead and shows that Karnataka is a state of diversity. It's a land with many ethnicities, caste, creed, and all of them have come in to celebrate one fact with Prime Minister Narendra Modi being here at the heart of the city in Bengaluru, which goes by Namma Bengaluru, Namma Hemme, Our Pride, Our Bengaluru is the title of this entire thing. Let me just take you through the entire band who have been performing here. They are there since early this morning who have been going ahead performing various arts for Prime Minister Modi. Even while the sun is beating down, it is scorching, and they are just going ahead dancing out there. And just looking at the gods on their heads, Shivangi, all I would want to say is that this will weigh anywhere between 15 kgs to 20 kgs. It is being precariously balanced now by them, and this particular art requires anywhere between 10 to 12 years of practice sort of ethnicity that is being seen there on our screens as more and more of them, they're just, they're just not tiring out. Even those who are beating the drums here, they seem to be pretty excited over here, and he seems to continue with the same gesture power, with the same vigor, and this is exactly what we did at this moment. Keep it accelerating. Let's go across, speak to a few people as well, and let's get up voices from up ground as well. You seem to be enjoying. You seem to be enjoying the performance. You seem to be enjoying the performance. You seem to be enjoying the performance. Prime Minister, the Prime Minister is coming in. What do you want to say to the Prime Minister that he's here in Bangalore? You know, she can definitely not hear as well, and this is exactly the sort of performances which is being seen on the screens. They seem to be enjoying it. The people, it's quite not audible for them because of all of this which is going on. So this, this particular rally will just go on. The sort of focus that is being performed right there on our screens, and this is how they do it. This is basically being done by them to take out the evil spirits which might look at anybody that they are protecting. So these are the deities as well, which historically signifies as to what it is. So out here from around Bengaluru, the sort of colors, the sort of festivity, and how it is being seen is definitely exhilarating. It's electrifying. More and more people coming out, and also problems are plenty, but people from across the entire city of Bengaluru have come in to just give you a glimpse of what Bengaluru looks like, because this is Namma Bengaluru, Namma Hemme, our Bengaluru, our pride. This is essentially what the BJP have titled. Again, let's go across to the visuals as well. Let's go across to the people. Let's see the visuals as well. Let's turn it that side, because this is essentially where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be passing through. So exactly, and this is how it is entirely looking like as more and more BJP cadres, more and more people come in, and with these chants coming in, this definitely looks quite exciting as the people are coming in. We will try to get in some voices. We'll try to just go in, get in some voices, ask as to what they exactly, what they exactly want to say. ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ. 1 ಅವರಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಇದೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ. ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ನಿಮಗೆ?
ಸರ್, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಂತ ಹೊಸದುರ್ಗ.
ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಹೌದು ಸರ್.
So essentially what they're saying is that we actually do not know about what the problems of Bengaluru are, but we have come up from a very far off place to just go ahead and witness Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even as a huge number of people, massive number of people gather here to go ahead and witness Prime Minister Narendra Modi before he concludes this 26-kilometer long roadshow on the first day itself. So there's more that is waiting to happen, and he is right now, what we get to understand, has reached the Armugam circle in Jayanagar, after which he will be moving towards Baswangudi in Ramakrishna Ashram, and later will be heading this way. Over to you in the studios as more and more people continue to throng here to go ahead and get a glimpse of the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi.
And also people are waiting for just to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi here, and also at the same time large number of people have gathered here to witness this mega roadshow which is being led by Prime Minister, and this is going to be a big boost to the Prime Minister, to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and also at the same time we are seeing how this has been a massive battle for Karnataka, and also at the same time we have been seeing how politics here in Karnataka has changed complete picture. Well, earlier BJP was also BJP which was in government from the time when we talk about scrapping the 4% reservation to Congress party hitting out at BJP over 40% Sarkara, and now we see it's the Bajrang Dal politics. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whenever he starts his public meeting, he starts talking, he says Bajrang Bali ki jai, and then starts his public public meetings, but also now as I get you the colorful visuals from here from ground, one of the posters here reads as Hindustan Ka Babbar Share, and also at the same time we are seeing how people have gathered here in large number to witness this. But also when we talk about Bengaluru region, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is holding this mega roadshow, will be covering near about 17 constituencies in the 2 days of time, and also at the same time we are seeing that BJP is trying to pull out all stops to return to power in Karnataka, and also they have been and also if BJP comes to power, then this will be one of the major entries in the southern states of Karnataka, and this will be a big boost ahead of the 2024.
Images, that's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We have to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, that's Rahul Gandhi, who has just left from the AICC headquarters now moving toward the parliament.
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours.
First to go, get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
sorry. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India?
Welcome back, viewers. We're staying with these images of the Prime Minister in that mammoth roadshow. Namma Bengaluru, Namma Hame is the roadshow. Our Bengaluru, our pride is the name of the roadshow that the BJP in fact is carrying out, that is being carried out by the Prime Minister. And as of now, we're trying to show you the visuals of the last vantage point of this roadshow, where we're looking at several people in various get-ups. Most of the messaging that we see with the cadre is that of the Bajrangbali. We see workers dressed up as Lord Hanuman as well. We see a 7 feet tall Lord Hanuman as well, who is here, and we are looking at the BJP workers as well distributing these masks of Lord Hanuman, and that of course seems to have become a talking point, an epicenter of this entire campaigning of the BJP as well, ever since that misstep had been taken by the Congress party of adding this in the manifesto, and how the BJP in fact had also tried to cash in on this entire controversy as well. Of course, this had also hit a tipping point when the Prime Minister himself had made a mention of this entire controversy in his public rally as well. And since then we have seen how the Bajrang Dal as well has come to the forefront, and for the first time in the elections they are claiming that they will be carrying out the campaign as well, door to door, not just for the BJP but against the Congress party as well, and that the Congress party is the one that has called them out to the forefront when it comes to akinning them to outfits like PFI, terrorist outfits like PFI, and that seems to be the messaging that we get to see in the ground level cadre of the BJP as well as the electorate as well, that we get to see that this kind of a speech that had also struck a chord with the people in the rally as well as the rest of the Karnataka. And as of now, we are looking at these visuals of the Prime Minister carrying out this mammoth roadshow. He is somewhere in the middle of the roadshow. He will be passing by several constituencies, at least 18 constituencies over the course of 2 days that are all set to be covered by the Prime Minister. And not the first time that we see this kind of a campaign being carried out, this kind of a roadshow being carried out by the Prime Minister. Essentially also goes to tell us how much confidence the BJP really has in winning several seats in Bengaluru, giving a tough fight to the Congress party as well. And remember, also trying to get better seat margin, vote shares as well as compared to 2018. And what we see right now is the BJP workers also talking about how the entire party machinery had been busy in campaigning for the party in the Karnataka elections. And the last few months we have seen how the BJP had been given that goal by the Union Home Minister as well. We get you all that and much more on the other side of this very short break as we stay with these visuals of this mammoth road show being carried out by the Prime Minister.
बजरंग बली को थाने में बंद करने का निर्णय किया है। बजरंग बली की हमने प्रभु श्री राम को थाने में बंद किया और हमारे बजरंग बली बोलने वालों को थाने में बंद करने का संकल्प लिया।
कमीशन खाने वाली कांग्रेस कर्नाटका को दशकों पीछे ले जाकर गड्ढे में गाड़ देगी। ई बारियां निर्धारा बहुमत बीजेपी सरकारा। इस बार कर्नाटका ने पूर्ण बहुमत वाली बीजेपी की स्थिर सरकार बनाने का निर्णय कर लिया है। अगर वो मोदी को गाली देते हैं तो मैं तो इसे उपहार मानता हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन की सेवा में अपने आप को खपाता रहूंगा। दिन रात काम करूंगा, ज्यादा काम करूंगा। आपके आशीर्वाद से सारी गालियां मिट्टी में मिल जाएगी दोस्तों।
People here in large number are waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and also everyone here is just waiting to get to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi here. And sir, what do you have?
Only Modi Jindabad.
I'll also try and bring you one very interesting visual here where a bride and groom who are about to get married, but now as they got to know that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to hold a roadshow here, they are waiting, bride and groom are waiting to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister, and also at the same time we see people here in large number. Also we see that they have been saying that they're just waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to witness his roadshow. Well, this is very interesting to see how Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the years have come up, have built this image, and also at the same time, as we are bringing you this visual, I'll also show you one very interesting visual where people have come here in large number. What do you have to say? Modi, 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 vote for Modi, 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 Modi. I love this Modi supporter. Has come here to witness the roadshow here of Prime Minister, and sometime from now we are expecting that roadshow, Prime Minister roadshow will be moving from this place, and also at the same time we are seeing that people here are just waiting to catch a glimpse. We'll also try and peek. क्या कहना चाहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी? अभी यहाँ पे रोड शो अभी यहाँ से पास होगा, आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
हम यही कहना चाहेंगे, जय श्री राम, जय बजरंगी, भारत का श्री रामचंद्र मोदी.
As you can see, Jai Shri Ram and Jai Bajrangbali slogans. As you can see, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cavalcade will be moving from this place, and also at the same time, we are getting you this live visuals. Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he arrives here. Well, this is a strong message which is being given by Bharatiya Janata Party. Large number of people gather here, showering petals on Prime Minister, and also at the same time, we are seeing how people are just moving ahead to catch glimpse of Prime Minister, and also at the same time we are seeing how BJP out of 28 seats, out of 28 constituencies, this is one big roadshow which is being led by Prime Minister. Sir, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? What do you have to say?
Very, very happy to see Modi, our great Prime Minister of India.
As you can see, he is a terror, he is a lion, he is a true tiger, he is a conventional leader.
That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. That's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now moving toward the parliament.
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has
Get out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
Sorry, we are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India?
So now, in fact, we are going ahead and getting visuals from Vijayanagar, where people are still waiting because now we get to understand in the latest that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already crossed Uma Theatre signal, passing through the Magdi Road, and later he will be coming right here at the toll gate signal as well, where thousands of people are waiting along the streets of Bengaluru. We will also be getting up more voices from up the ground and asking them what exactly they need this time around too, because we get to understand that people have been waiting since early this morning at 9 o'clock, and this is quite a prominent junction in this part of Bengaluru, because this passes through 4 assembly constituencies that we are speaking about, mainly Vijayanagar, Govindrajnagar and also Rajajinagar assembly constituency too, which is very integral for the Saffron party here in Bengaluru as well. So more and more people going ahead and scream Prime Minister Narendra Modi's name. Let's go across and get up some voices as well. You have been waiting since morning. So what do you have to say in this regard as well? What exactly do you want to say to PM Modi, and what is some of the major problems that you have been facing as a Bengalurian, and how do you want to see it to be addressed as well?
बेंगलुरियंस को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है जब तक मोदी जी है, जब तक हिंदुस्तान में कोई प्रॉब्लम होने वाला नहीं है। मोदी जी जब तक है हमारा हिंदुस्तान आगे बढ़ेगा। पहले हिंदुस्तान को दूसरों की सुननी पड़ती थी, आज हिंदुस्तान को पूरी दुनिया को सुनना पड़ता है। हिंदुस्तान में जब तक मोदी जी है, जब तक कुछ भी कोई प्रॉब्लम होने वाला नहीं है। इसलिए आप बीजेपी को वोट दीजिएगा, मोदी जी को फॉलोअप कीजिएगा, मोदी जी का साथ दीजिएगा। हर हर मोदी, घर घर मोदी, घर घर मोदी।
Do you think that the Bajrang Dal issue will turn out to be one of the biggest controversies, because somewhere in the English manifesto of the Congress it essentially does not mean a ban, but in the Kannada manifesto of the Congress party it states that it will be banned, and it is also being compared to the PFI. I can see many flags of Lord Hanuman over here flying as well. So do you think it will become one of the biggest controversies, which could also be a setback for the Congress party?
Yes, it will be a very big controversy for the Congress party. It may lose their what they were having before this controversy. They may lose that controversy. So it will be a very good for BJP people that they have done that.
Okay, many of you saying there are no problems, but when it rains in Bengaluru, I have been a part of Bengaluru as well. So when it rains, it does rain. But on this quick note, I will also come back to you after quickly slipping into a short break as well. So you're saying that the people over here out in the heart of Bengaluru, near Tollgate at the Vijayanagar Assembly constituency, are clearly stating that they have no problem, and until Modi is there, they're quite sure that all the problems will be solved. But on that note, we'll quickly slip into a short break as we continue our live and rolling coverage on the other side. Stay tuned.
अगर वो मोदी को गाली देते हैं तो मैं तो इसे उपहार मानता हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन की सेवा में अपने आप को खपाता रहूंगा, दिन रात काम करूंगा, ज्यादा काम करूंगा। आपके आशीर्वाद से सारी गालियां मिट्टी में मिल जाएगी दोस्तों।
चुनाव ये तय करने का चुनाव है कि अगले 5 साल तक मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में डबल इंजन सरकार कर्नाटक को आगे ले जाएगी, या कांग्रेस की सरकार कर्नाटक को पीछे ले जाएगी।
बजरंग बली को थाने में बंद करने का निर्णय किया है। बजरंग बली की हमने भगवान श्री राम को थाने में बंद किया, और हमारे बजरंग बली बोलने वालों को थाने में बंद करने का संकल्प लिया।
both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
Well, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds a mega roadshow in Bengaluru, we are seeing that large number of people have gathered here to witness this mega roadshow by Prime Minister Narendra Modi as Karnataka goes to polls on the 10th of May. And as this is the last leg of the campaigning, well, top guns of the Bharatiya Janata Party campaigning here since last almost 1 month, but also at the same time, we have people with us. We'll try and speak to them and know what they have to say. आप यहाँ पे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को देखने आए थे, आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
अच्छा लगा।
आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हाँ।
और आप?
मेरे को भी बहुत अच्छा लगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देख के। मेरे को भी बहुत अच्छा लगा।
आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
पहली बार देखे इतनी खुशी होती है।
आपने पहली बार देखा प्रधानमंत्री जी को?
हाँ, लाइव।
What do you have to say? It was amazing.
It was just so exhilarating, so thrilling, just to get the glimpse of the Prime Minister. Double engine Sarkar is what Karnataka needs. With that, Karnataka can be number one, as everyone says.
So as you can see,
Amazing experience to watch Prime Minister ji live so closely for the first time ever. His entire aura is amazing to see, and the contribution that he has done to the country is amazing. We'll all be accelerating to vote for his big regime that he's created.
We are lucky that the world's best leader currently, we are living in his era under his leadership. Vote for
Bharat Mata ki Jai!
Great. It was a great glimpse of view our Prime Minister with a very near view. It was a great. We enjoyed it. We liked our nation's leader. Thank you.
everyone just waiting to catch the glimpse, and they were super excited to see witness Prime Minister here as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow just passed from this location, and also this 26-kilometer long roadshow is definitely going to be a big boost. And also at the same time, people say that this time they want the double engine Sarkar to be formed in the state of Karnataka for better development and for the better future of Karnataka.
That's right, Aneri, and that's essentially what we also get to see here in the BJP cadre, the BJP workers that are enthusiastically waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive here in the last vantage point of this roadshow, this mammoth roadshow. Namma Bengaluru, Namma Hame is the roadshow's name that the BJP has given it. And of course, we are looking at how the number of constituencies are also being covered by the Prime Minister, the crescendo of the campaigning, so to speak, by the BJP, and the 3 days of massive campaigning by the Prime Minister, that is Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So the second day of that we get to see today, and the first day of the road show that we get to see today. All of that in the undertone of the messaging that we get to see on the ground as to the kind of issues that the BJP wants to have taken the center stage in this election, seems to have taken so, because we look at how the Bajrang Dal issue had been raked up, and as we are standing on the sides, in the sidelines of this roadshow, we're trying to bring to you the visuals of what really the messaging by the BJP workers really essentially is. All of them handed with this masks of the Prime Minister, but also along with that, the mask of Lord Hanuman. We'll try to go into those visuals. We'll try to show you those as well. We see these masks in the hands of people. We'll try to get in the word from them as well. So ये बताइए, आप भी बीजेपी के साथ में ये सारे बजरंग बली के मास्क लेके सब घूम रहे हैं. मुद्दा अब ये बन चुका है कि बजरंग बल के जो कांग्रेस ने उठाया था वो मुद्दा जरूर बना है. आप भी वर्कर हैं, आपको भी लग रहा है कि आपके पार्टी में भी एक ग्राउंड पे भी एक असर जरूर पड़ा है?
जरूर पड़ेगा इसका जरूर.
तो कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए क्या कहना है जो उन्होंने मैनिफेस्टो में ऐसा लिखा?
कांग्रेस के लिए क्या, कांग्रेस क्या रखा है यहाँ पे बताइए ना. कोई कांग्रेस में कोई काम धाम नहीं किया तो फिर केवल झंडा चढ़ाएगा. बस लोग काम करना चाहिए, देश के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए, कुछ बन के दिखाना है.
कांग्रेस तो बोल रही है कि उनकी सरकार बड़ी ही कंफर्टेबली बना लेंगे वो लोग कर्नाटक।
कौन? कांग्रेस वाला नहीं बनाएगा, आज एक नहीं बना, आगे भी नहीं बनाएगा, खुद के लिए बनाएगा बस, देश के लिए कोई नहीं बनाएगा। देश के लिए बनाना आदमी चाहिए, वो है मोदी बस, और कोई नहीं है।
तो पिछले 5 साल काम हुआ है फिर?
100% हुआ है, अब होने वाला है।
और इस बार ग्राउंड पे लोगों ने किस तरह से काम किया है, वर्कर्स ने किस तरह से काम किया है? क्योंकि एक बहुत ही इमोशनल हमने प्रधानमंत्री को भी देखा है बहुत सारे स्टेटमेंट्स देते हुए, उनके पर्सनल अब्यूज के स्टेटमेंट्स देते हुए, तो वर्कर्स पे कितना असर पड़ा है उसका?
मैं बहुत जीत पड़ा है। मैं अभी एक भगवान को देखने के कैसा जाता है वैसा मोदी साहब को देखने के आया, लेकिन हमारा भारत देश अगला आगे जाने के लिए हम लोग को सभी मोदी चाहिए, उसके लिए हम मोदी भगवान को देखने के लिए आए।
अच्छा, बीजेपी क्या मुद्दों पे लड़ रही है इलेक्शन? क्या डेवलपमेंट फिर भी आप लोगों के लिए एक एजेंडा है? फिर जब आप मैसेजिंग लेके जाते हो पार्टी की इलेक्ट्रेट के पास, लोगों के पास,
आतंकवादी लोगों ने हिंदुस्तान में कब्जा कर रखा है, उसके काम से वो तो हो जाएगा ना, वो तो खत्म होने वाला है।
तो वो भी आपको लगता है कि लोगों के जहन में एक मुद्दा
जरूर है, वो तो करना चाहिए ना।
So this is something that is the opinion of the BJP workers, the cadre of course, and we do see those masks. We see the workers also dressed as Bajrangbali. We see them waiting enthusiastically. Let's try to get in a word from some other workers as well to understand. आप भी यहाँ पर आए प्रधानमंत्री को मोदी जी की Okay, so essentially what we'll try to do is get in a word from more and more workers, because the crowd is only thickening as and when the Prime Minister is expected to arrive here, and there's barely any place to move as well. But we'll try to show you more and more visuals, viewers, from this particular vantage point right outside of the Mallikarjun temple, where we see all the workers, enthusiastic workers, really thickening, with all of them handed with the masks of the Prime Minister, masks of the Lord Bajrangbali, and all of them talking about the issues that have been raked up by the Prime Minister as well, and all of them claiming that this is something that has struck a chord with them, and that is something that has motivated them to work even harder on the ground. Because remember viewers, this is the ground level cadre, the booth level workers that the BJP boasts is the strong point of the party, of a part of the well-oiled machinery that works in the elections, and the booth level workers whom the Union Home Minister also comes down to address and claims it is the booth level workers that make or break in elections as well. And the enthusiasm, the motivation of the cadre really tells us something about the elections as to how the party has campaigned, how the party can expect the results, all of those things that we get a sense of by talking to the ground level cadre that have actually put in the work for campaigning in this election as well. And all those ground level cadre right now, viewers, waiting to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as the first day of the roadshow is going to culminate at this particular vantage point. Let's keep moving, let's keep showing you the visuals, because as and when we are looking at the Prime Minister having arrived here, we are looking at the celebrations as well that are also being carried out with a lot more enthusiasm. There are dhols, there are nagaras, and all of that, the chanting, the sloganeering, the cadres, essentially the BJP cadres usually say this in all elections, that elections are a celebration for the party, because the elections are something that really reiterates the electorate's trust in the party, is something that the philosophy with which the ground level cadre also works. And we are looking at that enthusiasm right now, palpably so right now at this particular vantage point. Let's keep moving and show you more visuals. Let's go towards those workers. We see a lot of smiling faces. And as we wait for the Prime Minister to also have come here, let me also bring in my colleague Prajwal, who's once again at another vantage point where the Prime Minister is passing by from. Prajwal, it's over to you. Tell us where the Prime Minister has reached. What has been the reception like? We are seeing massive crowds enthusiastically waiting for the Prime Minister. Show us the visuals of where you are, Prajwal. Over to you.
Priyanka, right now we are here at Tollgate, which intercepts 3 assembly constituencies: Vijayanagar, Govindrajnagar, Rajajinagar as well. And in the latest, we get to learn that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now moved from TR Circle towards Binni Road as well, and he will shortly be coming towards Magdi Road and later Tollgate. So Tollgate is the location that I am here at, where we are expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be here in the next 15 minutes. Just asking my video journalist to show a sea of saffron supporters out here who have been waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi since early this morning as well, because shortly we were witness to a host of cultural performances, cultural arts as well by various troops which has come in from now across the city as well, and also from the greater part of Bengaluru, which essentially also means the Bengaluru Rural Assembly constituencies as well. And now you can see that the convoys had already moved by. The SPG just came in here for a check. They finished it, and now you can see that people are there on both sides of the road, because this is one of the most prominent roads in the heart of Bengaluru, which essentially connects the south part of the city to the central and then to the north and west as well. So a prominent circle out here, and therefore Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be passing by. And even as we are speaking here, we can clearly go across and see that the police are now going ahead and conducting checks as well. And what is very interesting around from the past 4 to 5 days is that in the entire discourse of the Karnataka elections, the Bajrang Dal controversy has now taken a center stage as well, because it is not only the BJP flags that we are seeing here, it is also flags of the Bajrangi, Lord Hanuman, that we are seeing here, because the entire discourse is now being dominated by that, and the BJP party is definitely using it as one of the biggest poll planks in the state of Karnataka to up their ante and go all out guns blazing against the Congress party and also the opposition as well. Because now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in the last 72 hours, in the past 32 days, where he has addressed 9 rallies and 3 roadshows, he has always begun his speech with Jai Bajrang Bali as well. So this is a sort of complete change from the narrative of what Prime Minister Narendra Modi used to say completely. And this is the sort of crowd, the huge reception that you're clearly witnessing out there on our screens as well, because people from all walks of life are present here, from the young to the middle-aged citizens to the youths and also the old-age citizens. And the response seems to be quite amazing, and it has been dominating on the first day for the BJP in the city of Bengaluru, in the state of Karnataka as well, as the people continue to wait too. And there is a lot at stake for the BJP party, especially in Bengaluru, because this is one of those areas which has the majority of the seats, assembly constituencies, 28 to be precise. And if you're taking the greater part of Bengaluru, add 4 more assembly constituencies, and it is 32 assembly constituencies. And Modi's mission Bengaluru is quite clear. Out of the 28 assembly constituencies, the BJP should come to power at least in 22 assembly constituencies as well, because currently the tally stands at 18. So they're planning to increase the margin by another 4 to 6 assembly constituencies too. And in all these assembly constituencies, it is more of a photo flash finish over here, and the margin of the defeat or victory for the respective candidates has been 5,000 or less than it. For example, if you're going ahead and taking the Vijayanagar assembly constituency, we saw Mr. Krishnappa win against Mr. Ravindra, former corporator from the BJP, by only a margin of 1,331 votes as well. So this is something which is very integral and crucial, and therefore Prime Minister Narendra Modi is giving that last minute push in the last leg of the campaign as well, because we also need to understand that on the 8th of May, all public campaigning, road shows, rallies comes to an end, and it will only be door-to-door campaigning. And this is somewhat seen as an integral push by the BJP party. And largely speaking about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's entire itinerary today, he's not only being limited to Bengaluru, but he's also visiting the rural pockets of Karnataka, where he will also be addressing rallies as well. And it is expected that in 2 rallies that he will be addressing today, he can again go ahead and see a gathering of 3 lakh people, because ultimately the BJP was planning for 10 lakh people to witness this on 2 days as well. And now finally this might be something which the BJP has gone on to achieve at this point of time, because right now we still do not have the stats, but at the culmination of the rally for the BJP in Samke Road, where you are at, Priyanka, exactly, that is the point of time when we will exactly get to know as to how many number of people have attended this, because 13 assembly constituencies, 3.5 hours of road shows, 15 vantage points, and 18, and around 13 assembly constituencies, expecting around 7 lakh voting population to be getting a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is what people have been waiting for, thronging for, and this is exactly what we will be able to witness in just a short moment from now. Even as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy, as we get to understand, has passed from the Binni Mill towards the Magdi Road as well, where he will be, where he will be passing through toll gate in the next 5 minutes in the latest. This might go on and extend by another half an hour to 45 minutes till 1:15 is what we get to understand. So the rally might go on till 1:15 to 1:30. So this has already been extended by over 1 to 1.5 hours in the latest is what we get to understand at this point of time, Priyanka. Even as we are going ahead and facing a lot of network issues because we get to understand that the Prime Minister will be arriving here shortly.
That is underway right now as they are waiting to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and these are the ground level workers, the Karyakartas, who are working essentially for the Prime Minister, and they are essentially had been working on the ground for the campaigning as well, and these are the workers that we see today celebrating and waiting enthusiastically for their leader. And right here at the Mallikarjun temple as well is where the Prime Minister is expected to arrive. At about 1:30 is when, as you pointed out, Prajwal, the roadshow is expected to culminate as well. And as of now, we are looking at how the ground level cadre as well has been speaking about these issues that have been raked up by the BJP as a whole, and these issues that have been mentioned by the Prime Minister in several public rallies, several public speeches that he has conducted. And of course, as of now, we are looking at the roadshow that is underway. And as you pointed out as well, it's not just Bengaluru, it's not just the city of Bengaluru, but also the rural pockets that the Prime Minister is going to be covering. And in those public rallies, in those speeches, we essentially see the Prime Minister raising one controversial issue after the other, and we have seen that exactly happening in this particular campaign of the BJP. Then be it about the Bajrang issue, then be it about the Kerala story that we just saw yesterday, and of course in the undertone of the messaging of the BJP has always been that they are above the petty politics that the opposition really wants to indulge in, that they are a political party that works, but only for the agenda of development, only for the double-engine sarkar that is being the narrative of which is being also said by the BJP, that is what we see in this entire campaign of the elections as well. And be it the union leadership setting upon Karnataka and having these meetings and setting these goals for the state level leadership as well. But of course, we have seen in several constituencies in 2018 as well, where the
he is not only a Prime Minister, he is a Yuga Purush for this country. So we have seen this kind of Prime Minister first time, maybe we may not see in next. So that's why we came here to support him.
You also think that because I see these masks in your hand, do you think this has become a real big talking point in this election?
Yes, Congress has made a very big issue on this.
How are you also perceiving this entire issue? How are you also looking at it? And I see a lot of excitement with the workers as well.
Congress is not only this time, always they are like abusing Hindus. That's it.
All right, so that essentially is what the people are doing, because what we see is a lot of masks of Lord Hanuman, because we've been seeing this since morning. We've been seeing the messaging, the subtle messaging that the BJP is doing right here, and we are looking at how the workers have been, handed with these masks. All of them have been wearing these masks as well. All of them in protest of the manifesto of the Congress party. This is the subtle messaging power of the BJP that we do get to see.
He will definitely be waving at the crowd here. He's also been joined by MP Tejaswi Surya and also Mr. PC Mohan. So there you go, right there on our screens. That is Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving at the people along with the BJP South MP Tejaswi Surya. We are seeing these exact visuals where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going by along with Tejaswi Surya, the Bengaluru South MP, and also the Bengaluru Central MP, Mr. Sadananda Gowda as well. So more and more people coming in. This is quite a huge response. The sort of response that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had, the people coming in, the folk art is going by. This is exactly what the people had been waiting to witness there. Getting a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's now passed through toll gate. He will be passing through Veeres Theatre and later he will be going towards Housing Board, and after which he will be passing through the Rajajinagar Assembly Constituency and Malleshwaram Assembly Constituency, essentially where Priyanka is right now. And the huge number of people, you can just see that, I'm just surrounded by a sea of people who are just passing by as well. So this was essentially what the people were waiting to witness, young and old alike, youngsters, men, women, people from different economic classes, different caste and creed. And this is exactly why Prime Minister Narendra Modi is quite a popular leader. And, it has ended now, at least for all these people out here, but the action still continues. Starting now, it will be another 35 to 40 minutes where he will essentially be traveling through the entire Rajajinagar Assembly Constituency via the Shankar Mutt Circle, and after which he will finally be going ahead and reaching Malleshwaram at the Sankey grounds as well, and after which he will be going to the Circle Marama Temple in Malleshwaram, essentially, which is the culmination of the point. And only more and more people coming in. They are definitely excited. They were excited, and they have finally witnessed Prime Minister Narendra Modi as all of them head back to their residences after witnessing him, even as a part of the crowd moves towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Over to you, Priyanka, to take over the final leg of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow. But before we shift to Priyanka, we will quickly slip into a short break as we continue this live and rolling coverage of this mega 26-kilometer roadshow of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the heart of Bengaluru city.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है. सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. With top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We have to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul. That's Rahul Gandhi, who has just left from the AICC headquarters now moving toward the parliament.
He has been called cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा?
बोलो अमर।
अब क्या कहना चाहती है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी?
Last leg of the roadshow that is being carried out in Bengaluru, and of course he is going to
and Modi's favor we are.
So people here, from small kids to every person, senior citizens, everyone here gathered in large number to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as this roadshow is going to give a big boost. And as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's this mega roadshow, 26-kilometer long roadshow, and also on Sunday we will be seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi also holding another 10-kilometer long roadshow in Bengaluru. So definitely we'll have to wait and watch how this turns out to be. आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? आप पीएम को देखने आए थे यहाँ पे?
हाँ
देखा आपने?
हाँ।
कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा।
अच्छा, आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा।
So as you can see, small kids, senior citizens, everyone here enjoying and to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister here in Bengaluru. With British journalist Anup, this is Anili Shah for Republic TV.
Okay. Right now, the Prime Minister's roadshow in Bengaluru. Priyanka, you're joining us live and you have been covering this roadshow from ground. Modi chants, children, senior citizens participating in the Prime Minister's roadshow. Take us through what's happening.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. We are staying with the visuals of this roadshow of the Prime Minister, and we're showing you the visuals of this particular vantage point of the Mallikarjun temple as well. As the build-up, in fact, is also that is very, very visible here. As more and more workers are gathering here, the crowd is thickening. The security is getting in place to make sure that the protocol is in place as well. So we can expect that the Prime Minister will be coming here as well, as he will be going in the temple, carrying out the puja, and then of course will be passing by from here, culminating the day one of the mega roadshow by the name of Namma Bengaluru, Namma Hame, and we will see the part 2 of the roadshow tomorrow, and we will get to see how there are several constituencies even tomorrow that the Prime Minister is all set to visit and pass by as a part of this mammoth roadshow that is being undertaken by the BJP. But as we were speaking about this earlier as well, you know, Shivangi, we see the kind of messaging that is being done by the BJP. It is not just the roadshow. It is even on the sidelines. When we look at the workers, when we speak to the workers, when we look at the masks that they're carrying, when we look at the kind of messaging by the BJP, that really tells us how the BJP has been functioning and how really the narrative is also being set, and how the BJP has been campaigning on this several issues that have really struck a chord with the electorate as well. Then be it about the Bajrang Bajrang Dal issue, and that essentially we get to see a lot at this particular vantage point, where more and more masks of Lord Hanuman are being distributed. Each and every worker has 2 to 3 masks in their hand. They're wearing one as well. We do see several workers with those masks, and we are looking at the messaging that is being done. Let's get in a word from them itself. ये मास्क क्यों आज पहने हुए हैं सारे बीजेपी वर्कर्स ने?
बीजेपी वर्कर्स ने कब कांग्रेस वाले लोग मैनिफेस्टो में बजरंग बली को बैन करने के लिए कब तक वो मैनिफेस्टो में अनाउंस किया कि तब तक हम बजरंग बली का साथ देंगे और बीजेपी को वोट करेंगे और बीजेपी को कर्नाटका में ये साल हम जिताएंगे।
तो एक तरह से आज ये प्रोटेस्ट भी है उस मैनिफेस्टो के अगेंस्ट में, बताने के लिए एक मैसेजिंग जरूर दिख रही है मुझे कि किस तरह से बजरंग बली के मास्क भी हर वर्कर के
आप हर मोदी के समावेश में दे सकते हैं। बजरंग बली के जय का जयकारा होता है, इसीलिए हम सब वर्कर्स के लिए बजरंग बली का मास्क दिए है। ये मैसेज हम कांग्रेस को देना चाहते हैं कि इस साल बीजेपी सरकार बनेगा कर्नाटका में, उसके अलावा कोई भी सरकार नहीं बन सकता है।
आप भी बीजेपी के वर्कर्स हैं, आप भी ग्राउंड पे जाते हैं, लोगों से बात करते हैं। जो मुद्दे रहे हैं बीजेपी हमेशा जो बता रही है, जो नैरेटिव सेटिंग हो रही थी, बजरंग दल का इशू हो या फिर केरला स्टोरी का इशू हो या जो पर्सनल अब्यूज है प्राइम मिनिस्टर के ऊपर उसका इशू हो, तो क्या लोगों के जहन में ये मुद्दे आपको लग रहा है कि एक जरूर बन रहे हैं, उनके जहन में रहेंगे इलेक्शन के टाइम पे?
I will talk in English.
Sure, yes.
Sure, this time Congress will be thrown out from South India. From the entire country in India, we need Narendra Modi. We need a magnificent leader for next century. India is building up. Our economy is growing. The terrorism is abolished. And now the people of India in a secular mind. And we need a magnificent leader like Narendra Modi to have embering the country into a new century which will create a history to the world where we can have education sector. We are in it. On the agriculture sector, the farmers are yielding more. In the cultivation rank, he has given a lot of things to the farmers of India, especially in Karnataka. The people of Karnataka are expecting more from Modi. They need Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It is a great message from Modi ji. The people of India is with Modi ji. We have to abolish. I think we have to throw away this Congress, the entire community, the entire ember-like ruling of this East India Company from our India. So only we can have a development in the unemployment. You just see how the youths are in with Modi ji. They have to play it. In Bengaluru.
And also because you made a very interesting point about this terrorist activities as well. Because we do see that the Congress party had also made these sympathizing comments and we have seen how they have also supported several of these terrorist outfits. And the Prime Minister had also spoken about this and had said that the Congress party always shields these outfits.
You just think one film in Kerala looked like Kerala story. It's just coming. The Congress are saying that to abolish that film. Why? They're supporting the terrorist. A member of parliament from Kasaragod, one Munditan, he is supporting the Muslims and saying that to the PFI and to one Muslim candidate, saying that we have to fight against Modi. They're supporting the terrorism in India. Now, look, just think what is happening in Kashmir. There's a peaceful land. We don't have any terrorism in India. We have abolished it totally, this terrorism. The PFI has been abolished. So, we need a peaceful land in India under the leadership of Narendra Modi. So, we can have a great India. We have to rebuild this India. So,
and that's what you're also waiting for, to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as he's going to be passing by from here as well in the north.
Sure. We have very greatly, we are accepting a great
All right, so essentially what we see is there is some movement here. We'll keep panning our cameras because the Prime Minister is expected to be arriving here as well. This is the last vantage point. But before we do that, let me also go across to our senior editor Shavan Sen, who's also at another vantage point of this roadshow. Shavan, please take our viewers through where you are, what you see around you, and the significance of this massive roadshow being undertaken by the Prime Minister.
It clearly looks like the X factor
of the BJP, that's the Prime Minister, is working on the ground. Let's not forget about the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party, which was certainly cornered by the Congress Party in this election season, especially on allegations of corruption, it seems there has been a massive turnaround. They were certainly hoping that in the final leg of the campaigning, they would essentially rely on the Prime Minister's X factor. Even earlier in the day, we have seen how the Bharatiya Janata Party has basically brought in the comparison of the 3.5 years rule of the BJP in comparison to that of the Congress Party of 65 years. And that's the comparison that they are drawing. On each and every indices of progress, the BJP essentially harping on the fact that it is only their government, it is their Sarkar which can bring in the necessary change, necessary development, necessary prosperity in the state. Now the Congress Party certainly trying to desperately try and turn around this entire election campaign, saying that this election campaign is not about Hindutva. This campaign is all about corruption issues which the government has miserably failed. Remember, on multiple occasions, you've had several BJP leaders a little nervous with the campaigning of the Congress, certainly finding some resonance among the public. But now they were certainly hoping that things would change with the coming of the Prime Minister, and that's exactly what we are witnessing on the ground, with the Prime Minister going on a blitzkrieg campaigning, crisscrossing the entire state. There is going to be a swing factor. That swing factor, we'll have to see the impact that it has. And let's not forget the Himalayan blunder that has been made by the Vadra Congress as far as the mentioning of Bajrang Dal in their manifesto is concerned. That has been capitalized massively by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And what we are witnessing right now on the streets of Bengaluru right now is the fact that the Prime Minister has a direct connect with the people. It does not require the presence of any regional face or a local leader or a local face. What is essentially required at this point in time is that a double-engine Sarkar, and that is exactly what people who have been queuing up right now, as you see on your streets, on your screens right now, people waving at the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, essentially trying to have that direct connect. He's tried this ahead of the Gujarat elections. Remember, there too, when the Bharatiya Janata Party appeared to be a little nervous, is when they brought in the Prime Minister, and that blitzkrieg campaigning has always worked in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are certainly hoping that this time the Modi magic will once again, turn around the fate of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's exactly what they're looking at. The Congress certainly hoping that they'll be able to tackle this. Late in the evening, you've had the opposition leaders Mallikarjun, Kharge, as well as Sonia Gandhi, who would be addressing a rally in the other parts of Karnataka. But remember, they're going to capitalize this. The BJP is going to maximize this as much as possible. You would see, even after the Prime Minister's roadshow, top leaders campaigning in the last 24 to 48 hours, because this is the last moment to send across that message. The BJP wants to send across the message that this time it's not about a coalition government. What they want in order to run the government in entirety is a full majority government. They are looking for crossing the halfway mark, and they're hoping with the Prime Minister's visit this time, with this Prime Minister's big show that we are witnessing right now in Bengaluru, things would certainly change for them. This is the last leg of the Prime Minister's roadshow. Tomorrow, once again, remember, a shorter version of this roadshow is also going to take place. But the quick question is that even though this roadshow is being done in Bengaluru, remember, in terms of the voter turnout percentage in Bengaluru is concerned, it is absolutely abysmal. You've not had people in Bengaluru really coming out and voting, despite the kind of apathy that you see all around you, the civic apathy that you would see in a city like Bengaluru. Prime Minister is certainly hoping that the message would be sent across that this time people should come out in larger number, vote for the government that they choose. Slipping on a short break. On the other side, we continue with our rolling coverage of the Prime Minister's roadshow in Bengaluru.
That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We have to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, shell companies, Rahul. That's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now moving toward the parliament.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
Get out of this. Cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I
this.
am merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
sorry. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख.
Welcome back, viewers. We're staying once again with these visuals of the Mammoth Roadshow that is being undertaken by the Prime Minister. In fact, we are showing you some more visuals of the Namma Bengaluru, Namma Hame Roadshow by the BJP being carried out by the Prime Minister. And we are looking at the key constituencies being covered. And we are looking at how the constituencies are being passed by the Prime Minister's cavalcade in this roadshow that is being carried out. And we are looking at least 18 constituencies that are being covered in this two-day roadshow that is being carried out by the Prime Minister. And the kind of messaging that the BJP in fact is also trying to do as the campaign also hits the crescendo in the last leg of the campaign in the run-up to the 10th of May when the polling will take place in the state of Karnataka. And we have seen how the massive campaign by the BJP had been going on since the past 1 month at least, since the campaigning that had been going on, and the star campaigners of the BJP that we did see descending upon Karnataka, and how they had also spoken about the issues that had struck a chord with the electorate here as well, then be it about the corruption, then be it about the caste reservation issue, also then be it about the Bajrang Dal issue that has been raked up. And what we see essentially is that is the one, the Congress manifesto issue that is being also seen as a part of the messaging by the BJP, as we see the BJP workers all handed with the masks of Lord Hanuman, and all of them in one tone claiming that the Congress party is going to lose the election, since they are the party who is always standing against the Hindu community, and they are making these kind of statements. They shield the terror sympathizers. So that essentially is the narrative that is also being built, at least on the ground, that we do see striking a chord with the ground level cadre, with the electorate as well. And of course, to look at the importance and the significance of this kind of visuals, these visuals that we are seeing right now, viewers, as this is of course also a prestige battle for the BJP, since we had seen the BJP come into power in 2018 after a tough fight from the opposition as well. And we had seen how since then the BJP had been trying to also build this narrative that this is the first time that the government has worked for development. This is the first time that the double engine Sarkar has benefited the people of Karnataka. And once again, the campaign of the BJP had been in the undertone of that this is the government, this is the double engine government that will work for the people of Karnataka if the BJP comes into power in the state as well. And remaining with these visuals, these colorful visuals that we're tracking for you viewers from the ground there in Bengaluru, and we're looking at the Prime Minister carrying out this roadshow in the last leg of the campaign in the run-up to the Karnataka election, slipping into a very short break, staying with his visuals on the other side.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom.
Welcome back, viewers. We stay with these images of the Prime Minister's roadshow that is entering into the last leg of the roadshow as well, which would culminate the day one of the roadshow, of the two-day roadshows that the Prime Minister is going to carry out back-to-back, that is today and tomorrow in the city of Bengaluru, covering at least 18 constituencies. And we do see that the campaign of the BJP also in this last leg, and in its full force, we see this kind of a campaign by the BJP in the last couple of days in the run-up to 10th of May, and we have seen the last 2-3 days as well that the Prime Minister's itinerary for the campaigning that has also come to light, and now we're looking at these images of the BJP's campaign, of the Prime Minister's roadshow. Now these images of course also become very important to note, viewers, as we look at the Prime Minister carrying out these kind of roadshows, not just in Karnataka, but this is something that we have seen him doing in several states, and we are looking at him carrying out yet another roadshow covering various constituencies, speaking to the electorate, striking a chord with the electorate, and we have seen the kind of messaging that the Prime Minister as well has tried to do in this entire campaign of Karnataka elections, and the kind of emotional statements, the emotional speeches and the controversial statements that we have also seen the Prime Minister making, that has also struck a chord with the electorate, and starting from how he had made those statements about the Congress party and the opposition abusing the Prime Minister, making personal attacks against him, taking personal pot shots against him in a public domain, and how he had addressed that entire issue and had claimed that that is how the opposition functions, that they do not want to talk about the issues, but they want to talk about the personal, and they want to get personal with the Prime Minister and make personal attacks against him. On that note, viewers, we're staying with these visuals and slipping into a very short break, but we'll be back right after the break with these visuals and get you minute-to-minute update of this mammoth roadshow underway in Bengaluru.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा
Roadshow, the images of this mammoth roadshow being undertaken by the Prime Minister. In fact, past politicians campaigning in this elections as well. All of them talking about how they had also gotten emotional when they speeches of the Prime Minister in this campaign, and that essentially really tells us and the manner in which the workers of the BJP also carry out the campaigning as well. But as of now, staying with these images of the Prime Minister, who is going to be walking towards the Malleshwaram temple now and will be performing a puja inside of the temple and then will be leaving. And of course, we are looking at the Prime Minister carrying out the roadshow since morning. Since morning, we have seen all of these BJP workers, all of the BJP cadre that had been waiting enthusiastically to get a glimpse, and we do see the enthusiasm of the cadre here. At the last 18 constituencies that the Prime Minister wants to cover in the next in the 2 days, that is today and tomorrow, and we are looking at how the messaging of the BJP is also being carried out. The campaigning is still underway. The workers as well talking about the narrative that is being said, the kind of issues that are being raked up, and how they are confident about making a government in the state. The kind of statements that we also see the BJP workers making about the confidence that they're really showing as far as the Karnataka elections are concerned tells us the kind of work, the campaigning that has been undertaken by the BJP. But as of now, staying with these images of the Prime Minister waving at the crowd, waving at the workers as well who are dressed as Lord Bajrangbali, and we are looking at him now, who will be going towards the temple, will be carrying out the puja as well. That essentially officially will culminate the day one of the roadshow here in Bengaluru, and of course tomorrow another roadshow that will be carried out by the Prime Minister, where he will be also making round the constituencies, speaking to the electorate, meeting with the BJP ground level cadre. And speaking about various issues that have been at the epicenter of the controversies as far as the campaigns of all the parties in the state are also concerned. And we are looking at how the opposition parties as well hitting out against the Congress party, because we have seen since morning, viewers, cadre in the BJP workers as well, a lot of Congress bashing since morning, a lot of calling out the morning, and they have said in fact that they are taking offense to the that they have released, akin Bajrang Dal to the terrorist outfit like PFI. And we'll continue to stay with these images on the other side of this very short break. Viewers, we're getting you minute-to-minute update of this mammoth roadshow of the Prime Minister in Bengaluru.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
Get out of this. Cooperating, sir.
Get out of this.
I am merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
sorry, we are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian.
visuals of the Prime Minister's underway. In fact, it is culminating now as in the last vantage point of this roadshow, the Prime Minister has just passed by from the last vantage point at the Malleshwaram temple as we were expecting that he would be going inside and performing the puja, but it seems as though he has passed by from here, and the workers as well are but we'll try to get a word from several of them because we're still seeing several interesting images of the workers here, all of them that had been gathered here since 8 a.m. dressed up as Lord Hanuman, sending out that clear message of protest against the Congress manifesto. And we are, of course, looking at how the BJP workers had been enthusiastic about seeing the Prime Minister, getting a glimpse of the Prime Minister. And let's get in a word from them. Let's try to speak to several of them, but and understand what exactly are they really now seeing as far as the roadshow is also concerned. आप भी BJP के worker हैं. You're also standing here. You were also waiting to see the Prime Minister.
Absolutely.
Just passed by from here. Well, how are you looking at this entire campaign as this is the last leg of the campaign before 10th of May?
It is becoming more interesting. If you look at last month and since today, a lot of things have changed, and we can expect a turnaround because of Modi's entries. Prime Minister Modi's entry.
Is Modi the X factor?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. We can still consider there is a Modi wave available, and definitely, he can turn the tables. Okay, what we are seeing, 15 days back or 1 month back, things have changed a lot. Yeah, that's what.
But you say, but the Congress party is still claiming that they're very confident about making a majority.
No, Modi. We like Modi.
Modi magic will work.
Yeah, he is the magic worker.
It's going to be tough, but there is a fight. Okay, we cannot deny that, but things can change in the last minute, right? We have seen that actually in the last 1 week or so, things have changed. So there is an expectation that things will more change in the next 2 days. That's what I can say. Yeah.
Sir, I also see you with the Modi mask. Yeah. Care to speak to me about the enthusiasm that I was seeing you here today with? Since 8 a.m. I've seen all of these workers, all of the Karyakartas waiting for the Prime Minister. Now the first day of the roadshow has gotten over. Day 2 is yet to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Today itself is actually sufficient to get the votes. Tomorrow it's only a surplus and a bonus for us. Okay, and all of us have been eagerly waiting since morning 6 o'clock. Of course, I came around 11 o'clock, but all others have come very early and then waiting. I was hunting for this one thing. Finally, I got it. I'm thrilled.
But there seems to be a lot of these masks around here too.
Yeah, I know.
What is that about? Because I also see a Lord Hanuman mask.
I don't have time to wear this because Modi has already
we see a lot of these masks. This is also the messaging about the Congress manifesto.
Yeah, I know, but it's God, for anyone and everyone. So this is there. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So essentially what we see is the workers, all of them really talking about this road show. Had been waiting here, as we just heard the gentleman talk about, waiting since 6 a.m. and now of course all of them will be dispersing. All of them will be going back to their door-to-door campaign. A lot of that are still going on, but of course the road show in Bengaluru that has culminated now, and we are looking at the massive turnout that we also got to see in these constituencies that the Prime Minister also covered, and now of course all eyes on the day 2 of this road show that will take place and in Bengaluru itself, where the day 2 of the road show, where several constituencies are going to be covered, and once again it will be interesting to watch out as far as the messaging of the BJP is concerned, as we got to see in the sidelines of this particular road show on day 1 in Bengaluru.
This is one of the world.
And let's try to get in some more voices. Let's try to get in some more voices because the road show may be over, but the campaign is not. We are looking at how the road show has culminated, but now we are looking at campaigning by the BJP workers, all of them, because these masks, we see a lot of these masks today.
Let's change the road to BJP.
Now, tell us about this roadshow today. We saw a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm.
This one of the fantastic roadshow, historic in the world. Not for India, it in the world. Long, very biggest roadshow.
This roadshow will help convert this into votes.
Yeah, almost 28 constituency. We are recover all in Bangalore constituency. 100% we are winning the Bangalore, especially this Malaysia also.
Last time Bangalore Congress gave you a very tough fight.
Yeah, but this time only no fight regarding Congress and BJP. Because of Modi, we go for only straight forward.
So many changes are there.
Only Modi, only BJP this time.
In Karnataka, BJP.
Yeah. We are forming single party.
Landslide victory for BJP.
Landslide victory. Yeah, please go on. What do you have?
कोई भी आदमी जिसको कॉमन सेंस है, जो हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो, सिख हो, कोई भी हो, जिसको कॉमन सेंस है, वो डेफिनेटली मोदी को वोट करेगा, क्योंकि आम आदमी फूल्स नहीं है. They know everything. They'll see the developments what Modi ji has done, what BJP has done in Modi's government. So it is a government for development. So everyone will definitely vote for Modi. And being a doctor, I vote for Modi.
So you are also a BJP worker, or did you just come here to see?
No, I closed my clinic, madam, and I have come to see.
Especially to see the road.
Yes, to see Modi ji. He is my inspiration. He is inspiration for everyone because he is working so hard, so that it is like he becomes inspiration. No, so
is
that
Modi the X factor this election?
Yes, definitely. See, it is not only the Modi, his development, his work. And like because he is working, all his party people are working. See, अगर नायक ठीक नहीं है, तो उसके पीछे नीचे कोई भी है, सब बर्बाद होंगे, सब करप्ट होंगे.
Because I've seen, because you're saying that you're not a BJP worker.
No.
We see a lot of BJP workers with this Lord Hanuman mask today. Yeah. What do you have to say about this Congress manifesto issue that has also been raked up, which was also talked about by the Prime Minister?
See, actually कांग्रेस का जो भी मैनिफेस्टो है, वो appeasement manifesto है. They only do to appease some community, some people like that. Not for the country. देश के लिए कोई कुछ कर रहा है, देश के लिए कोई कुछ डेवलपमेंट्स कर रहा है, वो सिर्फ आज के ज़माना में मोदी जी से, बीजेपी से सिर्फ हो सकता है. That's what I finally have.
Do you have to say something as well? You were also here. Are you also a BJP worker though?
Madam, I am not a BJP worker, and let me clarify, almost 90% of the people here are not BJP workers, okay? Yes. All of us have come here just to kind of actually support Modi ji, and people here have come voluntarily. No one has been paid, no one has been actually lured with anything. That shows the popularity of Modi ji, and under Modi ji, the way how the country is progressing, when the world is appreciating, here there are people from the parties, Congress party, JDS party, who are doing just appeasement politics. Congress was in power for 65 years. Now they are promising 2,000 rupees for people. Do you think here people are sitting and waiting for 2,000 rupees? No. People here are voting for progress. People want the double engine Sarkar under Modi ji to take Karnataka to greater heights. That is what we all have come here for. I am an IT professional. I get zero thing from BJP, Congress, JDS, nothing. But I am actually thinking about the nation. That is what it is, madam. Thank you.
All right. So what we essentially see is a lot of civilian as well. Let's get in some more voices. If we could keep walking as well, because we see the road show that has dispersed. The workers always obviously still here and are still going on their campaign as well. Let's get in some more voices. Yes, sir. Please tell me.
Under Prime Minister Modi, the next generation is very safe. It's a developed country. It is going to be a reckoning country in the world. Jai Shri Ram, Jai Modi.
BJP workers talking about the Prime Minister, speaking about how they had been waiting since 6 a.m. in the morning to get a glimpse of their leader, to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister, essentially the leader that they had been working for this entire elections. Let's keep panning our cameras and showing the visuals of the road show that has just now culminated, the day one of the road show in the streets of Bengaluru.
Final
stretch of the Karnataka elections. Joining me right now is the JDS chief, Mr. Kumaraswamy. He's got a unique distinction also, the fact that first time you became the MLA, you've also become the chief minister. Many say that today no one can be at the chief minister's position without your support, Mr. Kumaraswamy. How do you see the elections? Earlier you said you want to be the king and no longer the kingmaker. So I want to understand, closer to the election, do you still think that you're the kingmaker or you're the king?
People in this election, Karnataka citizens, they've already decided to bless me, to give full strength to our party, to govern the state on our own. This is my ground reality, what I have worked for 4.5 months, every day working for 18 hours. The people's pulse is that they wanted to give full strength to the JDS this time.
I attended your Shivamogga rally in which you made one comment that the 4% reservation was never brought by the Congress party. It was in fact brought by your party, by your father.
Yes.
If you want to bring that back, sir, and if you have to be in an alliance at that point in time, some parties have completely rejected. Bharatiya Janata Party says no question of bringing back the reservation. Will that make it difficult for you?
No, our party stand, we have already clearly told, that is the removal of 4% reservation to minorities. That is illegally they have done without applying proper mind. BJP friends, they have implemented, they have not implemented.
Correct.
Only they announced. Up till now there is no movement of implementation of GO issue.
Correct.
Nothing has happened. But it is not a difficult issue for me to sustain that 4% reservation to that downtrodden section of Muslim community.
Bharatiya Janata Party says that the reservation through religion is unconstitutional.
After this election, they will forget everything.
There are a few more issues I just wanted to take with you, sir, because you have been a chief minister. As a lawmaker, I want to understand with you, when the Congress party says that we want to ban the Bajrang Dal, do you think it is possible?
Why they have not banned the Bajrang Dal when they run the state for 5 years? At that time itself, they would have banned that organization. Now only for election gimmick, they announced this one.
You, as an astute politician, do you think this is a way to perhaps fool the people, or there is some sort of an appeasement that the Congress party is?
Definitely these two national parties, by announcing several issues, without applying their mind legally or constitutionally, these people announcing everything, but those things will not going to implement by both the parties.
Congress says that the BJP is a clearly 40% sarkar. They say that it is not a double engine sarkar, it is a trouble engine sarkar. There is a corruption rate. You have crisscrossed the state. Do you see that kind of corruption existing
both
in Karnataka?
The national parties, they are sailing in the same boat about corruption issues. What moral rights these Congress friends have to criticize BJP's corruption issue? Those people also, what they have done in last 5 years term when Siddaramaiah was chief minister, everybody know how they run the government, how they looted the money also, everybody knows it.
But what about the BJP, sir? They face corruption
that is going on. Every common
they have
man,
Karnataka Corruption Association was written on it.
Without the knowledge of politics, a common man himself, he announced, he discussed on the streets that this government is for only to grab the money, not by hand, with JCBs or your Itachis.
One final question I want to take with you, Mr. Kumaraswamy. Come 13th, will you have any talks with any of the party? Are you open to some sort of an alliance talk with the BJP or the Congress?
According to my struggle, I have confidence that people will going to bless our party with clear majority. Only our problem, financial issue. For the expenditure of the finance for the election, we are facing some difficulties. In that, if we survive, then we would have won the election with clear majority.
बिजली, शौचालय, घर, 5 लाख तक का बीमा और मुफ्त में अनाज पहुंचाया, वो नरेंद्र मोदी को कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष विशेला साहब थे। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए ऐसे अपशब्द बोलना वो कांग्रेस का लेवल बताता है। अब समय आ गया है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को कर्नाटक की जनता ने उनका लेवल बता देना चाहिए कि आपकी जगह कहां है। और इस चुनाव में मुझे भरोसा है कर्नाटक की जनता ये करेगी। हमारे घोषणा पत्र में हमने कहा है कि अगर भाजपा सरकार बनी तो 3 LPG सिलेंडर सभी बीपीएल परिवार को गणेश चतुर्थी, युगाड़ी और दीपावली के वक्त में एक सिलेंडर मुफ्त देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, हमने यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने का वादा किया है। 10 लाख घर बनाकर सर्वरिकु शुरू योजना भारतीय जनता पार्टी लेकर आई है और SC परिवारों की महिलाओं को 10,000 का एफडी देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करने वाली है। मित्रों, इस कित्तूर कर्नाटक के लिए हमने कित्तूर कर्नाटक विकास प्राधिकरण बनाया। बेलगावी कित्तूर धारवाड़ रेल योजना 150 करोड़ की हमने चालू की। बागलकोट पुराची रेलवे लाइन 210 करोड़ की चालू की। खर्जी दोनी लोकापुर खंड के लिए 140 करोड़ रुपया रेलवे के लिए दिया और कित्तूर क्षेत्र के लिए 5,701 करोड़ की 13 सिंचाई योजनाएं तालाब भरने की भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शुरू की। इसके साथ साथ अम्बा जेश्वरी सिंचाई परियोजना 1400 करोड़, चन्नम भूसवेंद्र लिफ्ट इरिगेशन योजना 520 करोड़, सत्ती गेरी सिंचाई योजना 546 करोड़ और बेलगावी में 130 करोड़ से कैंसर अस्पताल नवा बनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने चालू कर दिया है और बेलगावी में 2500 करोड़ का निवेश कर औद्योगिक विकास कराने का काम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, कर्नाटक का विकास, देश की सुरक्षा और देश का आर्थिक विकास तीनों अगर कोई कर सकता है तो केवल और केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर सकती है। येदियुरप्पा और बसवराज के नेतृत्व में हमने एक कर दिखाया है और आगे पर भी नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी ये डबल इंजन सरकार एक कर दिखाएगी। मुझे बताओ, हमारी बहन को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताएंगे क्या? जोर से बोलिए, अरे जोर से बोलो, जिताओगे? कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाओगे? मोदी जी के हाथ मजबूत करोगे? कर्नाटक में पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनाओगे? 24 में मोदी जी को फिर से प्रधानमंत्री बनाओगे? मगर एक अपील कर जाता हूं, कितने लोगों के पास मोबाइल है? जरा हाथ ऊपर करो तो भाई, है ना? सबके पास मोबाइल है ना? ये सभा समाप्त होने के बाद कर्नाटक में जहां पर भी आपके दोस्त, परिवारजन, भाई भाभी, माता पिता, काका काकी, फूफी फूफा जो रहते हैं, 15 लोगों को फोन करना है कि कमल पर बटन दबाना है। करोगे क्या? सभी लोग 15-15 फोन करेंगे? पक्का करेंगे? तो आप सभी को मैं फिर से एक बार अपील करना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनाइए और उत्तर कर्नाटक के विकास को सुनिश्चित करिए। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे। अब एक बार जोर से और बोलिएगा, बोलिए जय बजरंगबली।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts to India?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
We will.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
These pictures are coming in from Rajouri, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is meeting the troops there, boosting the morale of the forces who are engaged in the anti-terror operations in Rajouri. This morning we had news that one terrorist has been neutralized in this operation that has been ongoing since Friday morning. 5 army soldiers have been martyred in this encounter that is taking place. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, as well as Army Chief General Manoj Pandey are in Rajouri, and even JNK LG is at the location with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meeting the forces, meeting the troops, boosting their morale, the troops who are part of the anti-terror operations in Rajouri.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts to India?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Brewak? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Brewak? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव।
Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has reached Rajouri, wherein at present he is holding a high-level security review meeting that is being attended by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha, the Army Chief General Manoj Pandey, the Northern Army Commander Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi, GOC 16 Corps and the senior officers from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, including ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh, and the concerned officers of the BSF, CRPF are also part of this meeting. In this meeting, the Raksha Mantri is being briefed about the operation that is going on in the Kandi area of the Rajouri, wherein 5 jawans of the para-special forces of the Indian Army have attacked Jammu Kashmir, which is believed to be a Pakistani terrorist, has been neutralized by the terrorist, and now the operation is on so as to neutralize the terrorist. He has also met the jawans of the Indian Army that were part of the operation, and we'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Brewak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
हमारा रिपब्लिक का तीसरा समिट है अखिलेश जी। आपको याद होगा जो आपका पिछली बार बस में बैठ के इंटरव्यू किया था हमने, उसमें तो ऐसा था कि लखनऊ में जो बना है आपने बनाया। मुझे तो लगा एक बार आप ये बोल देंगे कि लखनऊ ही मैंने बनाया, क्योंकि उसमें ऐसे ही हुआ था 102 मैंने बनाया, 119 मैंने बनाया, ये वाली बिल्डिंग मैंने बनाई, ये सड़क मैंने बनाई। मेरे को ऐसा लगा था कि ये हुआ था कि मतलब लखनऊ मैंने बनाया, ऐसे ना हो जाए। हुआ नहीं था बहरहाल। अखिलेश जी,
लगता आप बता नहीं पाए आखिरी में क्या कहा था मैंने।
क्या?
वो शायद आपको
जब
याद
वो पुलिस के आप बाहर खड़े थे,
हाँ, जो आखिरी में
चले गए थे।
क्योंकि जमाना ऐसा है कि जो सबसे ज्यादा वायरल हो जाए चीज,
हाँ,
वो मानी जाती है।
अच्छा।
मैं आपसे ही जानना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि शुरुआत आपने अच्छी की है, जो सबसे ज्यादा वायरल हुआ था उस इंटरव्यू का, वो लाइन क्या थी?
वो ये थी अखिलेश जी कि भाई ये तुम्हारी बस बहुत ना वो है, नई नहीं है ये बस। तो हमने कहा था कि जितना चैनल बड़ा होगा उतनी बस बड़ी होगी। बहरहाल आगे चलते अखिलेश जी, आप आज यहाँ बैठे हैं, आप उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, आप विपक्ष में हैं आज। जब आज यहाँ बैठे हैं तो भी एक्शन चल रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश में,
देखिए
माफिया के खिलाफ। जी, आप बोल रहे हैं कुछ?
जहां से आपने शुरू किया
जी
कि लखनऊ किसने बनाया, लखनऊ की एक अपनी पहचान है। लखनऊ गंगा जमुनी तहजीब की, लखनऊ की पहचान मिली जुली संस्कृति, लखनऊ का खाना, लखनऊ के संस्कृति, लखनऊ का अपना भाषा, और जो लखनऊ के अंदर चीजें बनाई हैं, कम से कम आपको ये बताना चाहिए कि बनाया किसने। कोई कुछ भी कह दे, मैं कह दूं कुछ, दूसरा कुछ कह दे, लेकिन आपकी डेमोक्रेसी में, लोकतंत्र में जिम्मेदारी ये बनती है कि बनाया किसने।
अखिलेश जी,
मुश्किल यही है कि अब देश का लोकतंत्र बचाना है। लोकतंत्र बचेगा तो रिपब्लिक भी बचेगा।
रिपब्लिक तो बचेगा, लोकतंत्र।
और अगर रिपब्लिक बचाना चाहते हो तो लोकतंत्र बचाओ, इसलिए हमारे साथ खड़े हो जाओ।
नहीं, आप मेरे को ये बताइए, लोकतंत्र, माफिया के खिलाफ एक्शन हो रहा है।
माफिया क्या है? माफिया डिफाइन करो।
प्लीज आप बताइए।
नहीं, आप डिफाइन करिए। क्या माफिया एक ही पार्टी में है?
बिल्कुल नहीं।
माफिया को चुनाव किसने लड़ाया? माफिया को विधायक किसने बनाया?
ये तो आप मेरे से पहले, ये तो आप मेरे से बेहतर जानते हैं।
आप बताइए ना, पूरी बात बताइए।
नहीं, ये तो आप मेरे से बेहतर जानते हैं अखिलेश।
नहीं, मैं नहीं बताऊंगा ये। अगर आप कुछ बात कहना चाहते हैं तो बैकग्राउंड में ये आपको बताना चाहिए।
आपको भी 5-7 साल लगे उनको अपनी पार्टी से दूर करने में, आपने किया। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा आपने नहीं किया, लेकिन आपको भी बहुत लंबा समय लगा ऐसे तत्वों को अपनी पार्टी से दूर करने में, इसलिए आप बेहतर जानते हैं।
सवाल क्या पूछना चाहते हैं?
मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ कि माफिया के ऊपर एक्शन।
आप मेरी बात मेरी तरफ मत आइए।
नहीं, मैं इसलिए
आप सवाल क्या पूछना चाहते हैं ये
क्लियर सवाल होना चाहिए। माफिया के खिलाफ एक्शन, तो आप साथ खड़े हैं कि खिलाफ हैं?
देखिए, माफियाओं के खिलाफ जनता रहती है, माफियाओं के खिलाफ मैं हूं, माफिया के खिलाफ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं, लेकिन माफियाओं के साथ भेदभाव नहीं होना चाहिए। कोई ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि माफिया क्रिकेट खेले, माफिया उनके साथ जाए, माफिया के साथ आप जेल में चाय कॉफी नाश्ता करें, ये नहीं हो सकता। किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने जेल में जाकर के किसी माफिया से मुलाकात नहीं की होगी। किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने या किसी सरकार में ऐसा भी नहीं हुआ होगा कि माफिया को चुनाव लड़ाना है, इलेक्शन कमीशन रात तक खुला हुआ है, सर्टिफिकेट पहुंच जाए, उसके बाद चुनाव होगा। क्योंकि आपको किसी वोट का लाभ लेना है, वोट के लिए नफरत के लिए राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए।
नफरत आप कह रहे हैं कि कोई ऐसा नहीं होगा, यही बीजेपी एसपी होता रहता है, उसके अंदर बीएसपी भी आ जाती है। कांग्रेस तो कहां बची है मुझे नहीं मालूम इस समय उत्तर प्रदेश में, लेकिन बात इतनी सिर्फ है कि माफिया कोई भी हो, ना माफिया की जाति होती है ना धर्म होता है, जो आम व्यक्ति को तंग करे, the people who are troubling. Akhilesh ji, you are a well-read, well-educated, well-traveled person in today's time. How can you? जी,
जो बात आप कह रहे हैं कि माफिया पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होनी चाहिए,
बट होती है।
मैं स्वीकार करता हूं कि माफिया पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होनी चाहिए। मैंने कोशिश की। आप बताइए, वर्ल्ड क्लास पुलिस को रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टम दिया मैंने, डायल 100। क्या इसीलिए दिया था कि उत्तर प्रदेश में व्यवस्था खराब हो जाए, कानून व्यवस्था खराब हो जाए? एनसीआरबी के आंकड़े क्या कहते हैं? आप दूसरी पार्टी के बारे में क्यों नहीं बताते कि कौन है उस पार्टी के अंदर? आप मानक तय करिए कि किसके ऊपर कितने केस हैं। आप कोई सरकार हमें बताइए जिस सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री ने अपने केस वापस लिए हों। और मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं
जी,
वो कौन सी धाराएं थी, वो कौन से मुकदमे थे? जो किसी सरकार ने खुद वापस ली हो? मुझे एक उदाहरण दे दीजिए आप।
और यही सेम एलिगेशन जब बीजेपी से पूछा जाए, बीजेपी कहती है देखो समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार आई थी, क्योंकि ये सब राजनीतिक विद्वेष यानी पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा।
इसीलिए मैं
पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा एक ऐसा अंग्रेजी का शब्द है, एक सॉरी है और एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा। कहीं पे कुछ भी हो जाए वो पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा।
देखिए, इसीलिए मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं कि आप सामने आइए और सच बताइए कि अगर मेरे ऊपर मुकदमा है, मैंने वापस लिया है, तो आप बताइए कि ये मुकदमा आपने अपना वापस लिया है। अगर किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने वापस लिया है तो आप क्यों नहीं बताते हो कि मुख्यमंत्री पे 307 था जो वापस लिया गया है, दंगे का मुकदमा था वापस लिया गया? ये क्यों नहीं बताते आप पीछे क्यों हट रहे हो? क्यों पीछे हट रहे हो आप?
मैं क्या कर रहा हूं? यहीं बैठा हूं।
तो आप बताइए कौन से मुकदमे वापस लिए गए?
मैं तो कह रहा हूं ना, देखिए मैं जैसे ही बोला, देखिए वो जो आप 6 केसेस की बात करते हैं, चाहे बीजेपी हो, एसपी हो, बीएसपी हो, कोई पार्टी का, कांग्रेस भी ले लीजिए, चलिए आपके तो वो दो।
देखिए कांग्रेस से मुझे बात नहीं करनी, कांग्रेस की सरकार नहीं है, वहां सरकार बीजेपी की है।
नहीं, मैं तो कह रहा हूं चारों के लिए, किसी के बारे में आपके ऊपर क्या आज की तारीख में समाजवादी पार्टी के किसी नेता के ऊपर? बोलिए बोलिए।
क्योंकि बात उलझ जाएगी। आप यूपी के विकास की बात करें। यूपी का विकास होगा तो देश का विकास होगा।
आप तो मानते ही नहीं कि विकास हो रहा है।
क्योंकि यूपी जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ेगा तो शायद देश भी उससे आगे बढ़ेगा। सवाल यह है कि अगर पुरानी सरकार ने कुछ काम अच्छा किया है तो कम से कम आपको बताना चाहिए कि हाँ इस सरकार का काम है। मैं ये कहता हूं, और आप मुझे गलत साबित करिए इस बात को।
वो तो कहते हैं काम नहीं, मील का पत्थर जरूर लगाया।
मैं ये कहता हूं कि आगरा से लखनऊ एक्सप्रेसवे, लखनऊ से लेकर के गाजीपुर तक जो एक्सप्रेसवे बना वो समाजवादियों की देन है। अगर उस समय समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार ने ये डिजाइन न किया होता टेक्निकली कि सड़क पर आपके एयरफोर्स के हवाई जहाज उतर सकते हैं, अगर डिजाइन न किया होता तो क्या देश के प्रधानमंत्री हवाई जहाज लेकर के सड़क पर उतर जाते?
अखिलेश जी, ये आपने आज मान लिया। चलिए पहली बार ये अच्छा हुआ कि आपने रिपब्लिक में माना कि आपने डिजाइन किया था, क्योंकि पता ये सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है। बीएसपी कहती है उन्होंने बनाए, एसपी कहती है उन्होंने बनाए, कांग्रेस कहती है ये तो तीनों ऐसे बोल रहे हैं मैंने तो तब फाइल साइन कर दी थी।
नहीं,
आज आप कह रहे हो कि आपने डिजाइन
इतना बड़ा चैनल नाम रिपब्लिक रख रहे हैं,
मैं आपसे
पूरी जानकारी रखनी चाहिए
कांग्रेस। अरे थोड़ी नहीं पूरी रखी है, तभी तो नाम के साथ बता रहा हूँ। कांग्रेस कहती है जब उनकी उस समय सरकार थी उन्होंने तब प्लानिंग बनाई थी ऐसी। आप कह रहे हैं कि आपने डिजाइन किया। बीजेपी कह रही है भाई हमने तो बना दिया। बहन जी कह रही है भूलो मत फाइल पे साइन मेरा था। जनता कह रही है हमें तो सड़क चाहिए थी। जनता कह रही है हमें सड़क चाहिए, हमें नहीं मत नहीं।
क्या बोल रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, मैं आपसे ये कह रहा हूँ।
आप क्या बोल रहे हैं?
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ अखिलेश जी, आप ये बात मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ जो रियलिटी है।
देखिए आगरा तक, दिल्ली से नोएडा टू आगरा जी मायावती जी की देन है। उसमें बीच में समाजवादी सरकार भी थी, उद्घाटन समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार में हुआ। उसके बाद जो आपका आगरा से लेकर के जी और लखनऊ तक जो उस समय की सबसे बेहतरीन डिजाइन थी टेक्निकली, और एक हाईवे कैसे बनता है, क्योंकि उसकी जो डिजाइन थी वो आज एनएचआई कॉपी कर रहा है। ये बात मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि वो बेटर डिजाइन थी उस समय की, और उसके बाद का डिजाइन समाजवादी सरकार का था क्योंकि टेंडर और चीजें हो गई थी। ये लैंड एक्विजिशन हो गया था। 70% लैंड एक्विजिशन हो जाए जी, उसका प्रोजेक्ट का आप दूसरी सरकार का बोलोगे आप? और फिर जो आज यूपी में मेट्रो चल रही है, नोएडा से दिल्ली को जोड़ने वाली मेट्रो, नोएडा से ग्रेटर नोएडा चलने वाली मेट्रो, लखनऊ आगरा की मेट्रो, कानपुर की मेट्रो, लखनऊ की मेट्रो। मुझे लगता है लखनऊ बहुत याद आ रहा है, लेकिन याद आने के साथ साथ ये भी याद रखिए आप, जो लखनऊ की मेट्रो है जहां तक समाजवादी सरकार में बनी थी उस जगह से वापस आ जाती है। इस सरकार में 1 इंच भी आगे नहीं बढ़ी।
ये जो इशू है अखिलेश जी, और मैं इसके बाद आगे अगले इशू भी है, सिर्फ एक हाईवे, एक मेट्रो, एक नहीं, एक अगर किसी गांव में नाली भी बनी है तो वहां भी एसपी, बीएसपी, कांग्रेस, बीजेपी सब ये कहते हैं मैंने बनाई है कोई, लेकिन जनता नहीं। आप तो देखिए, आप तो आजकल बहुत ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, आप तो आजकल यूपी में भी बहुत ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, बीच बीच में आप गाड़ी रोक देते हैं, तस्वीरें आते हैं, आप जनता से मिल रहे हैं। आपको लगता नहीं कि जनता को इससे मतलब नहीं है कि किसने सैंक्शन की, किसने फाइल आगे बढ़ाई, किसने क्या तकनीक, उसको डेवलपमेंट चाहिए।
ठीक है,
द लेवल ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स नीड्स टू बी एलिवेटेड।
मैं आपकी बात को स्वीकार करता हूं।
थैंक यू।
कुछ सरकारें हजारों करोड़ रुपए प्रचार पे खर्चती हैं, कुछ सरकारें खर्च नहीं कर पाई। इतना सा फर्क है, क्योंकि लोग ओन करना चाहते हैं। आज मैं बैठा हूं, मैं इसीलिए ओन कर रहा हूं चीजों क्योंकि मैंने बनाया। अगर मैंने नहीं बनाई होती तो शायद मैं वो नहीं कर सकता था। मुझे पता है कि आखिरी गांव कौन सा है जहां तक सड़क गई है, अलाइनमेंट किस गांव में आखिरी पखनपुरा है गाजीपुर का, लेकिन उसे 1 इंच आगे नहीं बढ़ा पाए। शायद वो एक्सप्रेसवे आगे चला गया होता तो बिहार को जुड़ गया होता। आपने क्यों नहीं छोड़ा? केवल एक्सप्रेसवे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, आपका ये हो। मैं तो ये बात दूसरी और कह देता हूं, शहरी चुनाव चल रहा है, शहरों में चुनाव चल रहा है, और शहर हमारे कैसे अच्छे हों, उसका कूड़ा कैसे खत्म हो, शहर का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसे बेहतर हो। आपने स्मार्ट सिटी के बहाने उत्तर प्रदेश में सबसे ज्यादा शहरों को चिन्हित किया। मैं जानना चाहता हूं, या जनता जाने, क्योंकि चुनाव हो रहा है, कि स्मार्ट सिटी में आपने क्या काम किया, कितना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेहतर किया है। उन शहरों का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेहतर नहीं हुआ। क्यों नहीं बेहतर किया आपने सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए काम क्यों नहीं किया? आपने कहा कि हम गंगा मैया को ठीक कर देंगे, सफाई कर देंगे। आप बताओ गंगा मैया की कितनी सफाई की आपने? आप बताइए कौन सा नाला नहीं जुड़ रहा उससे? एक एग्जाम्पलरी काम समाजवादी सरकार ने करके दिखाया लखनऊ में, उसी शहर में जिसका नाम आप ले रहे हो, गोमती रिवर फ्रंट। वो देश का और रिवर फ्रंटों से भी सुंदर रिवर फ्रंट है। मैं आज भी दावा कर सकता हूं, पिछले 6 साल की बर्बादी के बाद भी। तो रिवर फ्रंट क्रिएट किया। आपके नदियां कैसे साफ होंगी जब तक आप और नदियों को साफ नहीं करेंगे? क्या यमुना साफ हो गई?
वैसे 6 मिनट में आपने बोला कि जो भी प्रेजेंट सरकार है कुछ नहीं किया, लेकिन फिर भी जनता ने आपको एक बार नहीं 2 बैक टू बैक इलेक्शन हराए। इतना काम करने के बाद भी तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ रहा होगा। अगर मैं आपकी एक बार बात मान भी लूं तो इसी लखनऊ नहीं, इसी उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने आपको 2 इतने काम कर रहे हैं, आपने फिर भी हरा दिए। बहरहाल मैं अब आगे बढ़ रहा हूं। आपने बिहार की बात की, सो फ्रॉम नीतीश कुमार टू अरविंद केजरीवाल, आप तो आजकल सबसे मिल रहे हैं या सब आपसे मिलने आ रहे हैं, है ना? देखिए अरविंद, नहीं आपने कहा करोड़ों रुपए वाला, तो आजकल तो अरविंद केजरीवाल का करोड़ों रुपए का घर की बात हो रही है, बट मैं वो नहीं कर रहा हूं। मैं कह रहा हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, केसीआर, नीतीश कुमार जी ने आज अभी बहुत बड़ा काम किया। उन्होंने एक ऐसे गैंगस्टर को छुड़वा दिया जिसने एक सर्विंग, आप जानते हैं, आप तो डीएम से डायरेक्टली बात करते थे जब आप मुख्यमंत्री थे, एक सर्विंग डीएम को मारा था, मॉब लिंचिंग में उसका नाम था, उसको छुड़वा दिया। किस लिए? सो दैट ही कैन बी प्रेजेंट इन अ फैमिली फंक्शन।
वापस आ जाओ यूपी पर आप, तो शायद अच्छा रहेगा।
नहीं, मैं सिर्फ बात बता रहा हूं क्योंकि ये सारे नेता आपसे मिलने आ रहे हैं आजकल। अरविंद केजरीवाल केम टू मीट यू, नीतीश कुमार केम टू मीट यू, केसीआर के पास आप गए, केसीआर यहां पे आए। ये क्या चल रहा है? आपको लगता है 24 में आप सब एक साथ आके कुछ यू कैन मेक अ डिफरेंस? आपको सच में लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और नीतीश कुमार जैसे नेताओं के साथ मिलकर आप बीजेपी को टक्कर दे पाएंगे अखिलेश जी?
क्योंकि मां गंगा साफ नहीं हुई। अब आप दलों के बारे में बात करें तो मैं स्वीकार करता हूं, क्योंकि दलों से मिलना तो ठीक है ना, इसमें क्या खराबी है?
बिल्कुल अच्छा है,
क्योंकि कोई ना कोई विपक्ष तो हो और कोई रास्ता खुले ऐसा कि जहां पर बीजेपी का मुकाबला किया जा सके। और लोकतंत्र में यही है कि समय समय पर गठबंधन बनते हैं, समय समय पर फ्रंट बनते हैं। जो दिल्ली में सरकार होती है उसके खिलाफ, जब कांग्रेस थी तो कांग्रेस के खिलाफ गठबंधन बनते थे, आज बीजेपी है तो बीजेपी के खिलाफ है, क्योंकि पहले बीजेपी में गठबंधन था। बीजेपी का भी तो गठबंधन है। आप यूपी में देखिए कौन सा दल उनके साथ नहीं है, सब छोटे दल है उनके साथ। अरे हमारे साथ एक दल आया, उसको भी दल को ले गए, जाने क्या लालच दिया। तो जो बात आप कहते हो, कि मैं पहले चुनाव हार गया,
नहीं हारे आप, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं हुआ ये, तो अब ये भी नहीं मानेंगे।
तो इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि
आप
पता
कुछ मान ही रहे हैं आप।
देखिए मैं स्वीकार कर रहा हूं,
ये तो मानिए,
लोकतंत्र में हार जीत तो चलती है, लेकिन सवाल यह है कि समाजवादी पार्टी वहां खड़ी और किस किस से लड़ाई लड़ रही है? आपके प्रशासन से लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ रही है, झूठे प्रचार से लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ रही है, नफरत को मिटाने के लिए लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ रही है, और एक धन दौलत जो पैसा लग रहा है चुनाव में उससे लड़ना पड़ रहा है। कोई छोटा मोटा मुकाबला थोड़ी है। नफरत की लड़ाई कोई आसान लड़ाई थोड़ी है।
ये नफरत की लड़ाई मतलब?
नफरत फैलाने वालों से लड़ना पड़ रहा है।
कौन फैला रहा है नफरत?
बीजेपी। कैसे? अरे ये कैसे पूछ रहे हो मुझसे? कैसे पूछ रहे हो?
आप ही से तो पूछूंगा, आप ही कह रहे हैं। अब आप कह रहे हैं तो मैं जनता से थोड़ी पूछूं क्यों भाई कैसे? आप बताएं कैसे अखिलेश जी?
बहुत नफरत फैला रहे हैं।
बहुत है?
बहुत नफरत।
कैसे?
बहुत नफरत फैला रहे हैं।
कैसे अखिलेश?
कैसे बताऊं मैं?
जैसे आप अपनी रैलीज में बताते हैं खिलाफ साफ साफ, आप तो उन नेताओं में
उन्होंने
साफ साफ।
मुझे याद है पिछले चुनाव में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये कहा कि जो छुट्टा जानवर है उसी समस्या का समाधान हो जाएगा। सरकार बन गई,
कैटल ऑन द रोड।
सरकार बन गई। कोई दिन उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं जाता जिसकी वजह से जिस दिन जान ना चली जाए किसी
और कोई दिन ऐसा भी नहीं जाता जब आप ट्वीट नहीं करते उसके बारे में। आप ट्वीट जरूर करते हो, यहाँ खुला, ये मिला, वहां
मुझे खुशी इस बात की कि कि कम से कम मेरे ट्वीट को आप भी फॉलो करें।
पत्रकार हूं, मैं नहीं करूंगा तो किसको करूंगा? और मेरे को तो सबको फॉलो करना है।
ट्वीट करूंगा और आप देखते रहिए, फॉलो करते रहिए। कम से कम आपको ये पता लग जाएगा कि बीजेपी से कितनी लड़ाई लंबी है जिससे रिपब्लिक बचाया जा सके।
मान रहे हैं आपकी लंबी लड़ाई है अभी, आप बाबा को टक्कर देने की स्थिति में नहीं है क्या? आप खुद कह रहे हैं कि अभी लंबी लड़ाई है अखिलेश जी।
देखिए, लंबी लड़ाई इसलिए बोल रहा हूं क्योंकि जो दल है वो दिल्ली में सरकार में है और दिल्ली की सरकार से लेकर के उत्तर प्रदेश में है, और जिस तरह का एजेंडा सामने रखा जाता है। मैंने जब चुनाव नहीं पड़ा मेरे पक्ष में आए तो मैंने यही कहा था कि मेरी कोशिश रही लोगों को मैं समझाऊं, लेकिन बीजेपी के लोग थे जो लोगों को बहका रहे थे। बहकाने वाले जीत गए, समझाने वाले हार गए।
समझाने वाले हार गए। अब आप ऐसे जब आप बोलते हैं तो आप जनता के ऊपर सवाल खड़ा कर देते हैं। आप ये नहीं सोचते?
जनता के सवाल नहीं खड़ा करता हूं, हम तो आपको भी समझा रहे हैं। अच्छा, मैं तो ये कहता हूं उत्तर प्रदेश में 3x660 सुपर क्रिटिकल थर्मल प्लांट लगे
जी। सबसे
ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन बिजली का बढ़ा क्योंकि यहां सब बुद्धिजीवी लोग बैठे हैं। मैं किसी को ऐसा नहीं गुमराह कर दूं। ट्रांसमिशन लाइन सबसे ज्यादा बिछाई गई, सबसे ज्यादा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में काम किया। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि बिजली हमने दी। मैं उनसे कहता हूं और कई बार कहा कि कम से कम एक बार आप 3x660 सुपर क्रिटिकल थर्मल प्लांट तो कह दो। आज तक एक भी बार कहा हो तो बता दो, और एक भी प्लांट लगाया हो तो बता दो। यूपी में बताओ, दिल्ली की सरकार है उनकी, आप यूपी को क्यों नहीं दे रहे हो? और मुझे याद है, मैं आपको ऑन द रिकॉर्ड कह रहा हूं, लालजी टंडन जी उस समय जिंदा थे। एक बहुत पुराने विधायक वाराणसी के श्यामराव दे चौधरी जी, वो दोनों भूख हड़ताल पे बैठ गए और उन्होंने कहा क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी की कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है, यहां पर 24 घंटे बिजली होनी चाहिए। मैंने उनसे कहा कि आपकी भूख हड़ताल खत्म हो, आपकी मांग मैं मान रहा हूं। और उसी दिन समाजवादी सरकार ने वाराणसी पार्लियामेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में 24 घंटे बिजली दे दी। लेकिन मैंने उनसे एक शर्त रखी थी, क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश दिल्ली की सरकार बनाता है, आप यूपी का बिजली का कोटा बढ़ा दो। मैंने हाउस में कहा, कई बार प्रेस में कहा, और मैं आपके सामने कहता हूं कि जब यूपी सरकार दिल्ली की बनवाता है तो यूपी की जनता महंगी बिजली के बिल क्यों दे? क्यों दिल्ली की सरकार उत्तर प्रदेश के बिजली का जो कोटा होता है क्यों नहीं बढ़ा रहे हैं?
तो आप भी क्या अपने जो न्यू फाउंड फ्रेंड हैं आपके अरविंद केजरीवाल, आप भी उनकी लाइन पे चल रहे हैं क्या? फ्री बिजली क्योंकि वो फ्री बिजली से फ्री दारू पहुंच गए, आप फ्री बिजली की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं क्या? नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे को कहीं से आप मेरे को लग रहा है इंडिकेशन कि कम क्यों मिले, फिर कम से होगा, इतना कम क्यों?
ये बात आपको नहीं कहनी चाहिए, और मैं तो ये जानता हूं।
क्यों दादा?
क्योंकि हम ही हमसे कम उम्र के हैं, लेकिन हम एक ही समय के, जहां फ्री दारू होगे वहां आप भी चले जाओगे।
क्यों जाएंगे दादा? मैं तो डाइट कोक पीता।
मुझे क्या पता तो फ्री दारू कहां मिल रही है? मैं दारू की बात ही करने नहीं आया।
आप नेता हैं।
नहीं, मैं मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
आपसे मिलने
आप यूपी में बात करिए, क्योंकि आपने यूपी के बारे में बहुत सारा प्रचार किया।
पर आप तो दिल्ली के बारे में भी
बात करिए, आप मेट्रो पे बात करिए। आप क्यों नहीं महंगाई पे बात कर रहे हो? हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी कह रहे हैं अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट ये है, क्या आप यकीन करोगे कि 100 में से 4 बेरोजगार हैं?
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ,
मैं यूपी के बारे में जानना चाहता हूँ।
बिल्कुल
मैं यूपी के बारे में जानना चाहता हूँ। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि यूपी में 100 में से 4 बेरोजगार हैं।
हाँ।
कौन यकीन मान लेगा इस बात को? वो कहते हैं कि जीडीपी हमारी इतनी होनी चाहिए, $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी के लिए 36% की ग्रोथ रेट चाहिए।
ये आंकड़े वर्सेस आंकड़े से जनता का क्या फायदा होगा?
अरे मैं कह रहा हूँ ग्रोथ रेट अगर 36% होगी तो कहीं ना कहीं हॉस्पिटल बन रहा होगा, फ्लाईओवर बन रहा होगा, लोगों को नौकरी मिल रही होगी।
अखिलेश जी, आप भी मुख्यमंत्री
क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए?
यही सारा तंत्र आपको भी रिपोर्ट करता था। नहीं अखिलेश जी समझिए ना, आप भी सीएम।
मैं जानता हूँ, मैंने लैपटॉप,
आपने नेताजी की सरकार भी देखी है। मैं आपसे ये बोल रहा हूँ, ये सारा तंत्र आपने भी देखा है।
मैंने
अपने सेट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट्स लाते हैं, आप अपने सेट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट्स लाते हैं।
हमारे काम
जनता बैठी है वो ये देखती है डॉक्यूमेंट्स documents. It's facts.
Not documents versus documents. But why are you running the channel then? You tell the truth.
वो कह रहे मैंने बनाया.
You tell the truth then.
जनता को क्या पता?
You tell the truth. What is the GDP then?
नल में पानी चाहिए.
You tell the truth. What is the rate of the electricity? You tell the truth now. Why are you not telling the truth? गंगा मैया साफ नहीं हुई. You tell BOD, COD, dissolved oxygen. ये है. Why don't you tell this?
गोमती रिवर फ्रंट में करप्शन हुआ था क्या अखिलेश जी?
Why are you not telling this then?
I am asking you.
Why not telling about the
expressway? I am asking you point blank.
You talk about power stations then?
Why I am?
You talk about
please
it then?
Tell me, are you saying that in last 8 to 9 years nothing has happened in Uttar Pradesh?
You tell me which power plant they have put.
No, they are saying that they have doubled the
You
roadblocks.
tell me which power plant they have put. You tell me one power plant.
None.
You tell me one power plant.
No, I am asking you none. Are you saying today मेरे पास facts नहीं है और मैं गलत नहीं बोलना चाहता? मेरे पास उसका fact नहीं है।
When you're not listening to me, why should I say that?
दादा, एक शब्द सुन रहा हूँ।
No, you're not listening to me.
क्या नहीं सुना मैंने आपको?
You tell me what metro they have. What आप हंसे बताओ कौन सी मेट्रो बनाई है यूपी में, बताइए मुझे आप। Tell one metro.
नहीं बनाई।
नहीं बनाई। I am thank you.
वो कह रहे हैं कि
मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ आपको।
और शहरों में मेट्रो हम ले गए।
किस शहर में ले गए? Tell the name ना।
जब आपकी सरकार थी तो नोएडा में मेट्रो कहाँ तक चलती थी?
No, don't lie. I shouldn't be suing this. Don't lie.
मैं तो पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे।
Don't lie. I'm asking you this कि ये बताओ उन्होंने कौन सी मेट्रो बनाई है? Tell me one city जहाँ पर उन्होंने मेट्रो शुरू की हो।
मतलब?
You tell me which one.
मैं आपसे ये बोल रहा हूँ अखिलेश जी, अगर आप उत्तर प्रदेश की, आप नोएडा आते हैं अब।
See, look at it. There's no point. There's no point. On the floor of house, I said and I asked the government कि आप बताइए डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स को किस 4 लेन से आपने जोड़ा है? मुझे सदन में तो आंसर नहीं मिला। आप आंसर दे दो।
सदन में नहीं मिला आपको? सदन द यूपी विधानसभा में आजकल इतना एक्साइटिंग हो गया है कि जब आप बोल रहे होते हैं या फिर मुख्यमंत्री बोल रहे होते हैं तो कब वो टसल, कब वो मतलब द्वंद्व युद्ध में बदल जाएगा पता नहीं चलता। आजकल तो ऐसे बात होती है, ये नहीं पता, वो नहीं पता, ये वो आर पार की लड़ाई होती है विधानसभा में।
झगड़ा तो आप भी करा सकते हो,
मैं भी करा सकता हूँ। मेरी जरूरत नहीं है।
मानोगे नहीं दूसरे
की। मेरी जरूरत नहीं है।
सच भी स्वीकार नहीं करोगे आप।
मेरी जरूरत नहीं है। आप लोग तो आपस में
कानून नहीं मानेंगे, संविधान नहीं मानेंगे, तो भी मैं कह रहा हूं आपको रिपब्लिक बचाना है, डेमोक्रेसी बचानी है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बचाना है। आसान है काम। कौन सुन रहा है हमारी बात? कौन सुन रहा है हमारी बात?
जनता तो सुनती होगी।
मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं कि समाजवादी सरकार ने बच्चों को आगे पढ़ाई कराने के लिए लैपटॉप दिए, लैपटॉप डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया। हजारों स्टोरीज हैं। बच्चों को पढ़ाया, हार्वर्ड चले गए, बच्चों को ने पढ़ाया, जॉब्स मिल गए, बच्चों को लैपटॉप दिया, आज ये पढ़ रहे हैं। बीजेपी ने कहा हम भी लैपटॉप देंगे। आप बताइए किस बच्चे को लैपटॉप दिया उन्होंने? अपने घोषणा पत्र में लिखा उन्होंने कि हम लैपटॉप देंगे। बताइए किस बच्चे को लैपटॉप दिया उन्होंने? आपने कहा हमारे बच्चे को देंगे, क्यों नहीं दिया आपने? आपने कहा कि हम एम्स इतने बना देंगे। कौन सा एम्स बनाया आपने? 2 समाजवादी सरकार में बने तो उसके बाद क्या बनाया? आपने कहा हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट को मेडिकल कॉलेजेस दे देंगे। मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, एडिशनल प्रोफेसर है ही नहीं। आप मेडिकल कॉलेज कैसे चला रहे हो? आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप? एम्बुलेंसेज आपने जो थी बर्बाद कर दी। 102, 108, 100 नंबर वर्ल्ड क्लास पुलिस रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टम दिया। मुझे याद है उस समय के एक अधिकारी को मैंने न्यूयॉर्क भेजा, NYPD का हेडक्वार्टर देख करके आए, सिंगापुर का रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टम देख करके आए। जब देख करके आए उसके बाद उन्होंने यूपी का डिजाइन किया। दैट वाज 1 डायल 100। आपने डायल 100
याद है आप लेके गए थे जब बस था, आपने बोला ये करा, लेकिन फिर
सब किया। और मुझे याद है कि जो पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर, मैं यहां कहता हूं, आपसे कहता हूं, जो पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर दिया है
वो आपने दिया।
वो उत्तर प्रदेश का सबसे अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पुलिस को काम करने के लिए दिया है। अरे पुलिस को काम करने के लिए दिया, बनाया तो हमने, उसका तो स्वीकार आपको करना ही पड़ेगा। लेकिन उस प्रदेश सरकार को अभी तक परमानेंट डीजीपी नहीं मिल पा रहा। कार्यवाहक डीजीपी, आप उसकी शोर क्यों नहीं उठाते हो? कार्यवाहक डीजीपी क्या होता है? क्योंकि आपका झगड़ा है दिल्ली से, इसलिए आप डीजीपी नहीं बना पा रहे परमानेंट एक।
अच्छा, अब
क्या ये बात गलत
तो
है?
अब मैं कर लूं दिल्ली की बात, जब आप, क्योंकि आप अरविंद केजरीवाल भी है, नीतीश, वो आप उनसे मिलते हैं, तो क्या आप सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करते हैं उनसे?
मैं मिलूंगा और मैं मिलता रहूंगा, कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकले, मैं कोशिश करूंगा।
नहीं, कोशिश देखिए, राजनीति में ये वो, अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2014 के बाद इज अ पार्टी विच फाइट एवरी इलेक्शंस टू विन। बंगाल में टीएमसी ने हराया उनको, लेकिन फिर भी आपने देखा किस तरह से उन्होंने वहां जोर लगाया। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि अगर उन्हें पता होता है हार या जीत, वो इलेक्शन में जोर लगाते हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में और नेशनली आपको लगता है सचमुच अरविंद केजरीवाल, नीतीश कुमार, ममता दीदी आपसे मिलने आती हैं, आप वहां जाते हैं, केसीआर साहब, ऑल ऑफ दीज लीडर्स कमिंग टुगेदर। मैं
तो
दोबारा पूछ रहा हूं,
ये क्या खराब बात है? अगर बीजेपी अलायंस कर रही है, ये यूपी में बीजेपी एक पार्टी से अलायंस, फिर दूसरी पार्टी से अलायंस,
इसका कोई फर्क पड़ेगा या ऐसे ही है, ये टाइम पास
पड़ेगा? अगर यूपी में जैसे अलायंस कर करके बीजेपी जीती है, हमने भी अलायंस किया, हमने मुकाबला किया। आने वाले समय में मुझे उम्मीद है कि देश के कई दल जो लड़ रहे हैं कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकालेंगे। क्योंकि आप देखिए ना, महंगाई क्या है, बेरोजगारी क्या है।
जब आप लोग एक साथ आके इस बार जब जनता के सामने जाएंगे, अभी भी निकाय चुनाव, लोकल इलेक्शन उत्तर प्रदेश में चालू हैं, क्या वो आपसे पूछेंगे नहीं कि भाई ये माफिया के खिलाफ जब एक्शन होता है, गैंगस्टर्स को जब अरेस्ट किया जाता है और गैंगस्टर्स को जब
तो मैं
जिसको
स्वीकार
आप
कर रहा हूं।
ठोको की राजनीति, आपके कई प्रवक्ता, कई आपके नेता कुछ भी बोलते हैं।
किसी माफिया के खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो, कोई उस पर आपत्ति नहीं। कानून कहता है जो कानून तोड़ेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी। कार्रवाई करिए, किसने रोका है?
तो
लेकिन कार्रवाई में भेदभाव क्यों हो रहा है? कार्रवाई में भेदभाव क्यों हो रहा है?
कैसा भेदभाव, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं।
आप देखिए, आप यूपी के टॉप 10 माफिया, टॉप 100 माफिया निकालिए, उन सब पे कार्रवाई करिए।
मैंने वो आपकी लिस्ट देखी थी, वो जो समाजवादी पार्टी के ऑफिशियल हैंडल से आपने फिर वो ट्वीट तो हमारा रिसर्च ने दिया, उसमें आपने नहीं लगता कि आपने कुछ भेदभाव किया?
समाजवादी पार्टी
क्या उसमें मुख्तार अंसारी का नाम था?
अगर मैं भेदभाव कर रहा हूं,
मैं आपसे सीधा पूछ रहा
करता हूं,
क्या आपकी माफिया की लिस्ट में मुख्तार अंसारी का नाम था?
हमारी समाजवादी पार्टी ने, हम कोई एजेंसी नहीं है जो हम किसी की लिस्ट बनाए। माफिया कौन है?
आपने बनाई।
सरकार को माफिया पर की लिस्ट नहीं है।
आप वरिष्ठ नेता, मैं ये कहना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन
बनाऊंगा,
आप झूठ नहीं बोल सकते। आपने बनाई।
मेरे पे कोई एजेंसी थोड़ी है जो मेरी लिस्ट बना देगा।
ऑफिशियली आपकी पार्टी के हैंडल से
मैं कोई पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की ऑफिस में कोई डीजीपी बैठा हूं
यहाँ पे किया
ये काम
ऑफिशियली आपने किया? और क्या उसमें मुख्तार अंसारी का नाम था? मैं तो फ्रैंकली पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे।
देखिए, सवाल ये नहीं है। अरे जो माफिया है, जो गलत लोग हैं, उन पर पुलिस कार्रवाई।
मुख्तार अंसारी माफिया हैं आपके हिसाब से?
मैं कौन होता हूं? कोर्ट नहीं तय करेगा, कोर्ट तय करेगा, कोर्ट फैसला ले। मैं कौन होता हूं बोलने वाला?
जब आप जनता के बीच जाते हैं, आप तो जाते हैं जनता के बीच, मेरे को पता आपको जाना है, जल्दी आपकी फ्लाइट है। ये जब आप जाते हैं जनता के बीच और आप जब ये कहते हैं मैं कैसे डिसाइड करूं कि ये गैंगस्टर है कि नहीं है, मैं कैसे डिसाइड करूं कि ये माफिया है कि नहीं है, तो वो आपसे बोलते नहीं वोट तो मैं आपको देता हूं। वही चीज वो बीजेपी को भी बोलते होंगे, कांग्रेस को भी बोलते होंगे, बीएसपी को भी बोलते होंगे कि वोट तुम्हें देता हूं तो तुम डिसाइड करो ना कि मुख्तार अंसारी को टिकट दोगे कि नहीं दोगे। देखिए, मैं तो समाजवादी पार्टी से आपने लोगों को
मैं ये भी कहता हूं कि ऐसी भी सरकार न हो कि जो मुख्यमंत्री अपने केस वापस लो। ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री अपने केस बताएं। ये बात गलत क्या है? आप क्यों नहीं नाम ले रहे हैं? अगर मेरे पे आप ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं, मैं नाम नहीं ले रहा हूं, तो आप क्यों नहीं नाम ले रहे हैं? कौन मुख्यमंत्री जिन्होंने अपने मुकदमे वापस लिए?
अखिलेश जी, मैंने कहा आरोप बोला, मैंने नाम भी लिया, मैंने शब्द भी लिया।
मैं ये जरूर जनता में कहता हूं, माफिया हो, अपराधी हो, गुंडे हो, बदमाश हो, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो, कानूनी कार्रवाई हो, जेल जाएं, कड़ी कार्रवाई हो। कौन नहीं कहता? कौन पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं कहती? लेकिन सवाल ये भी है कि आप उत्तर प्रदेश का विकास चाहते हैं कि नहीं चाहते हैं?
क्योंकि आप लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पे ही हारे थे इलेक्शन, आपको याद है ना?
नहीं, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर
बीजेपी कहती है कि उन्होंने आपको लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पे हराया।
कैसे तय कर दोगे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पे हारा?
नहीं, जनता डिसाइड करती है, आप या मैं नहीं करते, जनता करती है। उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने किया कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पे आप हार गए। अखिलेश,
जिस सरकार ने पुलिस को वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टम दिया हो, पुलिस का रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टम था ही नहीं, पुलिस पहुंचती नहीं थी, गाड़ियां नहीं थी, गाड़ियों में डीजल पेट्रोल भरने वाला नहीं था। ये पुलिस विभाग के अधिकारियों से आप पूछिए कि क्या थाने में जो गाड़ी होती थी उसमें डीजल पेट्रोल के लिए बजट होता था कि नहीं होता था?
अखिलेश जी,
तो ये बहुत सी चीजें हैं जिसके बारे में आपको जानकारी हासिल करनी चाहिए।
नेताजी के साथ बहुत ट्रैवल किया है, आप जानते हैं कि नेता अफसरों से नहीं जनता से पूछता, और जनता ने जवाब दिया। जनता ने आपको एक बार नहीं दो बार जवाब दिया कि दे आर नॉट सेटिस्फाइड विद यू। और ये मैं नहीं, जनता कह रही, उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता, मैं तो नेशनल में बातें नहीं कर रहा, उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने बोला अगर आप बेटर कर सकते हैं।
और मान लीजिए
लास्ट आंसर ऑन दिस,
मैं 24 में जीत करके आऊं तब आपसे इंटरव्यू करूंगा।
तो अगर आप आएंगे तो, और आप प्रॉमिस करिए आज अर्नब बैठे हैं कि आप सबसे पहला इंटरव्यू अर्नब को देंगे उस दिन, जिस दिन अगर आप 24 में जीते या हारे, वॉट एवर योर फर्स्ट इंटरव्यू टू अर्नब।
जीतने पर दूंगा, हारने पे नहीं दूंगा।
एंड इट्स लाइव। नहीं, ये क्या,
हम भी समझदार हैं अर्नब जी जितने।
नहीं, समझदार हैं आप, बिल्कुल। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सो दैट वाज अखिलेश यादव, सीनियर समाजवादी पार्टी लीडर।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू अखिलेश।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Brewak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को
A very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest and many updates coming in from battleground Karnataka. Just 3 days left for the Karnataka polls. We'll get to you all the updates. But first, the headlines we're tracking right now.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी के जय, बोलो भारत माता की।
13 constituencies in 26 kilometers. It's Prime Minister's biggest roadshow in Bengaluru. BJP goes all out with rallies and roadshows in the last leg of campaigning in Karnataka.
Without applying their mind legally or constitutionally. These people announcing everything, but those things will not going to implement by both the parties.
H.D. Kumaraswamy lashes out at Congress over the issue of corruption and Bajrang Dal. Senior army officers at Rajouri, Rajnath heads to Jammu as anti-terror operations continue. India salutes the 5 brave hearts who laid down their lives fighting terror in Rajouri. In a win against terror, forces gunned down one Lashkar terrorist in Baramulla. Viewers, let's go to our top story. A day after 5 Jawans were martyred in Rajouri operations. Taking stock of the situation of the incident, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met the Jawans in Rajouri. Let's go straight to Gursimran, who is joining us live. Gursimran, we know that Rajnath Singh is in Jammu and Kashmir for a key meet. And after that terrible incident where we lost army personnel to the menace of terrorism, Rajnath interacting with troops. What's the latest?
See, Rajnath Singh has arrived here some 1.5 hours back. He held a high-level security review meeting that was attended by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, along with the Army Chief General Manoj Pandey and other senior officials of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police. As now the meeting has ended, the operation continues to flush those terrorists, those who are still active in the area and were behind the martyrdom of 5 jawans of the special forces of the Indian Army. As we speak, the operation continues in the upper reaches of the Kandi, Rajouri, where we are right now reporting from. But Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has left for the national capital. From here he has gone to Jammu, and from Jammu he will be heading to the national capital. He has held a security review meeting in which he was briefed about the ongoing operation, some of the drone footages that were available with the Indian Army, that how these terrorists are operating in the area and how tough the thick foliage is making this entire operation. Because you see, with each passing minute, the moment couple of minutes back when I started speaking, there was a bright sunlight, and now it is jam-packed weather. So it is that every passing minute the weather is also posing a challenge to the security forces that are operating in the thick foliage area, and the terrorists are believed to be hiding in the upper reaches. That is making it really very difficult. I request Sarjeevan to show you that how this area's terrain is, that unlike Bhataduriya where the forces have to go deep down, this time the forces have to approach towards the height, and what it is believed that the terrorists are occupying heights, and from there only they are firing at the troops of the Indian Army and the security forces. So this has been the modus operandi, and as we speak, more and more security forces are being rushed to the site of incident. Even the specialized forces of the Indian Army, they are also being rushed to the site of incident so as to ensure that this anti-terror operation that is underway can be culminated at an earliest. But I spoke to some of the senior officials in the Indian Army, and they are saying that each and every step is being taken tactically to avoid any further loss to on-site, and also to ensure that the terrorists don't get a chance to make much damage. They have done the damage, but they won't be allowed to do further damage, and that's why this operation might take some more time. When it comes to the timeline, they are not giving any timeline, but they are saying that this entire area will be wiped out from the terrorism. That's for very sure. And those two groups that are believed to be active in this entire area, 10 to 12 terrorists are active in 3 to 4 groups in Rajouri and Poonch. That is what DGP Dilbag Singh has also told us. So now what is happening, that the counter-terror operation is on. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has held a high-level security review meeting with officials. He has given strict directions that the terrorism from this area where the Pakistan is trying to revive, because once upon when some 2 decades back, the Surankot area, it was like that the terrorists used to rule this area, but it is to the forces that they have got the terrorism wiped out from this area. Now Pakistan is trying to revive the terrorism in this area, but the forces are saying and of the view that those terrorists that have been sent from across the border to vitiate the peace process and to bring back terrorism in the Poonch Rajouri, they will be neutralized. So that's why the army chief was also here, the Union Defence Minister was also here, the MHA is also keeping a strict vigil on the developments that are taking place, because this all is being done to vitiate the peace process and to send a message to the international community that all is not well in Jammu and Kashmir. Ahead of the G20, Pakistan is trying to foment trouble as much as they can. So that's why the forces on ground are on the alert and trying hard to neutralize the terrorists that were behind the attack on the security forces that claimed the life of 5 jawans of the para squad of the Indian Army. Yes.
Absolutely, Gurusimran, absolutely. And we are seeing that 2 terrorists have also been killed in separate encounters in Rajouri and Baramulla. So this is a separate encounter which had taken place both in Rajouri and Baramulla. This, of course, coming in after the 5 jawans, the 5 soldiers who lost their lives yesterday. So we are seeing that even though all our forces are trying really hard to shut down the menace of terrorism, we are seeing that this kind of incidents are repeating again and again.
See, the anti-terror operation that was launched in Baramulla, it was a clean and swift operation that has been carried out. But now coming to the operation that has been launched in the Rajouri district, this is one of the toughest operation because the terrorists that have come here possibly from the Pakistan or Pashto, they are highly trained terrorists and they are well aware of the jungle warfare, that how jungle warfare is fought and how they can give a tough time to the security forces, and that's why they have been able to carry out more than 26 casualties in the past 1.5 years. So that is something really very worrisome for the security forces, and that's why the intensified operations are on. And the security forces, they have launched a massive cordon in the area so as to ensure that the terrorists don't break the cordon. Since morning 1:30 when the gunfight broke out, the terrorists have been able to break the cordon twice. That is what we are getting to know. So these terrorists are highly trained terrorists prepared for the jungle warfare, and that's why they are giving time and again slip to the security forces. But now more and more special forces are being inducted into the operations. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Gurusumit, for getting us all the details. Army Chief and Rajnath are monitoring the operations. Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister, and keep getting us top updates, Gurusumit. Let's go ahead and see, viewers, what else is making news today. Bihar CM Nitish Kumar has asked the Chief Secretary to talk to his counterpart in violence-hit Manipur to provide adequate security to people from the state living there. He also asked the Chief Secretary to make arrangements for the safe return of those who are willing to come back to their native places in the eastern state. The latest update on the ongoing gun battle of security forces with terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir. Rajouri, the security forces have neutralized one terrorist in the Kandi forest area and also recovered arms and ammunition, including one AK-57 rifle and hand grenade. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and Army Chief General Manoj Pandey has visited Jammu today to review the security situation amid the ongoing encounter between security forces and terrorists in Rajouri's forest area. Security has been beefed up across Jammu and Kashmir. The Army, Police and CRPF have been deployed in parts of Valley. Latest weapons, including a new gadget, and has been given to the forces in order to monitor situations on national highways and markets. Terror outfits have already warned for attacks on forces in coming days. Massive landslide occurred near Himachal Pradesh's Mandi district, leading to a long jam in this area, according to Assistant Superintendent of Police. The landslide happened around 5 kilometers away from Mandi and is one of the biggest landslides in the area. No casualties have been reported. And in the Deoria jail case, a special judge Ajay Vikram Singh has ordered to close mafia Atik's file. Atik, who was shot dead, was accused of kidnapping and beating the property dealer Mohit Jaiswal, extorting 45 crores. Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari said his visit has now attending the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Foreign Minister Summit was a success hours after Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar called him out as a perpetrator of terrorism and said the victims and the perpetrators of terrorism cannot sit together to discuss terrorism. Referring to Jaishankar, in fact, he also went on to say that his comment, his wish.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV, and as Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari set foot in Goa to discuss on the SCO's agenda under India's presidency, Indian security forces were concurrently engaged in counter-terrorism operations in the Kashmir Valley. This morning, Indian forces engaged terrorists in Baramulla. Here are all the latest developments.
Gunfight ensued between security forces and terrorists in the early hours of this morning. The Jammu and Kashmir police say they received input on terrorist movement in the Karhama Kunzer and Wanigam Pine Kriri area of Baramulla and launched search and cordon ops to close down on the terrorists.
इन्फॉर्मेशन के मिलते ही बारामूला पुलिस, आर्मी 2RR और 176 बटालियन सीआरपीएफ की जॉइंट पार्टीज ने इलाके में कॉर्डन एंड सर्च ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया। ये कॉर्डन एंड सर्च ऑपरेशन जब चल रहा था तब एक रिहायशी मकान से जो है हमारी पार्टीज में फायरिंग हुई। इस फायरिंग के रिटेलिएशन में जो है एक दहशतगर्द अब तक मारा जा चुका है। ये दहशतगर्द जो है ये लश्कर-ए-तोयबा तंजीम से वाबस्ता है और कुलगाम जिले का रहने वाला है। इस मसले में हमने एफआईआर रजिस्टर करके तफ्तीश शुरू कर दी है।
The operation in Baramulla was a leg of a broader operation launched in Jammu and Kashmir in a concerted effort to counter terrorism ahead of the G20 Tourism Working Group meeting in Srinagar. Indian forces engaged the terrorists in retaliation after they opened fire. One terrorist was gunned down by security forces. He's prescribed to be associated to Pakistan's Lashkar-e-Taiba, and incriminating materials including an AK series rifle and ammunition were recovered.
कश्मीर घाटी में लगातार ऑपरेशन ऑल आउट जारी है। हम देख रहे हैं, मेरे पीछे आपको दिखा सकते हैं, कश्मीर घाटी में जहां पहले से ही हाई अलर्ट डिक्लेयर किया है, उसके साथ साथ हम देख रहे हैं कि इस तरह से अलग अलग जगहों पे कश्मीर घाटी के साथ साथ जम्मू में भी ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं। हालांकि यहाँ हम देख सकते हैं कि इस तरह से लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के इक्विपमेंट से पूरी सिटीज़ में, पूरे टाउन्स, उसके साथ साथ विलेज में नज़र रखी जा रही है कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के, अगर हम ड्रोन्स की बात करें, उसके साथ साथ बाकी BDS स्क्वाड भी लगातार कश्मीर घाटी के अलग अलग हिस्सों में सुबह से यहाँ पे मॉनिटर कर रहा है।
This even as Bilawal Bhutto Zardari made tall claims about Pak's anti-terror stance on the sidelines of the SCO meet in Goa. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
सिद्धार्थ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side as only 3 days are left for the Karnataka polls. 13 constituencies in 26 kilometers. It's Prime Minister's biggest road show in Bengaluru.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I'm
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
We will.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. So some
अभी घोषणा पत्र करा। घोषणा पत्र में बजरंग बली का कांग्रेस पार्टी, और वहां से भी नहीं रुकते। ये कांग्रेस के बड़ा नेता कहता है कि बजरंग बली की जन्मतिथि कौन सी है, बर्थडे कौन सी है, आपके पास सर्टिफिकेट है? अरे कांग्रेस वालों, पूरे देश को बर्थडे मालूम है, हनुमान जयंती की पूर्णिमा को बजरंग बली का जन्म होगा।
पीएफआई एक प्रतिबंधित ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन कांग्रेस जब कर्नाटक में थी तो इन्होंने पीएफआई के सदस्यों को छोड़ भी दिया। सिद्धरमैया जी की सरकार थी। अपने आप में दिखाता है कि आतंकवाद को बल देने वाले और जो धर्म के नाम पर भी आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देते हैं, अपनी वोट की राजनीति के लिए कांग्रेस उनके साथ खड़ी हो जाती है और हिंदुओं को बदनाम करने का काम और हिंदू आतंकवाद का नाम देने का काम जो कांग्रेस ने किया।
बजरंग दल को बैन करने की बात करते हैं। बजरंग दल को बैन करने का मतलब कांग्रेस के द्वारा सीधे सीधे हिंदू आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ करने का प्रयास हो रहा है।
PFI is already banned. And what is the history of the Karnataka? That Siddaramaiah government has released PFI detainee. They have withdrawn the cases from PFI. That BJP is banning PFI, so to appease Muslim, will ban Bajrang Dal. That is why I said it is a Muslim agenda. They are basically what PFI cannot say, today Congress party is saying that we will take revenge. PSI doesn't have a guts to say that we'll take revenge because they know what we are going to do them.
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to go, get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
Get out of this. Cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I'm
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
sorry,
this.
we are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruach? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruach? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruach? Christian, would you give facts to India?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
Hemantara, thank you very much for coming. It is our honor.
Thank you.
It is our honor to have you. And you can see the full house out here. I think it's a full house on television, it's a full house on live streaming, because you ensure a full house nowadays. You're a full house nowadays. You're a, as they say in film language, you're a box office hit in Indian politics. Am I right? Am I right?
I think Republic always present full house.
No, it is entirely you. You're also on a hit list also now. There's a lot of people, you know, you're on the Congress hit list. Rahul Gandhi has a special connection with you. Every second tweet of Rahul Gandhi is only about you. He seems to be obsessed with you.
अभी भी आप राहुल गांधी का ट्वीट देखते हो?
Only when he mentions you.
मैं तो किसी को आउटसोर्स करके रखा हूँ कि आप देख लो.
But there's such a lot of action in Assam now. Assam is a hub of action, you know, and it's in the news. Politically, I mean, politically, if there's a government being formed in Maharashtra, it is happening in Guwahati. Everything is happening in Guwahati. Actually, if Amritpal has been caught in Punjab, he's taken to Guwahati. So, you know, I'm saying that you are making...
Actually, Arnab, if you follow Vastu Shastra, then northeast cone or northeast size is the most holiest. Most holiest. So everything you start from northeast, you are bound to succeed. You start everything from northeast, you will 100% your success is ensured. This is as per our ancient Vastu Shastra.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes. So you should start a studio of Republic in Northeast.
Okay. Is that a hint? Yes. You want Republic in
I'm inviting you.
Well. It's great to have you nowadays. You know. What is your political approach? You have this hard-hitting style. You're quite straightforward about things. As they say, you go for the kill. Recently, you know, any particular case that happens, you shoot from the hip. You said in my Republic Bharat summit that people don't want madrasas. You said that, you remember that? You made that statement that I want to give people a different kind of schools. Some people say that you're anti-minority in your approach, right, Sohail? ये कहा जाता है हिमंता बिश्व शर्मा के बारे में हर बार कि इनकी पोजीशन प्रो गवर्नेंस हो सकती है, मगर जो धारणा बनी है that थोड़ा सा आप एंटी माइनॉरिटी हैं अपने अप्रोच में, उसके बारे में कुछ कहना चाहेंगे at the start?
नहीं, देखिए, if you look at the minority politics of the country, there is a one approach from Delhi, or you can name it as an approach from the so-called aristocratic elite kind of Delhi, where they want that minority people should be an instrument of politics. An impression should be created on their mind that you are minority, so you have no right to be majority. You cannot become a doctor, you cannot become an engineer. You have to have a life which will ensure you a loyal vote bank of a particular party. But we have worked very hard to liberate minority people from their perception. So today, if you go to any place of Assam, any minority dominated place of Assam, I will draw the similar crowd which I will draw in the majority people. Because we are walking from them in real sense of term without appeasement. The Prime Minister has ensured that highest number of house which is allotted for the poor goes to the poor, not on the basis of religion, but the minorities are also poor. So that is why if you go by the statistics, highest number of minority people have been benefited from the pro-people policy of BJP. That is why we don't have problem in minority. So perception का तो बाजार होता है, कोई बनाता है perception, but reality we have no issue.
इस perception के बाजार में हिमंत जी, आपने कहा कि आप जब किसी minority dominated area में जाते हैं आसाम में, आप बाहर की बात भी कर रहे हैं, किस आसाम की बात?
देखिए, मैं तो normally I go to Assam because I have no exposure in the other part of the state the way I have exposure in Assam. But I feel comfortable. I said stop this madrasa. They said yes, Dada, we'll stop
Why
this madrasa.
do you say stop the madrasas?
I have explained n number of times that after 75 years of independence in India, you need doctor and engineer from minority community, not mullah from minority community. So if today, do you want your son to be something like that, those who knows only those part of the things which is exclusively deal with a religion? You will always encourage your children to have a profession. Along with the profession, you learn religion.
But will you say stop Vedic schools?
I think, you see.
Will you say stop Vedic schools?
Yes. So if Vedic school only encourage you to become a pujari, I'll ask you, yes, we should have a second thought.
You think?
But Vedic mathematics is better mathematics than the original mathematics. So Ved is a knowledge. Ved speaks about science. Ved speaks about philosophy. So Vedic knowledge is confined not only to one book. Vedic philosophy is confined to whole universe. How can I ask people, don't read Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam? That is in the Vedic philosophy. How can I ask people not to think about nature? So, the Vedic philosophy cannot be compared with a book or with a religion. It is much bigger. But had it been only about a particular, that through Vedic philosophy you will only become pujari, I would have advised strongly, bhai, dekho, you be pujari, but before that you take a general education. You must have an option whether you become doctor or you become pujari. But Vedic philosophy is so deft and it presents something much bigger than whatever you study in college and university. Even that you cannot compare.
Himanta Biswa Sharma, you're creating a politics of consensus which includes coalitions. Yesterday, Chandrababu Naidu was here. Shravan Sen was asking him questions. He indicated that I am willing to, he said, everybody heard, TDP is willing to work with the BJP, indicated at the national level towards development. So, is the BJP a party that wants to have coalitions? Or is the BJP a party that says we are the main party? If you want to tag along, you can. It's your choice. But we are not going to reach out to you, and that's why I'm asking you, your politics in Assam is different, isn't it?
I think, you see, that BJP's perception is very, very clear. That we want to go with any political party who wants to contribute in a nation building. But certain thing is non-negotiable. For BJP, Narendra Modi is our leader. But you cannot have a chief minister who is our coalition and also aspire to be prime minister. Suppose you have a coalition with Nitish Kumar in Bihar. Now, we all know that Prime Minister candidate in Modi is Modi, and we want Narendra Modi as a Prime Minister of India for a long time to come. Now, if somebody aspired to be Prime Minister, replacing Narendra Modi, how he can be in our coalition? That is a conflict of interest. So, wherever there is no conflict of interest, BJP has maintained coalition partner for longest period of time. If you look at the history of BJP, the alliance partner remained with BJP for a very long period of time, be in AGP, be in Punjab, Akali, long period of time, until we come to a point where our interest that
don't. So what you're saying is, as long as your ally does not have any national ambition,
two things.
As long as any of your ally does not have any national ambition, you're okay with it.
BJP's point of view on certain issue is very straight and very strong. Like when we say that we want to abolish Article 370, that means we want to abolish Article 370. Now, if you have a different worldview on that, probably that coalition is not necessary.
Yeah.
So when BJP put its agenda on back burner during Bajpayee regime, there are some coalition thinking that BJP has forgotten about Ram Temple, BJP has forgotten about Article 370. But we did not forget. We were waiting for right moment. So BJP has certain ideological point of view, and on those ideological point of view, we cannot compromise because already we have completed 75 years of independence.
No, I'm getting it. What you're saying is, this is very perceptive, very honest and very frank. I'm glad that we're having this freewheeling conversation. What you're saying is that we have put our core agenda on the back burner in the past. We have not done it happily, whether it be Uniform Civil Code, Ram Temple, or the Article 370. One, by the way, is still unfinished.
Yes.
You have put it on the back burner, not happily. कोई खुशी के साथ आपने इसको बैक बर्नर में आपने नहीं रखा है. आप वास्तविकता, उस समय की राजनीतिक वास्तविकता ऐसी थी कि आपको बैक बर्नर में रखना पड़ा. मगर उसके बाद आपने और एक फ्रेज का इस्तेमाल किया कि राइट मोमेंट. आपने कहा, सोहेल, इन्होंने कहा हम राइट मोमेंट का इंतजार कर रहे थे. वो राइट मोमेंट क्या है? वो राइट मोमेंट क्या कोई लोकसभा सीटों में परिवर्तन होता है उसका?
राइट मोमेंट इज सिंपल दैट you should have 300 plus seat as BJP. The moment we have 300 plus seat as BJP, we are forming a government on our feet. That means this is the right moment.
But you've had 300 plus for the last 9 years and you've not implemented Uniform Civil Code?
I think you know that Modi ji knows his timing.
And some people are saying in this country there is no Uniform Civil Code, but the courts wanted to have same-sex marriage.
I do not want to comment what is going on in Supreme Court, but we believe that Uniform Civil Code is one of the agenda which we need to accomplish for the बेसिकली भारत का महिलाओं के लिए हमें यह करना ही है. यू कैनॉट अलाउ ए वोमेन, ए हस्बैंड टू हैव 3 wives. You cannot allow that because this is a.
Why do you keep repeating this point in your public rallies also?
Yes,
Why do you keep saying that?
मैंने clearly बोलता हूँ.
Again, are you trying to push the minority community?
What is UCC? UCC is simple. It is not a very complicated thing. That if a Hindu woman if Hindu husband can have 1 wife, then a Muslim or other religious people should have also the same facility. I am putting it in a positive way. Because if Hindu woman can enjoy that privilege, why not a Muslim woman can enjoy that privilege in an independence India?
Okay.
Muslim women are second-class citizens of this country. It is necessary for them, in spite of presence of Article 14, to have gone through that the trauma. So UCC is our responsibility, and this is we owe to the Muslim women of the country.
But if things are happening through the Special Marriage Act, you see the court also.
I mean, you see, sometime we go to the Special Marriage Act, मेरा गांव का जो बहन है, उनको क्या मालूम है what is Special Marriage Act? They want to get a marriage in a very honorable manner, and they want to have one husband and husband want to have one wife. That is the modest thing. Now, ये कोर्ट का मामला है, स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट है ही, यू कैन गो एंड मैरिज इन स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट. अगर स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट है ही, आपका प्रॉब्लम भी नहीं है, तो यूसीसी को ही कर दो ना, उसमें क्या इशू है?
और इसमें कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है. कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन ये है कि आप कह रहे हैं जो आपने पहले कहा, आपने कहा राइट टाइम, वी वर वेटिंग फॉर द राइट टाइम, राइट समय. हर समय होती है हर चीज की, और ये समय था, तो समय 9 साल हो चुके हैं. देखिए, मगर आपने यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को इंप्लीमेंट नहीं किया है. एक आपने राज्यों में इंप्लीमेंट किया है, पर राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर नहीं किया है इसको.
एक राष्ट्र का जीवन को बहुत लंबा होता है. मेरे लिए 9 साल बहुत बड़ा होता है. राष्ट्र का जीवन के लिए 9 साल 9 पल होता है. ये जो मुस्लिम वुमेन्स आर गोइंग थ्रू दिस एक्सप्लॉयटेशन कब से आ रहा है? जब तक सुल्तान भारत में आया, तब से ये लोग, मेरा माँ बहन ऑफ मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी आर गोइंग थ्रू दिस एक्सप्लॉयटेशन. इट मस्ट बी नाउ हंड्रेड्स ऑफ इयर्स. तो 9 साल में जितना हो सकता था या करना ठीक है, हमने किया. और मोदी जी और आएगा, आगे के लिए भी तो पिक्चर में कुछ बाकी होना चाहिए.
आपके कोलिशन के बारे में बहुत विचित्र बात है. आपने कहा, और इसमें फिर भी एक कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन, आपने कहा देखिए वी आर ओपन टू कोलिशंस अगर आपके कोई राजनीतिक या राष्ट्रीय एम्बिशंस नहीं है.
राष्ट्रीय एम्बिशन में नहीं बोला. अगर आपका मन में प्राइम मिनिस्ट्रियल एम्बिशन नहीं है,
मैं समझ गया, मगर 2 बात आपने कही.
आपका नेशनल एम्बिशन यू विल हैव.
कैसे हो सकता है?
भारत बड़ा हो, भारत विश्व गुरु बने, ये एम्बिशन तो सबका होना चाहिए.
केसीआर जी नेशनल पार्टी कर रहे हैं, भारतीय राष्ट्रीय समिति, उन्होंने अपने पार्टी का नाम रखा, तो उनके तो नेशनल एम्बिशंस हो गए.
होना चाहिए, बट पर्सनल एम्बिशन नहीं होना चाहिए.
मतलब आप पार्टी को
नेशनल एम्बिशन जितना बने कि भारत एक महाशक्ति बने, दैट इज योर नेशनल एम्बिशन. भारत में पॉवर्टी खत्म हो जाए, दैट इज योर नेशनल एम्बिशन.
आप कह रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जो भी करे अपने पार्टी के साथ, मगर कभी प्रधानमंत्री बनने का सब
बन सकते हैं ना कॉन्टेस्ट करके. मगर लेकिन आप बीजेपी में रह के नहीं बन सकते. बीजेपी में हमारा कैंडिडेट है, बीजेपी में हमारा प्रधानमंत्री.
पर इसमें यह भी है कि अगर 300 सीट से ज्यादा भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी, तो फिर इज देयर स्पेस फॉर द ऑपोजिशन? अ क्वेश्चन व्हिच इज आस्क्ड राइट नाउ मिस्टर हिमंता शर्मा.
You are putting this question in a very arithmetic way. Today in Assam, I have majority. But the most important portfolios of Assam government is with the Assam Gun Parishad. And I have no problem, because they don't want to be Prime Minister of India. They don't have a problem with the BJP's agenda. So, whatever alliance we have lost during this period, there are specific reasons. Today you see the Shiv Sena. The president of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, was supposed to be a nationalist. He criticized Congress in all the forum. But once he is out of the power, he happily allied with Congress. That means you are there in the alliance to increase your vote bank. So these are not natural things. Alliance has to be very, very natural. And बीजेपी का साथ जो रहा लंबा समय तक रहा, as long as we do not have a conflict of ideology.
I think very interesting thoughts here coming up with the fact that your openness to a coalition, at the same time competitive federalism. I'll let Sohail take the next few questions. Yes, I'll come back to you on this. Sohail, over to you.
अर्नब, जब कोalition की बात कर रहे हैं, 2024 की बात कर रहे हैं, नीतीश कुमार दिल्ली बहुत आ रहे हैं. इससे पहले दिल्ली आए, केजरीवाल जी से मिले, ममता बनर्जी से मिले, अखिलेश यादव से मिले, और उनका टारगेट है, तो अर्नब अभी 300 सीट की बात कर रहे थे, उनका टारगेट है आपको 50 सीट पहले रोकना, यानी 250 पर रोकना.
250 तो और 10 सीट में तो सरकारी बन जाते हैं. तो उनका कैलकुलेशन किसी ने गलत कर दिया है.
तो आपको लग रहा है
आप अगर 250 तक पहुंच ही जाते हैं, बाकी तो मोदी साहब 200 रैली, मोदी जी 200 रैली कर देने से तो आप 300 पहुंच ही गया. अगर आपका टारगेट ही टू कंटेन बीजेपी एट 250, तो आप तो हो ही गया, आप तो लिख ही दिया मैं हार गया हूं.
लेकिन सर वो पाला बदल लेते हैं बहुत जल्दी, ये भी कहा जाता है।
वो एक हर लोगों को, जैसे तेंदुलकर ने डबल सेंचुरी मारने का कला महारथी हासिल किया, नीतीश जी ने पाला बदलने का महारथ हासिल किया।
तो सर ये पाला बदलेंगे तो नहीं दोबारा?
पाला खुद का बदलता है। मतलब हम आज यहाँ ए में हूँ, कल में बी में पहुंच जाता, दूसरा का पाला वो कैसे बदल सकता है?
आपके दरवाजे खुले हैं क्या?
वो इतना
आपके दरवाजे खुले हैं क्या?
अभी तो ऑफिशियली बंद हो गया।
अनऑफिशियली
अभी तो गृह मंत्री जी ने ऑफिशियली इसको बंद कर दिया। देखिए नीतीश कुमार जी को जो मैंने देखा हूं, सुबह कलकत्ता गया, फिर सामने लखनऊ गया, क्या मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनने का पहले कोई दूसरा स्टेट में गया था क्या ऐसे कि हमें इसको हरवाना है, हमारा पास आ जाइए? तो ये सब एक सॉलिड इंप्रेशन देता है लोगों को कि मोदी इज अनडिफीटेबल। यही से हम चलता हूं। जो अपोजिशन बोलता है ना हमें सब एक होना है, अरे आप क्यों एक होना है? बिकॉज मोदी इज अनडिफीटेबल, इसलिए आपको एक होना है। दैट मीन्स दिस आर एडमिशन ऑफ डिफीट बिफोर द एक्चुअल गेम स्टार्ट्स।
Hemant, you had this reputation when you were health minister that you used to do midnight surveys and checks at the Guwahati Medical College Hospital. You know, it's an incredible man. He plays, again, I don't know whether these stories are true. He plays badminton after dinner at 12 o'clock and then decides to call a meeting and then goes for a check and an inspection. I don't know, these are legends told about you. So one thing, anybody can say anything about you. They say you work very hard. So that's not true. So tell me today, my question is, today how are things different in the Guwahati Medical College Hospital? Today what is happening in healthcare? You need to tell people in Delhi and watching you everywhere today, and you worked in the Congress government, you did what you did within a Tarun Gogoi government at that time, in a Congress government.
In single line I can say,
sure.
जब दिल्ली में मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बन रहा है, असम में मैं 26 मेडिकल कॉलेज बना रहा हूं, and 12 medical college is done, inaugurated. We got NMC recognition. So, जब Delhi is busy with Mohalla clinic, in a state which cannot compare in any way with the wealth of Delhi, is constructing 24 medical college and 1 AIMS.
Which is a very important, taking a question forward. Is competitive federalism good or bad? You have said, clearly said, and this, you've said, don't worry, I am surpassing Punjab in terms of GDP. And I want to tell you viewers, Assam earned some 1,300 plus crores through GST. Punjab has earned 1,700 plus crores on GDP. And you have a chief minister who says, don't worry, in a couple of years, my GST collections will be higher than that of Punjab. That's incredible. You're very ambitious. You're very aggressive. But is this competition between states good or bad for the transformation of the country?
Two things. States must compete among themselves. But भारत का एक बहुत बड़ा इशू है अर्नब, that is a regional disparity. मैं आपको एक छोटे बात बोलता हूँ, दिल्ली में जो लोग बैठा है, मुंबई में, गुजरात में जो लोग बैठा है, they are paying the same income tax. And जो असम में बैठा है, he is also paying the same income tax. But he will not access to that kind of facility what is existed in Maharashtra, Delhi, Gujarat. So, for this country, it is very, very important to remove regional disparity. नहीं तो क्या होगा, असम, बिहार से लोग हमेशा डेवलप स्टेट में जाएगा for in pursuit of good life and good education. वो स्टेट में भी भीड़ बढ़ेगा और हमारा स्टेट से भी meritorious or meritocracy will come down. Competition होना चाहिए, but हम गुजरात का साथ compete नहीं कर सकता हूँ, हमें दिल्ली का साथ compete करने का मेरा wealth नहीं है, but मेरा compete करने का जिसका साथ भी wealth है, मैंने इस साल we push Chhattisgarh and Chandigarh back. Assam GDP is today 17 GDP, it was 19. We came out to 17. तो नेक्स्ट 3 साल हम पंजाब से बड़ा बन जाएगा. So that is our commitment, but without contempt to Punjab. I wish that Punjab also take the same challenge and she goes further ahead so that we cannot touch her even. So that's the competitive federalism we want.
I think
but we must address at the same time regional disparity also.
No, I get your point. But I have seen in you today a practical, committed politician. And I must say this, Himanta Biswa Sarma, incredible governance in Assam. For what Assam is doing and the Northeast is doing, we are all proud of it. And I thank you for giving us the honor of hosting you here today. Thank you. Big round of applause for Himanta Biswa Sarma. Thank you.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. So,
Dear Team Fearless, Jai Hind on your 6th birthday, and hope as we surge in the 7th and beyond, you will be there as the beacon of the 4th pillar to seek justice for people and to seek the truth, which is at times a little uncanny to reveal. And let's hope that this year brings more camaraderie, brotherhood amongst all the citizens in diaspora through your channel, and it also brings a lot of smiles as India surges ahead in seeking the greater glory which it deserves. Jai Hind.
1/3 of all global food production is wasted. Don't you think we need to produce more efficient distribution systems, focus on the basic, rather than trying to bring a Western import of agriculture into countries like India?
So I'm going to be a little controversial, maybe disagree with you. So we've looked at this for Andhra Pradesh and for Rajasthan. We've looked at, is it a good idea to try to reduce the amount of spillage in production? And you're absolutely right. A quarter to a third of all production is lost out in the field and in the production chain. And that sounds like a terrible waste and something that you could really easily do something about. But have Indian researchers come up with better seeds that produce more for every hectare. That is an incredibly much more effective way to make sure that you get more food.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks 6 years on air for the Republic Media Network. It's been 6 years in service to the nation, 6 years of chasing the news, 6 years of deep investigations, 6 years of being India's most popular news brand. We've been tested through fire, but you have supported us through it all. We thank you, viewers. We promise you we are stronger at 6. And on that note, let's have a quick check of the headlines.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी के जय, बोलो भारत माता की।
13 constituencies in 26 kilometers. It's Prime Minister Modi's biggest roadshow in Bengaluru. BJP goes all out with rallies and roadshows in the last leg of campaigning in Karnataka.
Without applying their mind legally or constitutionally. These people announcing everything, but those things will not going to implement by both the parties.
HD Kumaraswamy lashes out at Congress over the issue of corruption and Bajrang Dal. Senior army officers in Rajouri, Rajnath Singh interacts with the crowd with the troops as anti-terror operations continue. India salutes the 5 brave hearts who laid down their lives fighting terror in Rajouri. In a win against terror, forces gunned down one Lashkar terrorist in Baramulla. Now, a day after 5 Jawans were martyred in Rajouri in the anti-terror operations that are taking place there, Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, is taking stock of the situation. He was in Rajouri a few hours back. He interacted with the troops, and we have pictures of that as well. He was accompanied by Jammu and Kashmir LG and also the army chief. These are the pictures of Rajnath Singh landing in Rajouri. We also have pictures of him interacting with the troops there who are part of the anti-terror operations in Rajouri. The anti-terror operations in Rajouri have been taking place for the last 2 days, since yesterday. What we can tell our viewers is that one terrorist has been gunned down by the forces, one terrorist has been eliminated, and the operations continue in the hilly areas of Rajouri. So these are the latest updates that we're getting to you from Rajouri as the anti-terror operations continue there. And in fact, we will also have our reporter Gursimran joining us live on this broadcast to give us more details of what the operations are. But we can tell our viewers that the senior army officers are at the location monitoring the entire operation. Rajnath Singh too has been briefed on the entire situation. And we will continue to get you more updates from Rajouri on the operations that are taking place there.
Moving on to more news coming in from the poll-bound state of Karnataka. Now, in an exclusive interview with Republic TV, former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy hit out at the Congress and accused it of promoting a corruption. He went on to say, and I quote, "What moral rights does the Congress have to criticize BJP on the issue of corruption?" Here's that exclusive interview.
It's this final stretch of the Karnataka elections. Joining me right now is the JDS chief, Mr. Kumaraswamy. He's got a unique distinction also, the fact that first time you became the MLA, you've also become the chief minister. Many say that today no one can be at the chief minister's position without your support, Mr. Kumaraswamy. How do you see the elections? Earlier you said you want to be the king and no longer the kingmaker. So I want to understand, closer to the election, do you still think that you're the kingmaker or you're the king?
People in this election, Karnataka citizens, they've already decided to bless me, to give full strength to our party, to govern the state on our own. This is my ground reality. What I have worked for 4.5 months, every day working for 18 hours. The people's pulse is that they wanted to give full strength to the JDS this time.
I attended your Shivamogga rally in which you made one comment that the 4% reservation was never brought by the Congress party. It was in fact brought by your party, by your father.
Yes.
If you want to bring that back, sir, and if you have to be in an alliance at that point in time, some parties have completely rejected. Bharatiya Janata Party says no question of bringing back the reservation. Will that make it difficult for you?
No, our party stand, we have already clearly told, that is the removal of 4% reservation to minorities. That is illegally they have done without applying proper mind. BJP friends, they have implemented, they have not implemented.
Correct.
Only they announced. Up till now there is no movement of implementation of GO issue.
Correct.
Nothing has happened. But it is not a difficult issue for me to sustain that 4% reservation to that downtrodden section of Muslim community.
The Bharatiya Janata Party says that the reservation through religion is unconstitutional.
After this election, they will forget everything.
There are a few more issues I just wanted to take with you, sir, because you have been a chief minister. As a lawmaker, I want to understand with you, when the Congress party says that we want to ban the Bajrang Dal, do you think it is possible?
Why they have not banned the Bajrang Dal when they run the state for 5 years? At that time itself, they would have banned that organization. Now only for election gimmick, they announced this one.
You, as an astute politician, do you think this is a way to perhaps fool the people, or there is some sort of an appeasement that the Congress party is?
Definitely these two national parties, by announcing several issues, without applying their mind legally or constitutionally, these people announcing everything, but those things will not going to implement by both the parties.
Congress says that the BJP is a clearly 40% Sarkar. They say that it is not a double engine Sarkar, it is a trouble engine Sarkar. There is a corruption rate. You have crisscrossed the state. Do you see that kind of corruption existing in Karnataka?
National parties, they are sailing in the same boat about corruption issues. What moral rights these Congress friends have to criticize BJP's corruption issue? Those people also, what they have done in last 5 years term when Siddaramaiah was chief minister, everybody know how they run the government, how they looted the money also, everybody knows it.
But what about the BJP, sir? They face corruption
that is going on.
They have Karnataka Corruption Association was written on it.
Without the knowledge of politics, a common man himself, he announced, he discussed on the streets that this government is for only to grab the money, not by hand, with JCBs or your Itachis.
One final question I want to take with you, Mr. Kumaraswamy. Come 13th, will you have any talks with any of the party? Are you open to some sort of an alliance talk with the BJP or the Congress?
According to my struggle, I have confidence that people will going to bless our party with clear majority. Only our problem, financial issue. for the expenditure of the finance for the election, we are facing some difficulties. In that, if we survive, then we would have won the election with clear majority.
Chief Minister of Karnataka and the principal challenger in this elections. Mr. Siddaramaiah is joining us on Republic TV. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. The first question, you said this is your last elections. Is it also the toughest? You have had a very long career. Is this the most toughest elections that you're contesting?
This is the most easiest election.
Why do you say that?
Huh?
Why do you say this is the easiest?
You say that this is a tough election.
Because they say that there are a lot of challenges
Really,
this time.
because I said this is my last election, it doesn't mean that it is a tough election. It's an easy election. Since I am not, this is my last election, and I will not contest again. That's why I said it is my last election.
What is it that you would like to tell the people of Karnataka? Because this is also going to be a special election for you. Would you also be going ahead as the Chief Minister of the state? Is that what you're looking ahead?
See, this election, according to me, the people have already decided to change the present government. And the people of Karnataka are fed up with this government because of its corruption, because of its misrule, because of its maladministration, because of its non-performance. So people are not happy with this government. There is a strong anti-incumbency against this government. So I am also one of the competitor for the Chief Ministership. Likewise, D.K. Shivkumar is one of the competitors. That means that there are two groups in the party. Ultimately, newly elected MLAs will have to select the leader of the legislature party, and on the basis of the opinion given by the newly elected MLAs, the High Command will take a decision.
I have been covering your rallies, and I see most of your supporters are already saying that they want to see you as the Chief Minister because you have served once and you have a unique distinction. You have completed the full tenure last time, which has not happened in the state of Karnataka many a times. They would want to see you as the Chief Minister. So would you then leave this decision to the High Command, or it would be your people who will decide the Chief Minister?
People are telling it is their wish that I should become the Chief Minister.
Will you fulfill it? Will you fulfill the wish of your people? Will you be the Chief Minister?
That is the opinion of the people. The elected representatives will decide who will be the next leader of the legislative party, and High Command has to take a decision on that.
There are a few issues also that I would like to talk to you about, Mr. Siddaramaiah. This is with regards to the controversy that we are seeing. Prime Minister says that your party is an anti-Hindu party, and the fact that you look at Bajrang Dal as a terrorist organization. Do you really see Bajrang Dal as a militant terrorist organization?
Read the manifesto.
I have, in English, but not in Kannada. I wanted to ask you, very interesting, in English, Mr. Siddaramaiah, you don't use the word ban.
We never said it.
No, but in Kannada you use it.
Straight away we will abolish.
Abolish in what sense?
No. You have not said it in one sentence. You abolish Bajrang Dal. Like that you have not said. But what we said is the party which is spreading hatredness among the people, and party which is creating violence in the society and not able to maintain, if they are responsible for the breach of peace in the society, only in such circumstances will abolish the organization like PFI, SDPI and Bajrang Dal.
You are using, but SDPI is almost in alliance with you. They are saying that some SDPI members are saying that you should vote for the Congress.
We are not in alliance with it.
So if you feel they are wrong, they should also be banned.
No, if they indulged in anti-party, anti-society activities, then only we will think of it to abolish. Because without evidence, nobody can, no organization can be abolished.
So you have been the chief minister of the state. You also know it that the state does not have the power to ban. Then why then talk about the Bajrang Dal, saying that if there is anything that you find, you will ban them? You cannot ban them.
Because the BJP people they are already creating the hatredness in the society.
But you don't have a problem with the Bajrang Dal.
Huh?
You don't have a problem with the Bajrang Dal, or the Congress party does not.
Bajrang Dal is also one of the organs of the RSS, one of the organs of the BJP. It is also coming under Sangh Parivar.
So if you are saying that if at all there is more havoc that is created by the Bajrang Dal, only then you will take action against them when you come to power.
Yeah. Not only Bajrang Dal, any organization, whether it's a Muslim organization or Hindu organization or any organization, as a matter of fact.
When the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, top BJP leaders accuse you, saying that you are soft on terror, that when the Popular Front of India, the cases were against him during your government, you had removed them.
As far as the terrorism is concerned, Congress is very strong. When it has compromised with terrorists.
They accuse you, saying that Siddaramaiah has compromised with the Popular Front of India. You had removed the case. BJP says that cases that were registered against the Popular Front of India were removed by you.
Is there any evidence to show? Is there any evidence to show except that mere statement that I am soft with PFI or any other organization?
One final question, sir, I want to ask you. Do you think a situation will come up where there will be an alliance talk with the JDS? Will there be an alliance talk with the JDS? Do you think there is a possibility?
It does not arise at all.
That was the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, speaking to Republic TV.
Okay.
On the former Chief Minister's turf is the Chief Minister of Karnataka, the final stretch of this election campaigning. Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai. Mr. Bommai, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. The final stretch of this entire election. This morning, the Congress party puts up newspaper ads, says that this is a 40% Sarkara. They want to turn the table. What is your response? What is the BJP has to now tell the Congress party?
40% they are trying to allege on us for last 1 year. Nobody has taken it seriously. Nothing has stuck. It is a fabricated thing. Joined with some contractors who doesn't have any work. I have challenged them. Come out with one case. Come out with one case. Neither the association, contractor association, nor Congress is able to come out.
So you are saying there is zero evidence?
There is no evidence. People don't believe it. It's a sincere campaign which is not going to stuck.
They say that DK Shivkumar in an interview to Republic TV says that the association had written to you as well as the Prime Minister.
They have written. It was just a general writer. So I called them. Personally, I called a meeting and asked him give a specific case. Okay. I'll inquire. They are not given. Forget that. They made allegation on my minister. And he went on defamation to the court. And court asked them to give the evidences. They failed to give evidence to the court. There was arrest warrant against that contractor association. So you just look into the whole case that it's a hollow allegation just to defame BJP. But people at the ground, they know that the Congress itself is a Gangotri of corruption. It is very, the track record of Congress, their hands are full of blackened by corruption, and the people are experienced it. That's why they thrown them out.
Mr. Boma, I have been tracking your rallies. In the initial stage, I've seen you speaking mostly about development, double engine sarkar. Why is it that the election campaigning at the final end is now taking a slightly communal turn? Because you say that you're responding to Bajrang Dal, but you're painting the Congress party as anti-Hindu. They say that there is no equation between the PFI and the BFI.
You should ask this question to Congress.
They say that.
Let me tell you, you asked the right question. I myself, our Honorable Prime Minister, we're talking about double engine and the progress what you have done, the programs what you have given. But Congress knew that if they go on development, they are not going to lose. So they brought in Bajrang Dal in their manifesto. Till such time, not even a single word was spoken about Bajrang Dal. It is they responsible for all this chaos.
But they say that you are misrepresenting. They say that they never called for a ban. They never called for a ban.
It is very well written. If somebody knows the minimum language of Kannada and English, it is understood. They can't fool the people.
Let me also talk about the constituency where we are standing right now. You are taking on the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, who still dreams to become the Chief Minister. What do you have to tell him?
No, what I want to tell him is that Congress party is going to lose very badly this time. So there is no question of him being Chief Minister. It's ruled out. So his claim to vote for a Chief Minister will not click with the people of Varna.
And one final question, sir. In terms of numbers, BJP always speaks about the numbers. What is it that you are looking at? And what is it going to really change this time?
No, the whole atmosphere is now charged up for BJP because of the works we have done and important decisions we have taken on social justice and the entire all cross sections of the people are supporting BJP. That is going to change the whole course, and the numbers are, we are going to cross the magic figure +10.
मैं इतना ही कहूँगी, बजरंग बली हो या राम भक्त होने का विषय हो या आस्था का विषय है, और हमारी आस्था पर अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रहार करती है तो निश्चित रूप से लोग आक्रोशित होंगे। और ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता आक्रोशित है, हिंदू समुदाय से संबद्ध हर नागरिक, हर व्यक्ति इस बात से आहत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जब जब सत्ता की कल्पना करती है तब तब उनकी कल्पना में ये भावना संबद्ध होती है, सम्मिलित होती है कि कैसे हिंदू धर्म पर, हिंदू आस्था पर और हिंदू धर्म के पालन करने वालों पर या फिर संगठनों पर वो प्रहार करें।
लेकिन साथ ही साथ हम अब देख रहे हैं कि रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला ने भी आज एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड निकाला है जहां पे उन्होंने कई सारी बातें की है। लेकिन अब डीके शिव कुमार की अगर हम बात करें तो उन्होंने कल एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था जहां पे उन्होंने कहा कि अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार बनती है तो वो मंदिरों को रिवैम्प करेंगे और मंदिरों को और नई तरह से।
वही तो फर्क है, डीके शिव कुमार अभी भी अगर बोल रहे हैं, हम तो कह रहे हैं हम आ रहे हैं सरकार में। तो जब डीके शिव कुमार को खुद ही इस बात का डाउट है तो इससे ज्यादा मैं क्या बोलूं।
मैम हम देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस के एक नेता है राजमोहन जो एसडीपीआई लीडर से इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं और अब वो कह रहे हैं कि मुस्लिम्स के अगेंस्ट नहीं खड़ा होना चाहिए और बीजेपी को वोट नहीं देना चाहिए।
इस नेता का ये आरोप है कि कांग्रेस एक मुस्लिम पार्टी है। जब आपने प्रश्न मुझसे किया, क्योंकि मैंने वाक्य उनका देखा नहीं है, अगर कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने एसडीपीआई से कहा कि मुस्लिम को मुस्लिम के खिलाफ खड़ा नहीं होना चाहिए, तो क्या कांग्रेस का ये मानना है कि वो एक मुस्लिम पार्टी है? दूसरा, एसडीपीआई कैसा संगठन है? वो संगठन है जो राष्ट्र विरोधी काम करते हैं, वो संगठन है जो हिंदू धर्म और हिंदू समुदाय के लोगों पर आक्रमण करते हैं। क्यों कांग्रेस पार्टी फिर ऐसे लोगों के साथ आश्रय ढूंढ रही है?
लेकिन मैम साथ ही साथ अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही हमने देखा था कि किस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पे भी पर्सनल अटैक्स किए जा रहे हैं, कई अपशब्द यूज़ किए जा रहे हैं। और अब प्रियंका गांधी आके कहते हैं कि पब्लिक लाइफ में ऐसा होता है, आपको इसको सहना चाहिए, आपको इसकी हानि
चाहिए ना। हाँ, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बाकी सब छोड़ दें, सिर्फ मुद्दे की हम बात करें। तो श्रीमती वाड्रा क्योंकि कर्नाटक में इतना समय दे रही हैं और बोल रही हैं जनता से, तो एक प्रश्न का उत्तर दे दें। क्या ये सत्य है कि पद्म पुरस्कार बेचने के लिए श्रीमती वाड्रा ने किसी बैंकर से 2 करोड़ की पेंटिंग खरीदवाने की कोशिश की? इस पर आज तक उन्होंने चुप्पी साध रखी है, कभी कुछ बोला नहीं है। क्या ये सत्य है कि श्री राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी 5,000 करोड़ का घोटाला करने के लिए कोर्ट से बेल पर बाहर हैं? इस पर उन्होंने आज तक कुछ बोला नहीं है।
अगर वो मोदी को गाली देते हैं तो मैं तो इसे उपहार मानता हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन की सेवा में अपने आप को खपाता रहूंगा, दिन रात काम करूंगा, ज्यादा काम करूंगा। आपके आशीर्वाद से सारी गालियां मिट्टी में मिल जाएगी दोस्तों।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Bruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
Sorry, we are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
घोषणा पत्र में बजरंग बली का अपमान करने का काम भी एक कांग्रेस पार्टी और वहां से भी नहीं रुकते। एक कांग्रेस से बड़ा नेता कहता है कि बजरंग बली की जन्मतिथि कौन सी है, बर्थडे कौन सी है, आपके पास सर्टिफिकेट है? अरे कांग्रेस वालों, पूरे देश को उनकी बर्थडे मालूम है। हनुमान जयंती की पूर्णिमा को बजरंग बली का जन्म होगा।
पीएफआई एक प्रतिबंधित ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन कांग्रेस जब कर्नाटक में थी तो इन्होंने पीएफआई के सदस्यों को छोड़ भी दिया। सिद्धरमैया जी की सरकार थी। अपने आप में दिखाता है कि आतंकवाद को बल देने वाले और जो धर्म के नाम पर भी आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देते हैं, अपनी वोट की राजनीति के लिए कांग्रेस उनके साथ खड़ी हो जाती है और हिंदुओं को बदनाम करने का काम और हिंदू आतंकवाद का नाम देने का काम जो कांग्रेस ने किया।
A session all of us have been looking forward to for a long time, and it's a pleasure, privilege to always have you on our forums.
Thank you.
Smriti ji, thank you very much. And may I begin by saying that I have been privileged to have a sort of acquaintance with Smriti Irani over almost 20 years now. And I have seen her grow from a well-known actor to a professional and a producer and leading member of the media community in this country, then as a member of parliament, as a redoubtable MP from Amethi, vanquishing many people and continuing to vanquish them, and now as a union minister. So I think it's been a remarkable journey. I mean, I just want to tell you, it's a remarkable journey, and I consider you to be a completely self-made person, and I think that's why you have a connect with so many of our viewers.
Thank you. And normally when you're so kind, one awaits the disaster that follows.
So are minorities in danger? You're the Minorities Affairs Minister. You're the Minister for Minorities, Women and Child Welfare. The feeling is that under your government and under your individual stewardship of the Ministry of Minorities, particularly Minority Affairs, that minorities are in danger. There is a genuine danger to minorities under your watch.
I think minority appeasement politics is in danger, not the minority community. And I say so because data proves it. There was a recent fact sheet taken out by certain economists who have studied close to 1.2 million households in our country from the year 2015 up to the year 2021. Particularly if you speak about the Muslim community on the issues of electricity, access to bank accounts, the community has seen an improvement of up to 77%. Now, when you have economists back such a position with data which is available because of the input from the citizen concerned, I think that becomes one of the greatest measures of how well the government has done on issues of development, irrespective of who belongs to which community. That the Prime Minister has said that we believe as a government in challenging status quo. And if you look before 2014, what was status quo? Status quo was that there was politics of fear that was engineered in the Muslim community, in the minority community, as though if you do not align to the political interests of the Congress party, you shall perish. Now, from 2014 onwards to this day, when you see the minority community flourish under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, the question that begets that development, situationally, societally, is that what was that fear all about? So I believe that when you ask me whether minorities are in danger, I can say as somebody not only as a minority minister, but also somebody married into a minority family. There is another member of the Parsi community right there in the first row seated here. Parsis are the micro-minorities. There are only 55,000 of them in the entire world. And I proudly say when I represent some people of the community, they say an Indian cannot be a minority in their own country. So this whole disposition that you always shall be segregated, that you shall always live in fear, is a Congress political legacy of this country. And I'm very proud that I'm part of a political disposition that dispels this very fallacy.
But then the argument against is that, you said in Parliament recently, for example, you said that the government has earmarked 30% of seats for female minority students in various central government scholarship schemes. Critics say that, you see, Smriti Irani is excellent, this government is excellent putting out selective numbers, that actually it's an eyewash.
You can't be
because they say
selective
the
about
reality is the
1.2
opposite.
million households, Arnab.
Yeah, the lobby writes different things.
The lobby rights exists as a lobby, as you have rightly said. The lobby rights exists because, again, like I said, their entire ecosystem feeds off fear. Now imagine when the government with data can back the premise that this is a government that looks at the poorest of the poor and how can you facilitate a better life for them. And when you look at the Muslim community per se, you will see that the poorest of the poor in the Muslim community have also benefited. But the question that one needs to ask is the term minority only to encompass the Muslim community? What about the Jains? What about the Parsis? What about the Sikhs? So I think that when the Congress party reduced the term minority only to one community, did it not do a great disfavor to other communities?
And on what basis do you say that they did?
Well, they have done many interventions, let's say from the state of Karnataka. They have taken away rights under reservation that were constitutionally not allowed, taken it away, that too from the OBC community, from the Dalit community, and given religion-based reservation, which is a constitutional anomaly.
Are you saying it's unconstitutional? Are you saying it's unconstitutional?
I don't have to say it, the Constitution says it.
The Supreme Court has upheld the 4% quota for Muslims in Andhra Pradesh.
I will not comment on the Supreme Court on a sub judice matter. The issue is that the Congress party, knowing that religion-based reservation is disallowed under the Constitution provisions, has still gotten on and done it. I think the question that needs to be debated today is that what makes the Congress persistently so anti-majority, so anti-constitution? That is a question that no rights lobby in the country is talking about.
Is a Muslim
so
quota
when you take away 4% reservation from the Lingayats or the Vokaligas in Karnataka, how come the so-called lobbyists of rights of those who have been forsaken in the OBC community did not make a song and dance about it?
But you've changed the bucket. You've taken it from the Muslim community and given it to other communities. So are you being equal either?
Firstly, you cannot present it as though they, in the community of Muslims, have been denied a right. The narrative is being presented as though the Muslims have been denied a right. One needs to first correct that narrative. This is a right meant only for OBCs, SC, STs. Those who are the poorest of the poor are already covered under the EWS category. The very intention of the Congress party was, one, to violate constitutional provisions, and second, when you set it right constitutionally, then to again precipitate a fear in the Muslim community. So the Congress is playing a chit bhi meri, pat bhi meri game with the Muslim community.
The argument being put is what the Muslim community has, and I'll be specific since you're choosing to be specific about it as well. Why not go into the details, Ms. Irani? That the feeling is that you have come in as a minority affairs minister with a preconceived agenda, and that you are slowly, as the elections approach, you are slowly unfurling that agenda.
Can you give me the evidence as minority minister? What have I done?
You follow an agenda on things.
No, give me evidence. Don't give me Congress whispers.
For example, what you're doing with the Waqf board.
What am I doing?
You're taking it away. You're taking away. I'm putting the other side. You're taking away.
Give me evidence.
People who are fond of you.
You're normally not at a loss for words. So give me evidence
people
now.
Who are fond of you say, I'm not at a loss of words at all. Don't provoke me. Ms. Irani, please. We've been to.
We have two distinguished legal eagles seated again, and I'm looking at them. Show me the evidence.
I just thought that since being a spokesperson and now a minister,
I've
you
never
are
been
becoming...
a spokesperson. Again, a correction that needs to be made.
No,
I've never been an official spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well,
I've been a
since you've
debater,
appeared on 317
I've been the vice
programs of
president of Bharatiya Janata Party. I've been the national president
Right.
of the women's wing. I've been a 5-time part of the executive. I've been all of that, including twice the national secretary, but I've never been the spokesperson.
But since you're avoiding the question on
I'm
the Waqf
not.
board...
I'm stating facts.
No, I'm saying you're a minority affairs minister
Yes.
who has come with a preconceived agenda
Which
to
is
take
what?
away under the guise of misappropriation of properties, the rights of the Muslim community to have access to them and their chosen people, the rights to manage the Waqf board, which goes
Where?
into...
Give me the evidence.
Across the country.
Give me the evidence.
Across the country.
Show me a signature on any file.
Well, I mean, let me put it to you that you are taking away
And I'm mindful of the fact everything I sign will be duly RTI'd by the Congress party and those who love me politically.
For example, since let's go into details, Ms. Irani, there is an organization which has been entrusted by the previous dispensations of managing the affairs and developing rightly the properties that are assigned under the Waqf board. And that you have an agenda to break up that body. That
And
you
give me
have
the
an
name
agenda.
of the body.
Since you're asking me and you had a
Give me the name of the body.
Since you had this feeling that I'm not prepared enough for this, I think, Ms. Irani, the fact of the matter is you want to break up that body.
What is that body?
That body is called Nawad-Co. And that body has been set up by the Congress government, and the body has been duly set up under the Constitution of India to manage hundreds of thousands of crores of Waqf properties which should be rightly held and managed by members of the Muslim community.
Issue.
And therefore, let me expand, and therefore...
Well, I'm looking at a very shocked push page. Kulsheshji right there. He's wondering what is this body
Hello,
I've never
Pushpendra.
heard about. Let me correct you on that issue. There is an institution called Nawad-Co.
Correct.
It is made live by Shri Manmohan Singh in January 2014, just before the general elections. Your information is correct that Nawad-Co is the only Section 25 company in the country that has been given the mandate to take money, especially from the taxpayers, to help maintain, develop, economically resuscitate private Waqf properties. That it is an anomaly is true. That there is no other Section 25 company in the country where taxpayers' money is used to maintain personal private properties of a particular religious dispensation in the country. But you and I both know that I will not be taking administrative decisions in a summit. I can only assure you this, because your summit talks about the time of transformation, that since this right is denied to every other religion in the country, I will bring it up to par.
Please, repeat that. That you will? That you will bring it?
I'll create equality.
No, I think you basically are agreeing with everything I said. I feel that therefore this is a headline-grabbing moment where the Union Minister for Minorities appears to be saying to me, and appears to be saying to a lot of people in the audience that she's going to break up the body that runs Waqf board institutions in the country. Did I just get the day's biggest headline
you
here?
are in the business of prediction, presumption, and then presentation. I'm not in that business at all. I have said what I have said. We need to recognize, Arnab, that there is a cauldron in which the Congress party wants this country to boil in. And that cauldron is called religion. Do not set fire to things.
Who's setting fire?
I will only say...
You think Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in 2014 was setting things on fire by setting up Nawad-Co?
If I can recollect correctly, the date of establishment was the 28th of January 2014. I wonder why Dr. Manmohan Singh felt that a Section 25 company has to be specifically created to look after private properties of a particular religious community. I have never spoken to Dr. Manmohan Singh about it. But I believe that there is a sense of outrage about it, as you have rightly exhibited it. I cannot be callous and irresponsible and make pronouncements about what am I to do with that particular institution. I can only say this, that I am sworn to uphold the Constitution and ensure that all Indians are equal under law. And I promise you that equality is all that I'll say.
Are you worried about the consequences? You see, if and when you do it, I don't think after what you've said that you should say.
As an administrator, everything you do has consequences.
Sure.
It is your choice whether you want to maintain status quo so that there is less personal consequence and you delve in the privilege of being politically more popular, or you recognize that your country has voted a prime minister into service whose very disposition or declaration was to challenge the status quo. If people of our country were happy with things as they were in 2014, Prime Minister Modi would not be Pradhan Sevak in 14 and 19. People expected change, and change is what we have delivered and will continue to deliver on.
Well, I mean, I would say that it's a very, very major hint by you of what you're about to do. And I think that you are doing it aware of the consequences, aware that there are people in this country who say that you are trying to take away.
There have been moments in our country's articulation where a woman's security has been put to great disrepute. She cannot step out of her house because she was a part of a political TV debate. Don't position me as the next victim.
It still happens.
Beg your pardon?
It still happens. Vis-a-vis you, I didn't want to go there, but it still happens. I mean, I have a whole list of comments that have been made about you in the past, and you have, I mean, you know, you have been targeted personally throughout your political career.
If I wasn't, I'd be worried. I'd be politically really worried if I had not ruffled a few feathers after doing what I did in Amethi.
Now it's going to be a cakewalk.
Is it?
You won't have anyone there.
I don't presume.
You have no challenger in Amethi anymore, Mr.
I do not suffer.
But Asaduddin Owaisi came earlier today and he said, I'll put someone up there against her.
I do not suffer the arrogance of a fool who thinks that just because the people have voted for you, they shall continue to do so even if there is nobody in front of you. I respect the people's mandate. I respect the fact that I need to engage with them every single day and be responsible towards them. I think this is the kind of arrogance because of which the Gandhi bastion lost its kind. I will not make that mistake.
Did you just call Rahul Gandhi a fool?
No, I didn't.
Who were you referring to?
I think that the Indian way of life has always taught us to even give respect to those you consider either your mortal enemy or those who compete with you. Indian value systems have never given us a demeanor which dismisses a competitor. I will never do it irrespective of the fact that the gentleman concerned doesn't have the gravitas to reciprocate.
But they're trying to build a coalition together now under the watch of Mr. Nitish Kumar, who is going away, who's going everywhere, and he's building a coalition of like-minded parties, and you know he's
what
doing
is like-minded
doing
about Chara Ghotala and Nitish Kumar?
To combat you.
So can you imagine, like Prime Minister Modi said,
essential need to save democracy.
Can you imagine, like Prime Minister Modi says, "Ek akela sab pe bhari," that they all need to congregate to fight that one man.
But is it
I
politics?
think it's a great compliment.
Should politics be so one-sided?
Beg your pardon?
Should politics be so one-sided?
I think
is that what you're suggesting?
I think that the fact that so many entities, political entities, who seek to come together need to ask one question, answer one question. First, when we say that there is going to be a coalition, where will that coalition percolate to? Will the JDU fight in Bengal? Will TMC fight Delhi? Will somebody fight from the communist state in Kerala from one of their seats? So what is this amalgam going to translate into? The bonhomie that is being shown in handshakes and photo ops. Let's look at the brass tags. What is their common minimum program? Apart from being anti-Modi. What do they hope to deliver on which aspect of the economy? We have now come to a time in our country's history where we are well positioned to take greater leaps. People in this auditorium or this hall today need to ask themselves, can we bring our future into peril again? Can you imagine people who spend 45 crores in renovation of one home in charge of a treasury? Can you imagine people who will let go the killers of a district magistrate by changing the law, a magistrate who was lynched to death? The IS association in this country is up in arms. Can we imagine our future in such hands?
You're referring to Nitish Kumar, who the Bihar government changed the rules to let off the killers of G. Krishnaiah. I'll just put the context right. She's referring, I presume, to the
Please
Bihar
tell
government.
the audience what this is.
I'm sure they know more of them.
Gopalganj district magistrate lynched to death.
Yeah.
And Nitish Kumar changes the rules so that the killer can be taken out so he can attend family celebration.
No.
Can the future of India be safe in such hands? No. So that is why when all of these people come together, who's the other party to this togetherness, to this political bonhomie? Mamta ji? What did she do in Bengal after the elections? A 60-year-old woman gang raped with a grandchild watching. Tell me one citizen in this hall who's comfortable with that. TMC members sitting in each village and telling each community, अगर तुम्हारे लोगों को घर लौटना है तो अपने घर की औरतों को हमारे साथ एक रात छोड़ दो. Which one of you will be comfortable with such people? And that is what India is facing. That is the choice. They're coming together so that they can survive. You need to come together so we as a country can survive.
But drawing room conversation in this country is that there needs to be an opposition. Am I right? I mean, at least on that, everyone agrees with me. There needs to be an opposition. I mean, do you agree with me?
There's nobody who denies there needs to be an opposition.
There needs to be an opposition. I mean, you can't have a unilateralism of your approach.
Please understand, I do not deny the fact, and nobody who's democratic will deny the fact that there has to be an opposition. The issue is it my responsibility? It is the people's choice. Please do not forget, if Rahul Gandhi loses, it's not because Smriti Irani one day got up and said, oh, I think Rahul Gandhi should lose. No. He had 15 years in that one constituency. And what was the consequence of him being a member of parliament there? 80% people had no electricity in a Gandhi bastion of bloody 50 years. Can you imagine people not having toilets in electricity? That place did not have a district magistrate's office, collector's office, fire brigade. I got the first X-ray machine into the district hospital, the first dialysis machine into Amethi. This is what they do to people that they govern singularly for 40 years. So I didn't win because I suddenly one day woke up and said, I am the BJP representative. I won because the people wanted change and they wanted to throw out Rahul Gandhi. So I'm glad that you keep giving me credit. I have worked hard for it, no doubt. But please remember, the Gandhis are out of power because the people of India desired so.
Do you support same-sex marriage? You are the women's and child welfare minister. But what did you say? I missed it. What did you say? What did you just say? I missed it. What did she say? Why did I? Do I jump? Oh.
No. I'm not ascribing anything. I'm just a bit taken aback.
I don't know.
So
I have
let
no
me say
idea.
this as somebody who is a member of the cabinet.
Completely accidental, I can tell you that. But my question, do you support same-sex marriage?
I am an affected party under the Special Marriage Act. I'm married to a Zoroastrian.
Yeah.
Okay? This is a sub judice matter. If I'm a party to the Special Marriage Act, as somebody who's married under that act, who would I want to opine on my rights? Constitutionally, it's the job of Parliament.
Yeah.
So let the wisdom of Parliament prevail if the issue comes up in front of Parliament.
That's a headline-grabbing moment, I think. You've just said...
Which part?
Because we just had
the
honourable... And you're saying in the presence of two of the most distinguished senior advocates of the Supreme Court,
but
Ariman
since I'm the
Sundaram.
affected party, I can only say this. My rights of married to a Zoroastrian, who decides on it? It was created out of an act of Parliament. Let Parliament speak about it. And like I said, I'm a member of the cabinet, so an issue which is sub judice, I would not like to make a public
but this is a very,
position.
very critical point. In fact, I did say the other day that it was welcome when the Parliament said that if there is a problem, and when they sent back, I think you'd remember that, Ariman, when they sent back the opposition parties who went saying that we are all being targeted uniformly and we represent 41% of the vote, and the Supreme Court said that if there's a gap in the popular space, it has to be filled up in the popular space, indicating the Supreme Court of the country cannot intervene in political issues. But the Honorable Chief Justice also said that we need to make those changes, and he's also almost suggesting a route when he's saying do it through the Special Marriage Act, and he's saying that the concept, what did he say? I think he said the concept of gender and genitals cannot be linked, etc. Very, very sort of progressive and very,
I know when
controversial
Arnab is baiting me
statements
for
at
a
the same
headline.
time. And I said, I feel, allow me to expand. I feel that you have just asserted the right of the government to decide on the issue of same-sex marriage over that of the judiciary. And what you're saying is let Parliament decide that not the judiciary. And since you've gone halfway down would you please continue
I
on the
think
way?
I have spoken about Parliament. There's a difference between Parliament and government.
No, but you've said Parliament means...
I said Parliament.
Yeah, Parliament. So
the two lawyers can confirm.
As opposed to Supreme Court.
Like I said Parliament.
As opposed
and
to the
insofar as your comments about the Chief Justice, I
didn't make a comment, I just quoted what he said.
Whatever, you've quoted, you've commented, or you've reflected on what he has said. I cannot, given the constitutional propriety, reflect on what the CGI says. I can only say that this is a domain where people's representatives will debate, deliberate, if such a time comes.
Yeah, okay. Now, you've sent Rahul Gandhi to Wayanad, and from Wayanad
Is he still there?
Yeah, no, wherever. Straight question to wrap this up with, scintillating session. Do you think he'll come back to Amethi, is my first question. And my second follow-up to that is, you can take both together. What if another member of the family, also keen to join Parliament, comes against you in Amethi? Do you think the Vadra family has vacated the
Which
seat
member
altogether?
of the family?
Anyone.
Give me a name.
Well, Robert Vadra is quite, I think he's quite politically ambitious, or anyone else maybe.
Do you think that they will put that guy up? So who do you think?
Anyone, maybe Priyanka if she comes.
Well, she's busy making dosas which are burnt, so I think I have a great future then.
Maybe Sonia Gandhi herself.
I will only say this. It is a great compliment to somebody who was reduced to a who, to now being given a choice of which member of the family will fight against me. But if this is your position as to what the future holds for me vis-a-vis the family, I will only say this, as has been popularly said, then the future shall be fought and not feared.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Well, more power to you, Smriti.
Thank you.
More power to you. And that's why we miss her on our 9 p.m. debates nowadays. But it's amazing, incredible. More power to you and to your conviction. And thank you for this very warm conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, Smriti Irani, thank you.
It's this final stretch of the Karnataka elections. Joining me right now is the JDS chief, Mr. Kumaraswamy. He's got a unique distinction also, the fact that first time you became the MLA, you've also become the chief minister. Many say that today no one can be at the chief minister's position without your support, Mr. Kumaraswamy. How do you see the elections? Earlier you said you want to be the king and no longer the kingmaker. So I want to understand, closer to the election, do you still think that you're the kingmaker or you're the king?
People in this election, Karnataka citizens, they've already decided to bless me, to give full strength to our party, to govern the state on our own. This is my ground reality, what I have worked for 4.5 months, every day working for 18 hours. The people's pulse is that they wanted to give full strength to the JDS this time.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था।
Dear Team Fearless, Jai Hind on your 6th birthday, and hope as we surge in the 7th and beyond, you will be there as the beacon of the 4th pillar to seek justice for people and to seek the truth, which is at times a little uncanny to reveal. And let's hope that this year brings more camaraderie, brotherhood amongst all the citizens in diaspora through your channel, and it also brings a lot of smiles as India surges ahead in seeking the greater good glory which it deserves. Jai Hind.
Former Chief Minister of Karnataka and the principal challenger in this elections. Mr. Siddaramaiah is joining us on Republic TV. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. The first question, you said this is your last elections. Is it also the toughest? You have had a very long career. Is this the most toughest elections that you're contesting?
This is the most easiest election.
Why do you say that?
Huh?
Why do you say this is the easiest?
We say that it is a tough election.
Because they say that there are a lot of challenges this time.
Because I said this is my last election, it doesn't mean that it is a tough election. It's an easy election. Since this is my last election, and I will not contest again. That's why I said it is my last election.
What is it that you would like to tell the people of Karnataka? Because this is also going to be a special election for you. Would you also be going ahead as the Chief Minister of the state? Is that what you're looking ahead?
See, this election, according to me, the people have already decided to change the present government. And the people of Karnataka are fed up with this government because of its corruption, because of its misrule, because of its maladministration, because of its non-performance. So people are not happy with this government. There is a strong anti-incumbency against this government. So I am also one of the competitor for the Chief Ministership. Likewise, D.K. Shivkumar is one of the competitors. That doesn't mean that there are two groups in the party. Ultimately, newly elected MLAs will have to select the leader of the legislature party, and on the basis of the opinion given by the newly elected MLAs, the High Command will take a decision.
I have been covering your rallies, and I see most of your supporters are already saying that they want to see you as the Chief Minister because you have served once and you have a unique distinction. You have completed the full tenure last time, which has not happened in the state of Karnataka many a times. They would want to see you as the Chief Minister. So would you then leave this decision to the High Command, or it would be your people who will decide the Chief Minister?
See, people are telling it is their wish that I should become the Chief Minister.
Will you fulfill it? Will you fulfill the wish of your people? Will you be the Chief Minister?
That is the opinion of the people. The elected representatives will decide who will be the next leader of the legislative party, and High Command has to take a decision on that.
There are a few issues also that I would like to talk to you about, Mr. Siddaramaiah. This is with regards to the controversy that we are seeing. Prime Minister says that your party is an anti-Hindu party, and the fact that you look at Bajrang Dal as a terrorist organization. Do you really see Bajrang Dal as a militant terrorist organization?
Read the manifesto.
I have, in English, but not in Kannada. I wanted to ask you, very interesting, in English, Mr. Siddaramaiah, you don't use the word ban.
We never said it.
No, but in Kannada you use it.
Straight away we will abolish.
Abolish in what sense?
No. You have not said it in one sentence. You abolish Bajrang Dal. Like that you have not said. But what we said is the party which is spreading hatredness among the people, and party which is creating violence in the society and not able to maintain, if they are responsible for the breach of peace in the society, only in such circumstances will abolish the organization like PFI, SDPI and Bajrang Dal.
You are using, but SDPI is almost in alliance with you. They are saying that some SDPI members are saying that you should vote for the Congress.
We are not in alliance with it.
So if you feel they are wrong, they should also be banned.
No, if they indulged in anti-party, anti-society activities, then only we will think of it to abolish. Because without evidence, nobody can, no organization can be abolished.
So you have been the Chief Minister of the state. You also know it that the state does not have the power to ban. Then why then talk about the Bajrang Dal, saying that if there is anything that you find, you will ban them? You cannot ban them.
Because the BJP people they are already creating the hatredness in the society.
But you don't have a problem with the Bajrang Dal. You don't have a problem with the Bajrang Dal, or the Congress party does not.
Bajrang Dal is also one of the organs of the RSS, one of the organs of the BJP. It is also coming under Sangh Parivar.
So if you are saying that if at all there is more havoc that is created by the Bajrang Dal, only then you will take action against them when you come to power.
Yeah. Not only Bajrang Dal, any organization, whether it is a Muslim organization or Hindu organization or any organization, as a matter of fact.
When the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, top BJP leaders accuse you, saying that you are soft on terror, that when the Popular Front of India, the cases were against him during your government, you had removed them.
As far as the terrorism is concerned, Congress is very strong. When it has compromised with terrorists.
They accuse you saying that Siddaramaiah has compromised with the Popular Front of India. You had removed the case. BJP says that cases that were registered against the Popular Front of India were removed by you.
Is there any evidence to show? Is there any evidence to show except that mere statement that I am soft with PFI or any other organization?
One final question, sir, I want to ask you. Do you think a situation will come up where there will be an alliance talk with the JDS? Will there be an alliance talk with the JDS? Do you think there is a possibility?
It does not arise at all.
That was the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, speaking to Republic TV.
Okay.
On the former Chief Minister's turf is the Chief Minister of Karnataka, the final stretch of this election campaigning. Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai. Mr. Bommai, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. The final stretch of this entire election. This morning, the Congress party puts up newspaper ads, says that this is a 40% Sarkara. They want to turn the table. What is your response? What is the BJP has to now tell the Congress party?
40% they are trying to allege on us for last 1 year. Nobody has taken it seriously. Nothing has stuck. It is a fabricated thing. Joined with some contractors who doesn't have any work. I have challenged them. Come out with one case. Come out with one case. Neither the contractor association nor Congress is able to come out.
So you are saying there is zero evidence?
There is no evidence. People don't believe it. It's a sincere campaign which is not going to stuck.
They say that DK Shivkumar in an interview to Republic TV says that the association had written to you as well as the Prime Minister.
They have written. It was just a general writer. So I called them. Personally, I called a meeting and asked him, give a specific case. Okay. I'll inquire. They're not given. Forget that. They made allegation on my minister. And he went on defamation to the court. And court asked them to give the evidences. They failed to give evidence to the court. There was arrest warrant against that contractor association. So you just look into the whole case that it's a hollow allegation just to defame BJP. But people at the ground, they know that the Congress itself is a Gangotri of corruption. It is very, very, the track record of Congress, their hands are full of blackened by corruption, and the people are experienced it. That's why they thrown them out.
Mr. Bommai, I have been tracking your rallies. In the initial stage, I've seen you speaking mostly about development, double engine Sarkar. Why is it that the election campaigning at the final end is now taking a slightly communal turn? Because you say that you're responding to Bajrang Dal, but you're painting the Congress party as anti-Hindu. They say that there is no equation between the PFI and the BFI.
You should ask this question to Congress.
They say that.
Let me tell you, you asked the right question. I myself, our Honorable Prime Minister, we're talking about double engine and the progress what you have done, the programs what you have given. But Congress knew that if they go on development, they are not going to lose. So they brought in Bajrang Dal in their manifesto. Till such time, not even a single word was spoken about Bajrang Dal. It is they responsible for all this chaos.
But they say that you are misrepresenting. They say that they never called for a ban. They never called for a ban.
It is very well written. If somebody knows the minimum language of Kannada and English, it is understood. They can't fool the people.
Let me also talk about the constituency where we are standing right now. You are taking on the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, who still dreams to become the Chief Minister. What do you have to tell him?
No, what I want to tell him is that Congress party is going to lose very badly this time. So there is no question of him being Chief Minister. It's ruled out. So his claim to vote for a Chief Minister will not click with the people of Varna.
And one final question, sir. In terms of numbers, BJP always speaks about the numbers. What is it that you are looking at? And what is it going to really change this time?
No, the whole atmosphere is now charged up for BJP because of the works we have done and important decisions we have taken on social justice and the entire all cross sections of the people are supporting BJP. That is going to change the whole course, and the numbers are, we are going to cross the magic figure +10.
मैं कहूँगी बजरंग बली हो या राम भक्त होने का विषय हो या आस्था का विषय है, और हमारी आस्था पर अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रहार करती है तो निश्चित रूप से लोग आक्रोशित होंगे। और ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता आक्रोशित है, हिंदू समुदाय से संबद्ध हर नागरिक, हर व्यक्ति इस बात से आहत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जब जब सत्ता की कल्पना करती है तब उनकी कल्पना में ये भावना संबद्ध होती है, सम्मिलित होती है कि कैसे हिंदू धर्म पर, हिंदू आस्था पर और हिंदू धर्म के पालन करने वालों पर या फिर संगठनों पर वो प्रहार करें।
लेकिन साथ ही साथ हम अब देख रहे हैं कि रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला ने भी आज एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड निकाला है जहां पे उन्होंने कई सारी बातें की है। लेकिन अब डीके शिव कुमार की अगर हम बात करें तो उन्होंने कल एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था जहां पे उन्होंने कहा कि अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार बनती है तो वो मंदिरों को रिवैम्प करेंगे और मंदिरों को और नई तरह से।
वही तो फर्क है, डीके शिव कुमार अभी भी अगर बोल रहे हैं, हम तो कह रहे हैं हम आ रहे हैं सरकार में। तो जब डीके शिव कुमार को खुद ही इस बात का डाउट है तो इससे ज्यादा मैं क्या बोलूं।
मैम हम देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस के एक नेता है राजमोहन जो एसडीपीआई लीडर से इंटरैक्ट कर रहे हैं और अब वो कह रहे हैं कि मुस्लिम्स के अगेंस्ट नहीं खड़ा होना चाहिए और बीजेपी को वोट नहीं देना चाहिए।
कांग्रेस के नेता का ये आरोप है कि कांग्रेस एक मुस्लिम पार्टी है। जब आपने प्रश्न मुझसे किया, क्योंकि मैंने वाक्य उनका देखा नहीं है, अगर कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने एसडीपीआई से कहा कि मुस्लिम को मुस्लिम के खिलाफ खड़ा नहीं होना चाहिए, तो क्या कांग्रेस का ये मानना है कि वो एक मुस्लिम पार्टी है? दूसरा, एसडीपीआई कैसा संगठन है? वो संगठन है जो राष्ट्र विरोधी काम करते हैं, वो संगठन है जो हिंदू धर्म और हिंदू समुदाय के लोगों पर आक्रमण करते हैं। क्यों कांग्रेस पार्टी फिर ऐसे लोगों के साथ आश्रय ढूंढ रही है?
लेकिन मैम साथ ही साथ अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही हमने देखा था कि किस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पे भी पर्सनल अटैक्स किए जा रहे हैं, कई अपशब्द यूज किए जा रहे हैं। और अब प्रियंका गांधी आके कहते हैं कि पब्लिक लाइफ में ऐसा होता है, आपको इसको सहना चाहिए, आपको इसकी हानि
चाहिए ना। हाँ, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बाकी सब छोड़ दें, सिर्फ मुद्दे की हम बात करें। तो श्रीमती वाड्रा क्योंकि कर्नाटक में इतना समय दे रही हैं और बोल रही हैं जनता से, तो एक प्रश्न का उत्तर दे दें। क्या ये सत्य है कि पद्म पुरस्कार बेचने के लिए श्रीमती वाड्रा ने किसी बैंकर से 2 करोड़ की पेंटिंग खरीदवाने की कोशिश की? इस पर आज तक उन्होंने चुप्पी साध रखी है, कभी कुछ बोला नहीं है। क्या ये सत्य है कि श्री राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी 5,000 करोड़ का घोटाला करने के लिए कोर्ट से बेल पर बाहर हैं? इस पर उन्होंने आज तक कुछ बोला नहीं है। मैं तो ये नहीं पूछ रही श्री वाड्रा ने कितनी ज़मीनें कहाँ हड़पी, मैं सिर्फ यही 2 सवाल पूछ रही हूँ।
मैम एक आखिरी सवाल पूछना चाहूँगी, बीजेपी जिस तरह से यहाँ पे कैंपेनिंग कर रही है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ अपोजिशन पार्टीज जो कांग्रेस है वो 40% कमीशन का आरोप लगाती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे, आप इसको किस तरह से देखती है? क्योंकि पहले जैसे कि हमने देखा था कि ये जो मुद्दा था 40% कमीशन वॉज द सेंट्रल टॉपिक ऑफ द कर्नाटका।
आपसे कह रही हूँ, श्रीमती वाड्रा हो या गांधी खानदान हो, वो क्यों डीके शिव कुमार के करप्शन पर चुप है ये आप जानते हैं, क्योंकि कमीशन उनके पास जाता होगा निश्चित रूप से, ऐसा लोग कहते हैं। दूसरा, क्यों वो सिद्धरामैया जी के करप्शन पर चुप है ये भी एक प्रश्न बनता है। लेकिन मैं दोबारा एक मुद्दे पर आती हूँ। आज मैंने अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैनिफेस्टो से संबंधित कई बातें की। मैंने एक अपने प्रचार के दौरान एक बात कही थी, कॉपी कैट कांग्रेस, और मैंने इसलिए कही थी क्योंकि श्री राहुल गांधी को किसी ने कान में जाकर कह दिया फ्री बस पास अनाउंस कर दो, जबकि उनको ये ज्ञान ही नहीं था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रदेश की सरकार ने 1000 करोड़ की व्यवस्था से ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर की सभी महिलाओं को फ्री बस पास की व्यवस्था कर दी थी।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
अभी घोषणा पत्र करा, घोषणा पत्र में बजरंग बली का अपमान करने का काम भी एक कांग्रेस पार्टी और वहां से भी नहीं रुकते। एक कांग्रेस के बड़ा नेता कहता कि बजरंग बली की जन्मतिथि कौन सी है, बर्थडे कौन सी है, आपके पास सर्टिफिकेट है? अरे कांग्रेस वालों, मेरे देश को बर्थडे मालूम है, हनुमान जयंती की पूर्णिमा को बजरंग बली का जन्म होगा।
पीएफआई एक प्रतिबंधित ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन कांग्रेस जब कर्नाटक में थी तो इन्होंने पीएफआई के सदस्यों को छोड़ भी दिया। सिद्धरमैया जी की सरकार थी, अपने आप में दिखाता है कि आतंकवाद को बल देने वाले और जो धर्म के नाम पर भी आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देते हैं, अपनी वोट की राजनीति के लिए कांग्रेस उनके साथ खड़ी हो जाती है और हिंदुओं को बदनाम करने का काम और हिंदू आतंकवाद का नाम देने का काम जो कांग्रेस ने किया।
ये चुनाव ये तय करने का चुनाव है कि अगले 5 साल तक मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में डबल इंजन सरकार कर्नाटक को आगे ले जाएगी या कांग्रेस की सरकार कर्नाटक को पीछे ले जाएगी।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
बजरंग दल को बैन करने की बात करते हैं। बजरंग दल को बैन करने का मतलब कांग्रेस के द्वारा सीधे सीधे हिंदू आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ करने का प्रयास हो रहा है।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. So some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
What moral rights these Congress friends have to criticize BJP's corruption issue? Those people also what they have done in last 5 years term when Siddaramaiah was chief minister. Everybody know.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया।
Dear Team Fearless, Jai Hind on your 6th birthday, and hope as we surge in the 7th and beyond, you will be there as the beacon of the 4th pillar to seek justice for people and to seek the truth, which is at times a little uncanny to reveal. And let's hope that this year brings more camaraderie, brotherhood amongst all the citizens in diaspora through your channel, and it also brings a lot of smiles as India surges ahead in seeking the greater good glory which it deserves. Jai Hind.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian.
PFI is already banned. And what is the history of the Karnataka? That Siddaramaiah government has released PFI, detenu. They have withdrawn the cases from PFI. That BJP is banning PFI, so to appease Muslim, will ban Bajrang Dal. That is why I said it is a Muslim agenda. They are basically what PFI cannot say. Today Congress party is saying that we will take revenge. PSI doesn't have a guts to say that we will take revenge because they know what we are going to do them.
BJP, though being in a government for last 3 years, they never looked at peace, they never looked at development, they looked at hatredness. We are looking at communal harmony. That is Sarva Janangada Shantiya Tota.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. So some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
You know, Mr. Owaisi, in the last 6 years, this is our third Republic Summit. And, you know, we've conquered COVID. We have conquered our conspirators. And it appears that on the third edition of the Republic Summit, you have conquered your trepidation to be on the stage at the Republic Summit. So first of all, thank you very much. He's taken the flight from Hyderabad early this morning to be with us. So we are very, very humbled to have you with us at the Republic Summit stage. Mr. Owaisi, pre-independence, post-independence, your party has been around, your party has been expanding, you continue to expand. So let me start by asking you, how have you transformed as a party, and why do people still perceive you as a minority party leader after all these decades, almost 100 years of existence?
The party has been formed 65 years ago. I have never called myself, and neither do I have any ambitions to be called as a Muslim leader. The expansion part, yes, it's natural. You know, every political party would want to expand their footprint, and I was lucky enough that when I was given this huge responsibility of heading my party, the party was already very strong on the ground, the organization was very strong, so I had this great platform expanding it outside the then Andhra Pradesh. And this expansion started, say, 2011, 2010 onwards. So, yes, the journey continues, but there is nothing wrong in it. I think so every political party would want to increase their sphere of influence, and at the end of the day, it is the democracy which gets strengthened. It is people's confidence in democracy increases. It is you have the youth who will come out and vote, and we might not win elections, but the biggest victory is that we are bringing people to the polling booth. We are getting votes. That is a great service to the nation itself, because democracy has to be strengthened, radicalization has to be controlled. So this is what we are trying to do.
ओवैसी साहब, आपकी पार्टी कई राज्यों में चुनाव लड़ रही है। 3 राज्यों में आपकी पार्टी के विधायक हैं, सांसद भी हैं, आप खुद सांसद हैं। ये बताइए, आप अपने आप को कैसे देखते हैं? आप अपने आप को एक माइनॉरिटी लीडर के रूप में देखते हैं या अपने आप को एक नेशनल लीडर के रूप में देखते हैं?
नहीं, ये मैं बड़ी पूरी इखलास और ईमानदारी से कह रहा हूँ कि मैं ना तो कोई माइनॉरिटी का लीडर हूँ, ना कोई नेशनल लीडर हूँ। मेरा काम मेरी पार्टी को लेकर आगे बढ़ना है, और हमारी कोशिश यही है कि सबको साथ ले लें। हमारे जितने पार्टी के जिम्मेदार हैं, उनकी मेहनत से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मगर मुझे इस खाने में डालकर बांट देना कि मैं माइनॉरिटी का लीडर हूँ या नेशनल लीडर हूँ, तो ये गलत होगा। और जो लोग हैं उनको मुबारक, बट मेरा मकसद ये नहीं। मेरा मकसद ये कि काम करूँ, पार्टी को आगे लेके जाऊँ, जहाँ जहाँ हम जा सकते हैं हमारी पार्टी का इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे, चुनाव लड़ेंगे, और मुझे इलेक्शन लड़ने का एक जुनून है।
वो तो पता चल रहा है, इलेक्शन लड़ने का जुनून है, वो पता चल रहा है, क्योंकि इस वक्त ओवैसी साहब की पार्टी 8 राज्यों में अपनी सियासी जो पकड़ है वो बनाने की तरफ है, क्योंकि आपके विधायक और सांसद हैं। लेकिन मैंने ये सवाल इसलिए पूछा था ओवैसी साहब, क्योंकि आप खुद जब सभाओं में जाते हैं, आप कहते हैं, आप अपने वोटर्स से कहते हैं कि ब्राह्मणों के नेता हैं, दलितों के नेता हैं, राजपूतों के नेता हैं। आपके आपके नेता नहीं है, तो आप एक स्पेसिफिक कम्युनिटी को केटर नहीं करते हैं क्या?
तो मेरा मकसद ये है कि भारत की राजनीति की एक तल्ख हकीकत है, एक सच्चाई है कि हर समुदाय का, हर कास्ट का, हर बरादरी का एक नेता है, चाहे वो किसी पार्टी में हो, रूलिंग पार्टी हो या पोजीशन हो या दूसरी रीजनल पार्टीज हो। मगर इसमें अगर आप देखेंगे तो नेता अगर किसी का नहीं है तो 14% माइनॉरिटीज़ का कोई नेता नहीं है और दलितों का भी कोई नेता नहीं है। और ये डेलिबरेटली एक साजिश के तहत ये कोशिश की गई है कि इनका कोई नेता ना हो, और इससे आप देखते हैं कि इनका जो डेवलपमेंट प्रोसेस है, एम्पावरमेंट का जो तरीक़ा है, वो नहीं हो पाता है। तो आप देख लीजिए कि जितने पार्लियामेंट में अगर जिस किसी के सेकुलर, जो सो कॉल्ड सेकुलर पार्टीज़ हैं, उनके पास अगर कोई मुस्लिम एमपी है, कितने मर्तबा वो इन इश्यूज़ पर बात करते हैं। जबकि हमारी जब स्पीच होती है पार्लियामेंट में तो सब आकर बैठते हैं, मैं बोलता आप बोलो ना, तो बोलते नहीं नहीं तुमको सुनने बैठे हैं। मतलब क्यों नहीं बोलते? नहीं, पार्टी हमारी नहीं बोलने देगी हमको। तो ये जो सेकुलरिज्म है ना, पॉलिटिकल सेकुलरिज्म को मैं कभी नहीं मानूंगा। संविधान का जो सेकुलरिज्म है मैं इसकी इज्जत करूंगा, उस पर जान भी कुर्बान करने करूंगा, मगर ये पॉलिटिकल सेकुलरिज्म को इस्तेमाल करके और दूसरी तरफ रूलिंग पार्टी की तरफ से जो नेशनलिज्म की बात करते हैं, बोले नहीं इसमें सब आ गए। सब कहाँ आते हैं इसमें? तो आप हर समुदाय को आप दे रहे हैं, आप लीडरशिप पैदा कर रहे हैं। अब मिसाल के तौर पर बिहार में अगर कोई नीतीश कुमार अगर किसी एक कन्विक्टेड मर्डरर को छोड़ रहे हैं, क्यों छोड़ रहे हैं? वो बड़े समुदाय के हैं, उनको इलेक्शन जीतना है। अगर बिल्किस बानो के कातिलों को छोड़ा जाए तो क्यों छोड़े? भाई वहाँ पे वो है। तो यही हम कह रहे हैं कि इससे भारत के लिए हमारी पॉलिटिकल।
पर फिर ओवैसी साहब, एमआईएम, एआईएमआईएम नेशनल पार्टी कैसे बनेगी? मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ क्योंकि आप एक राजनेता हैं, आप अपनी पार्टी का एक बड़ा लैंडस्केप देखते हैं, आप उसे एक नेशनल पार्टी के रूप में देखते हैं। अगर पार्टी नेशनल पार्टी बनेगी तो नेता को भी मुसलमानों वाली राजनीति से ऊपर आना पड़ेगा, जो सभाओं में आप कहते हैं, इसलिए बोल रही हूं।
वही तो हम कह रहे हैं कि हम लीडरशिप पैदा करना चाहते हैं। हम ये कह रहे हैं कि आप मुझे लीडर मत बनाइए, आप बनिए, और वो होगा, आज नहीं तो कल होगा। अभी लगता है कि ऐसा होगा, नहीं होगा, मुझे यकीन है कि मेरी ज़िंदगी में होगा। और उसमें ना सिर्फ माइनॉरिटीज़ बल्कि दलित लोग भी आ रहे हैं बड़ी तादाद में। अब औरंगाबाद की मिसाल ले लीजिए, हमारे पास 27 कॉरपोरेटर थे, सबसे ज़्यादा दलित कॉरपोरेटर हमारे पास थे। हैदराबाद में आज देख लीजिए, हमारे पास नॉन मुस्लिम कॉरपोरेटर्स हैं। तो ये काम चल रहा है, मगर अगर जो सबसे कमज़ोर है उसको अगर आप उठाने की बात कर रहे हैं तो उसमें कोई, मैंने समझता कि कोई गलत बात है उसमें।
Yeah, you know, all these years, Mr. Owaisi, one thing that you have to give it to Mr. Owaisi, he calls out what he just used, that phrase called political secularism. I have a tweet of yours where you tweeted, and you said, if Sharad, I'm reading out his tweet, he said, if Sharad, referring to a leader's first name, he said if Sharad was Shadab, he'd be called B-team and be an untouchable for seculars. I've never supported BJP government and never will, but this is the second time NCP supported BJP, and it may not be the last Sahibs supporting those who jailed his minister Nawab Malik. This is the value of Muslims. Now, the reason why I quoted this is because you speak out against these parties, these political parties who call themselves secular. You're very vocal about them. You spoke about Nitish Kumar. You also spoke about, or rather, you speak about the Congress party. What have they done so wrong? And I'll get to the data part later. What have they done so wrong that you claim that the minority community has been cheated?
Let us start with Sharad Pawar Sahib. And let us start with him.
Okay, let's start.
Now, who had this 6 a.m. oath-taking ceremony?
It could happen again.
And you know the inside details better than me. I don't know. Anything can happen, you know. So I don't rule out that possibility. Then the NCP supports BJP in Northeast. You see,
Yes.
you're supporting them.
Yes.
Take the example of Nitish Kumar. I remember a discussion which took place in Arnab's earlier avatar, wherein...
He's the same.
No, in a different color he was there, in a different place. And that program happened to be on Bihar, when Nitish Kumar had taken the support of BJP, and then, so I had stated that in that program, it's available on YouTube, Nitish Kumar became Chief Minister Health of BJP. He stood up in the assembly and said, हम मिट्टी में मिल जाएंगे, बीजेपी के साथ नहीं जाएंगे, फिर बीजेपी के साथ चले गए, फिर छोड़ दिए. Now you see, this is very convenient political secularism. You know, you stood up in 2019 and said, make Modi the Prime Minister, and only one seat was won by the Congress party in Bihar.
Yeah.
So this is what it is. So and then you have Congress party who loses every election with BJP. And then, you know, when I contest elections, my party contests election, they have the cheek to say, oh, you are there to divide this vote, that vote. Well, the Prince Charming lost in Amethi not because of me.
Prince who?
Well,
Prince who?
You know, whatever prince he's of. He lost in Amethi not because of me. You know, I was not there. I wanted to be there. You know, next time I'll be there. At least I take the credit of ensuring that my contribution was there. Now, you know, so you win Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, 65 Lok Sabha seats. Within 4 months, you win only what, 3 Lok Sabha seats. I was not there. So that is why आपका जो सवाल था ना, आप देख लीजिए, जब यहाँ पर हारते हैं इन लोगों से, तो इल्जाम आप नहीं लगाते अपने आप पर कि भाई आपकी नाकामी की वजह यह है कि आप मुकाबला नहीं कर पा रहे हैं बीजेपी और मोदी से.
पर आप तो सारे राजनीतिक दलों के फेवरेट हैं. आपके जो साथी हैं या आपके जो समर्थक हैं वो आपको रॉकस्टार मानते हैं, लेकिन जो आपके विरोधी हैं हर कोई आपके लिए एक बी टैग वाला तमगा लेकर आता है.
नहीं, मेरे को कोई फर्क
नहीं.
नहीं.
वो आप पर बोलते जरूर हैं, हर कोई बोलता है. तेजस्वी यादव ने बोला, नीतीश कुमार ने बोला आपको बी टीम. मुझे आपको कांग्रेस भी टीम बोलती है.
मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जितना बोलना चाहे बोले, क्योंकि मुझे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है.
आप हेडलाइंस बटोरते हैं. आप हेडलाइंस बटोर रहे हैं उससे.
नहीं, मुझे देखिए, अगर आप जब अच्छा काम करते हैं ना तो इल्जामात तो लगते हैं. आप जितने भी राजनेता इस देश में गुजरे हैं तो उनको, जो उर्दू में कहते हैं कि उनको इस इल्जामात के खाक और खून से गुजरना पड़ता है, तो हम भी गुजर रहे हैं, तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. तो इल्जाम लगेंगे मगर लोग जानेंगे, लोग जान रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं कि सच्चाई क्या है.
But I have to tell you one thing, Mr. Owaisi, and I've, you know, we've met Mr. Owaisi twice. In the previous editions of the summit, we went to invite him, we went to meet him at different occasions. We had the opportunity to actually see how Mr. Owaisi works. So, whenever he's in Hyderabad, there is never a day when Owaisi is not at his office. He's always at his office, Dar es Salaam, and you have hundreds of people just waiting to get an audience, and they come to him with every small issue that they have. And each of them get an audience, and each of them ensure at some stage their problems are solved. So that way, the local connect, I have to give it to you, I've seen that, and that's why do you think Prince Charming has been able to crack that code?
Yeah, we are beggars, we are paupers, we are untouchables. And then you have these entitlement driven political leaders who believe that they are a gift to this nation and they should be winning elections and ruling over our dead bodies. So we will not allow that. Yes, we work. You know, I am accessible. The biggest reason which God Almighty has ensured that I win every election is that we are accessible. You know, during COVID, I have data, we had helped more than 3,000 patients in both the waves. Both the waves. I have names and numbers of them. You know, so that is the confidence. That is how you build confidence. That is how people come out and vote for you.
Yeah.
You know, and that is very important. So yes, you have to work hard. There is no other way. I have learned my life through hard work. I'm not extremely intelligent as you guys and your boss are, but the only thing I have is I work hard. You know, I work hard, and sometimes I have done mistakes by working in a wrong way. But as far as my sincerity and my hard work is concerned, that is what I have. I have to do it. There's no other way, you know.
Yeah, no shortcuts.
ओवैसी साहब, आप मेहनत करते हैं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है, लेकिन हम भी आपको उतनी ही मोहब्बत देते हैं, इसमें भी आपको कोई दो राय नहीं होनी चाहिए. आप मीडिया के फेवरेट पोस्टर बॉय हैं, मैं सही कह रही हूँ कि नहीं कह रही हूँ? और ओवैसी साहब,
नहीं, आपकी मोहब्बत, आपकी इतनी बेहतरीन मोहब्बत है कि दुश्मन की जरूरत ही नहीं है.
अब देखिए, ये इल्जाम है, इसे हम खारिज करते हैं. ये इल्जाम है.
अब आप 6 बजे, 7 बजे और फिर 9 बजे जो मुल्ला जी बैठते हैं आपके पास, तो फिर उसमें मोहब्बत दिख कर आती है ना।
देखिए ये इल्जाम है, इसे हम खारिज करते हैं और उसके लिए आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क से जुड़ना भी पड़ेगा। और मैं ये इसलिए कह रही हूं,
मैं जब कभी निरंजन मुझे बोलते हैं, निरंजन को तो कभी शिकायत का मौका नहीं दिया, पूछ लीजिए आप।
हमें तो दिया है आपने।
नहीं आपसे भी आपने कहा तो हम आगे।
हम किसी शिकायत की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। आज हम ओवैसी साहब के साथ, क्योंकि माय आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए हम तर्कों पर बात इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि हम तर्क में साथ चल सकें। और इसीलिए ओवैसी साहब आज आपसे ये जरूर पूछूंगी कि आपको पसंद कौन है? आप आज प्रेजेंट डे गवर्नमेंट पर सवाल करते हैं, आप जो विपक्षी पार्टियां हैं उनको भी सवालों के घेरे में खड़े करते हैं, तो ओवैसी साहब को पसंद कौन सा राजनीतिक दल है, या कोई ऐसी पार्टी है जिसके साथ ओवैसी साहब साथ चल सकते हैं?
देखिए, आप बड़ा पर्सनल सवाल कर रहे हैं।
ये पर्सनल
और मुझे घर वापस जाना है, तो मुझे अपनी बीवी पसंद थी इसलिए मैंने शादी की, तो पसंद उस हद तक रुक जाती है, उसके बाद कोई पसंद नहीं रहती है। और मुझे जुनून है अपनी पार्टी के लिए काम करने का, और मेरा मकसद एक ही है कि मैं जब तक मुझे अल्लाह जिंदा रखे मैं काम करूंगा। अब ये पसंद नापसंद का सवाल नहीं है। देखिए, अब पसंद जो होती ना, वो इश्क और मोहब्बत की बुनियाद पर पसंद होती है कि जिंदगी भर मुझे इनके साथ गुजारना है। ये सियासत है, ये पॉलिटिक्स है। तो इसमें आप ये तो कॉलेज के जमाने में भाई हम मोहब्बत करते थे,
पर वैसे साहब
पसंद का क्या है?
राजनीति बदलने की अगर आप बात करते हैं,
नहीं, पसंद का नहीं।
आप MIM की तो सरकार नहीं अभी बन सकती है फिलहाल में, तो
बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल।
तो किसके साथ आपको लगता है?
देखिए, पसंद अगर आप बोलेंगे कौन सा नेता पसंद है, तो मुझे कोई जरूरी नहीं कि मैं किसी को पसंद करूं। मैं क्यों जरूरी नहीं पसंद करूं? भाई वो होंगे, भाई बड़ा पर्सनल चीज है। हाँ, अगर आप बोलेंगे कि भाई भारत की राजनीति में किसने बड़ा योगदान दिया या जमहूरियत को खड़ा किया, तो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर हैं।
तो फिर वो राजनीति कैसे बदलेगी?
नेहरू हैं, महात्मा गांधी हैं, सरदार पटेल हैं, मौलाना अबुल कलाम आजाद हैं। इन लोगों की कुर्बानी को कोई छीन नहीं सकता। तुम यकीनन ये इनको मैं बड़ी इज्जत की निगाहों से देखता हूं, मगर आप मौजूदा दौर में बोलेंगे, आप किस तरफ इशारा कर रहे हैं मुझे मालूम, मोहब्बत।
आने वाले समय में चुनाव है, आपकी पार्टी चुनाव लड़ रही है, कर्नाटक में चुनाव होगा, तेलंगाना में होगा, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, अगले साल लोकसभा चुनाव है। आपको लगता है ये जो तीसरे मोर्चे की बात बार बार होती है, ये एक हकीकत बन सकता है? ममता दीदी कोशिश कर रही हैं, अखिलेश यादव, आपके मित्र KCR, सब कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि एक तीसरा मोर्चा बन जाए 2024 से पहले। आपको लगता है वो हकीकत बन सकती है?
देखिए, नरेंद्र मोदी ये चाहते हैं कि एक चेहरा उनके खिलाफ खड़ा हो जाए, और नरेंद्र मोदी को मालूम कि जिस दिन कोई चेहरा खड़ा हो जाएगा वो कामयाब हो जाएंगे। हम ये कह रहे हैं कि एक चेहरा नहीं, भारत के 540 लोकसभा की सीट में चेहरों को खड़ा करिए आप, तब देखिए खेल में मजा कितना आएगा। आप भारत की जनता को अपने साथ में लीजिए और बीजेपी के खिलाफ खड़ा करिए। आपकी अपोजिशन यूनिटी से क्या होने वाला है? जनता को आप अपने साथ खड़ा करिए और बोलिए कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट मुद्दा है। आप उनको बोलिए कि भाई नीति आयोग की अगस्त 22 की रिपोर्ट है कि भारत में 87% लोग सिर्फ 27,000 रुपए महाना कमाते। आप उनको जाकर जनता को बताइए कि जो 20% गरीब हैं उनकी हाउस पर कैपिटा इनकम 50% कम हो गई, जो 20% दौलतमंद है उनकी 40% बढ़ गई। आप उनसे जाकर जनता को बताइए कि हाँ, हमको इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ चाहिए, 10% चाहिए, रियल ग्रोथ चाहिए, नॉमिनल नहीं चाहिए। ये सवालात आप करिए ना, आप जनता को अपने साथ लीजिए। अगर आप चेहरा बनाकर जाएंगे तो फिर नरेंद्र मोदी कामयाब हो जाएंगे।
आप ये कह रहे हैं थर्ड फ्रंट बनाइए लेकिन चेहरा मत बताइए।
नहीं, चेहरा देखिए, चेहरा बनाएंगे तो आप मोदी जी के ट्रैप में आ रहे हैं। ये बात को मान देखिए हम जो राजनीति सीखे ना मैडम, हमको ये सिखाया गया कि आप अपने अपोनेंट के स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट्स पर मुकाबला नहीं करेंगे, उनके वीक पॉइंट्स पे करेंगे।
वो सबसे बड़ा चेहरा आज देश के
नहीं, आप नहीं, चेहरा का नहीं है, आप उनका स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट है वो। आप ये काम करिए ना, आप करिए काम, आप उस पर देखिए, आप पूछिए उनसे कि भाई अगर आप हमारा पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ रहा है तो हमारा पूरी दुनिया में विश्व में मुकाम कितना है? 150 है हमारा मुकाम।
पर वो बताने के लिए लोगों को तो जाना पड़ेगा ना चुनावी मैदान में, जाएगा कौन?
यही तो बात हमको करना पड़ेगा ना।
प्रैक्टिकली अगर हम बात करें तो राजनीतिक चुनाव लड़ने के लिए राजनीतिक पार्टियों को उतरना पड़ेगा उस अच्छा वो थर्ड फ्रंट बनता देख रहे हैं आपके? नहीं देख रहे?
नहीं, मुझे नहीं मालूम। वो फारसी की कहावत है, नशिस्तन गुफ्तन बर्खास्तम।
तो आपने जवाब दे दिया।
माने
आपने जवाब दे
नशिस्त
दिया।
का मतलब नशिस्तन एक निष्ठ होती है, सब बैठ गए, गुफ्तगू होती है, फिर बर्खास्त हो जाते, तो वो उसमें क्या होने वाला है?
Which front are you in? A lot of fronts being formed lately. A lot of fronts being formed lately. We haven't seen you on stage.
Yeah,
with
this is
any
a
of these
season of
fronts
fronts.
yet. Are you in the third front?
Huh?
Are you in the part of the third?
No, I am a front in my own capacity, so I don't need to be part of any front because everyone is a front with me. So I am a front, so I have no issues, But this is a season of fronts, so I don't know, what color and shape it will take place. But if your next question is going to be, are you going to be part of this front, this so-called front? You can't expect me to sit at someone else's feet.
That's very
near their feet and listen to their sermons.
True. While we talk about time of transformation, which is our theme this year, because we're coming towards the end of our session, I want to ask you, what is your transformative vision for India of 2047? It's going to be 100 years in 2047. What is your vision of India, your idea of India?
It is constitution only. The vision of any Indian has to be according to the constitution. Number one, liberty of thought, equality of opportunity, fraternity for the weak. The weak should become strong. The last should become the first. This is what is the constitutional vision for every Indian, which is what the preamble talks about. And yes, as I said, that I want the economy to grow 10%. Why at nominal, real 10%? Why should the poorest become more poorer and the rich become more richer? How do we increase manufacturing? How do we increase the consumption data? How do we bring down discrimination and inequality? For example, you have the Muslim community, 14%, only 4% are in higher education. Why don't we bring it to 9% by ensuring that all the scholarships are given demand driven? And yes, of course, we want the terrorists should not come from Pakistan and kill people, the Kashmiris or any Indians in the valley. We want the basic job of a government is to uphold the territorial integrity of India. The government, whichever government will be there at that time, we hope that they will not lose more territory as this government has lost 2,000 square kilometers to China. We want. I would hope to see that we will have 42 squadrons, which is the requirement. I hope to see by that time we will have 200 ships, which we have only 100 odd ships.
It's happening. We had the air chief yesterday. We are buying in more planes than ever before. The LCA Tejas is going.
You see, the air. I have read the excerpts of that. What air chief said. How many squadrons we have now? 32. What is the requirement? 42. And then Russians are not giving us 2 batteries for S-400. Yes, we want peace in South Asia. That is very important. So this is my vision. It has to be according to the constitution of our country. And I hope that by, we don't change the constitution of Ambedkar. This country does not officially become Hindu Rashtra.
I'll tell you one thing. I wanted to ask him, Siseta, for some reason, Pakistan media hates you. The Pakistani politicians hate you. Why is that? Why do they have a special love for Asaduddin Owaisi that they're from Pakistan? They talk about Owaisi.
So in the initial stages, Arnab also had great misgivings about me in his original avatar. So when he happened to see that video of Pakistan, we met. He said, I must tell you, you spoke very well. So now, unfortunately, this is a wrong thing. Why is it that I as an Indian Muslim will always have to show my patriotism for this country by speaking against Pakistan?
Yes.
We have got independence. But yes, I happen to be in Pakistan. They talk nonsense. We gave it back to them. So that is the end of the matter.
Yeah.
So that cannot be the barometer of testing my patriotism. It is beyond that. It is beyond that. It is beyond Pakistan. And please don't demean me by comparing me with Pakistan.
No, I was wanted to ask that question because they often talk about you. They often talk about you.
आप तेलंगाना में सरकार बनाते हुए देखते हैं अपनी पार्टी को आने वाले समय में?
नहीं, मैं कहीं पर भी सरकार नहीं बनाऊंगा, ना मैं मंत्री बनूंगा, ना मैं संतरी बनूंगा।
आपके छोटे भाई 50 सीटों से ज्यादा की बातें कर रहे हैं तेलंगाना के लिए।
देखिए, बोले हैं और हम डिसाइड करेंगे जब चुनाव आएगा। और हमारी कोशिश यही होगी कि तेलंगाना में जो पीस और ग्रोथ हो रहा है, वो जो पर कैपिटा इनकम तेलंगाना का देश में सबसे ज्यादा है, और वहां पर जो तरक्की हो रही है उसको जारी रखा जाए।
तो एक राजनेता के लिए एक अल्टीमेट मकसद क्या होता है?
एक राजनेता के लिए जो
एक पार्टी के एक्सपेंशन के लिए काम कर रहा है, अपनी पार्टी के एक्सपेंशन के लिए काम कर रहा है, क्या उसके लिए एक अल्टीमेट एम क्या होता है? क्या वो सरकार बनाने की तरफ सोचता है? नहीं सोचता।
नहीं, अब
ओवैसी साहब सोचते हैं?
नहीं, देखिए ये बड़ा सेल्फिश चीज है कि मैं सरकार में आ जाऊंगा। पार्टी का एक्सपैंड करना, पार्टी के ग्रास रूट लेवल पे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रेंथन करना, लोकल बॉडीज जीतना, जिला परिषद जीतना, असेंबली जीतना, फिर पार्लियामेंट जीतना, ये हमारी कोशिश जिद्दोजहद रहेंगी। सत्ता में आके क्या करेंगे?
उसके जरिए सत्ता में आते हैं।
मिसाल के तौर मैं अगर मंत्री बन गया तो मैं क्या कर पाऊंगा? और मुझे अल्लाह ने इतना दिया है, इतना मैं सोचा भी नहीं था। अगर आप मुझसे पूछेंगे 1994 में आप 2023 में आपको अर्नब गोस्वामी के शो में बिठाएंगे, तो मैं बोलता यार मजाक मत करो, क्या हम हैदराबाद की पुराने शहर गलियों से कोई निकला है, वो यहाँ तक दिल्ली आएगा? तो मैं नहीं है, मगर हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं और कोशिश करते रहेंगे।
हैदराबाद वाली पार्टी आपको कहा जाता था, आज आप देखिए आपकी
नहीं, हम
जैसा मैंने कहा 8 राज्यों में
नहीं, यकीनन मेरी पहचान मेरे उस सरजमीन से थी और रहेगी, और मुझे उस पर फख्र है। मगर मेरा मानना यह है कि अगर उस सरजमीन से निकलकर मैं भारत के कोने कोने में जा रहा हूं, तो ये तो उस सरजमीन के जिम्मेदारों की मेहनत है कि उन्होंने मुझे मौका दिया कि अब जाओ तुम जाकर यहां जो तुमने सियासी कामयाबियां हासिल की, यहां जो तुमने सियासी ताकत हासिल करने के बाद तुमने तालीम के मैदान में काम किया, उसको रेप्लिकेट करो। हम कोशिश कर।
डाइकोटमी है ना ओवैसी साहब, आप सत्ता के लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं। अगर आप चुनाव लड़ते हैं, पार्टियां चुनाव लड़ती हैं, तो वो सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए लड़ती हैं।
देखिए, मेरे लिए सत्ता जरूरी है, मगर सत्ता का मतलब ये कि नहीं कि मैं मंत्री बन जाऊं या किसी सरकार का हिस्सा बन जाऊं। जब तक इंडिपेंडेंट पॉलिटिकल वॉइस चाहे दलितों की हो या आदिवासियों के, मुसलमानों की नहीं होगी, इनका सोशल इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो सकता। इसमें देश को मजबूत अगर करना है तो दूसरे समुदायों की तरह आपको इनको भी एक लीडरशिप बनाना पड़ेगा।
Firecracker, as always. Fireworks when Mr. Owaisi is here for flying in from Hyderabad and being with us at the Republic Summit 2023. Mr. Owaisi, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and this time I kept my word. Twice I missed, but
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
Let me first start with a little bit of a story of my relationship with Arnab Goswami. Arnab is not in the room, and therefore I can venture to be even bolder. I have known Arnab well before his starting the venture on Republic TV, and even before his earlier roles, and always thought about him as a bright Mumbai boy who is really going to go places. And therefore built a personal relationship with him over the last more than 25 years. And what is the most interesting for me is not Arnab Goswami, the newsman. It is Arnab, the entrepreneur. And that's a very difficult transition to make from being a newsman or an anchor or working on interviews and stories to continue doing that, but build a business around news, media, television, and digital. So I would really like to personally congratulate my young Mumbai boy for really making it big. So friends, when we talk about transformation of India, I think it's right across the length and breadth of the country. And if we look at where we are today and just do a little bit of math, say we are at about 3.4 trillion economy. And if we multiply ourselves to grow somewhere between 7 and 8%, I think by 2047, when we reach the 100 years, we should target to be an economy larger than $25 trillion. And I hope that in this period, the rupee is one of the most stable currencies in the world and not something which keeps on depreciating every time something happens in the developed world and all emerging market currencies get depreciated. And therefore, one of the most important things I think we must focus on through our productivity, the quality of our business, the quality of our current account, the quality of our fiscal deficit, is on the strength of our economy. The Indian rupee should be one of the more stable anchor currencies. In this transformation, I would really like to see the rupee currency in this next 25 years as being one of the foremost currencies people around the world trust and use as an international convertible currency. The unbelievable privilege which the United States of America gets because it is the world's reserve currency gives it the ability to grow and do things which probably no other country in the world can do. But with the current developments in the world, including the geopolitics, and the way India has navigated those geopolitics. It gives India an opportunity to become a truly world-class, acceptable currency people around the world trust. And let me expand on that. Let us think about each of us. We all, of course, trust the Indian rupee, but if we have to put our money outside, in an outside currency, most of us would be comfortable with the US dollar, probably the euro, maybe the pound, yen, but certainly not the Chinese yuan. The country which is taking on the US worldwide in terms of global scale and size, friends, are the Chinese. And they're working relentlessly to move to the position of a reserve currency, which will give them unbelievable privilege away from any other country. And the battle of the giants today in terms of the global economic size is US versus China. It's time for us at this point of time that over the next 20 to 25 years, that we certainly should be amongst the top 1 or 2 countries in the world, but become the favored nation the world can trust. And it is in this context, friends, the steps taken by India today in repositioning India in the new world era are extremely important. And I am saying this truly as an Indian. Last year, when Russia first attacked Ukraine, I was a very worried man because I saw immediate spike in price of oil and India being vulnerable to oil, which affects our current account deficit, which affects our fiscal deficit. So this worried me a lot. But the way India has navigated the geopolitics and the economic outcomes which have come out of that, including taking a position not necessarily following what the West wanted us to do, but taking an India position that this is what is right for India's interest. And we will abstain without taking sides. We will continue to do what is in our self-interest. If it means lower price of oil, we are ready to import even from Russia, because if Russia can supply energy to Europe despite the war, why can't India get it? And that position of confidence which India demonstrated, rather than succumbing to the Western pressures, was the first turning point of economics and geopolitics working seamlessly in India's favor. And today, India is at a much better position. We have substituted a lot of our energy requirements to get the lowest cost of energy for India, and at the same time, maintain the relationship and the equilibrium in the changing world. And of course, India is in this unique position. It has a great relationship with the US, with Europe, with Russia, and amazingly, the Middle East. India and the UAE, India and Saudi Arabia, we have become much closer partners. And therefore, the work which we have done in using our and leveraging our geopolitical position to India's economic advantage is probably one of the less stated aspects of the future of India, where geopolitically, India becomes significantly more important player relative to our current size of the economy. Therefore, our brand India in terms of geopolitical position is significantly ahead of where our economic heft needs to be. And it is here that we need to use this position of a very large, probably larger than life compared to size of the Indian economy versus China. Leverage this to our advantage and disproportionately grow our economy. And in that context, I would say the first major step is we must work towards doing everything in our process, in our regulatory framework, in our financial system to have that confidence that the world says, in rupee we trust. If you read any US dollar bill, there is a line which says, in God we trust. I would like, and I have a very genuine belief that God was Indian. And therefore I say, in rupee we trust. Now, it's good to say this, but how do we achieve this? You know, we all love to believe and dream, but dreams need to follow some serious execution. And if India wants to move from a 3.3, 3.4 trillion economy to a 25 trillion economy by 2047, which is a growth rate of 7 to 8%, what are our challenges? In the past, whenever we have tried to grow faster than 7%, we've normally landed up with some accident. Whether it was 1992, some of you may be aware, the famous security scandal. Then 2000 was another scandal in the securities market. Then you had the 2007-8 financial crisis. Then you had the huge issue of NPLs, which followed post-2008 and which put back the Indian financial system for nearly 10 years with a number of companies getting into trouble. A lot of the corporate India, a lot of the financial sector companies, and all that really manifested in the 10 years between 2008 all the way up to 2018-19. And we are fortunately now at a stage where we have cleared up a lot of the mess which has happened over these many years. But we are now at a stage where we have to be able to do two things at the same time. One, put up a financial system which can scale while maintaining stability. We should be able to grow faster without blowing up. And for that, you need significant capacity building in our system. I do believe the Indian economy is poised for faster growth, but I do believe the Indian financial system has to catch up on capacity to get to scale. And at times, if we are burnt by a particular accident, we have to be careful that just because there is a road accident, you do not stop cars from driving on the road. Because if you don't drive on the road, you don't make progress. But you can easily say, my system is safe by having no cars drive on the road. Therefore, we need to make sure the cars continue to drive, whether it's a Maruti or a truck. We have got to be having the ability of providing roadways for all, having reasonable rules which balance risk management with governance, with aspiration for India's future. And here I would strongly, on the platform of the Republic TV, say that India needs significant capacity building in India's financial sector. Or else we run the risk of the economy growing faster or trying to grow faster with the risk of overheating and frictions and the financial sector lagging behind. Therefore, the transformation for the Indian economy in many ways rests on the ability and the power of India's financial sector to grow while managing risks. It is not either or, it is and. We have to grow and manage risks in the financial sector. And why is financial sector different, friends? At times people ask this question, why can't we just grow? Why can't we relax everything? We have to keep in mind the most leveraged of all sectors is the financial sector. A bank is safe, but the bank has the highest debt equity ratio in terms of ratio of capital to deposits. Therefore, we need to manage risk for people's monies, for keeping people's monies safe, but growing. And to manage both requires a vision and a nuance. And I believe that just as we have a phenomenal vision for a transformation of the Indian economy, we must set in place a strong capacity building for India's financial sector. And this is where the transformative agenda for the financial sector has to be led by a combination, which is a partnership of the government, of the regulators, and the key players who can build India's financial sector guardrails for a 25 to 30 trillion economy at India's 100 years. And I would love to see by 2047, India not in the top 3, but certainly 1 or 2. And for that, the road ahead is long and requires hard work, and a lot more entrepreneurs were given the roadway to grow, aspire like Arnab Goswami. And Indian entrepreneurs must be given the wings with the right ability and combination of professional management. I believe a lot of entrepreneurs have dreams, many of them get into business, but the challenge is how do you manage creativity with strong process and professionalism? And if you can get both together, you create a winning combination. Creativity and entrepreneurship combined with process and professionalism. That's what makes a true success. And in that context, friends, there are a number of things I have in my mind which India has to do in its capacity building. Whether it's a simple thing, I think we did a brilliant job by introducing the insolvency and the bankruptcy code. But as was told earlier by Jyotiraditya, the devil is in the detail. In practice, the success ratios of IBC have dramatically dropped in recent years. A creditor in a conglomerate situation is getting less than 10% of the loan. And overall amount of money collected for creditors through the IBC process is now less than 30%. It is not something which we should accept. And the process, the legal process, the judicial process is also mired with a lot of challenges. So we have a good intent, we have got a law in place, the issue is back to execution. Similarly, I think it's crucial for the Indian regulatory system to have a much deeper collaboration to an overall regulation and development framework. Therefore, there should be a much greater coordination across the regulatory system. And you don't want different approaches to regulation from the point of view of what's right for the financial sector, but more thought through unified process between the different regulators, whether it is the RBI, the SEBI, the IRDA, the IFSCA, the MCA, a need for a coordinated approach to regulation for building our future. We also need, and I think the finance minister spoke in her budget speech, if you go through paragraphs 99 and 100 of the speech, she has actually highlighted that it is time for review of financial regulation in India. A time for a detailed review of what is our current regulation. How do we revisit that to build an India which can get to a 30 trillion economy by 2047. The current regulatory framework will be challenging for us to be getting there. And I do also believe that as the presidency of G20, one of the things which India must lead is how can we get to significant improvement in capacity building in the financial sector as leaders of G20. This is an issue certainly in India, but in many other countries. And with that, I'm looking forward to a chat with my friend, and I hope he's not too harsh on me. Okay, and really thank you very much, and I'm delighted and honored to be here. Thank you.
Mr. Kotak, I must say that I'm truly overwhelmed for two reasons today. The first, of course, is all the kindness you've bestowed on me, and every word that you've said here is deeply inspiring to me. It comes from a person of your experience and stature. The second reason is because I have got a lot of phone calls and messages when people saw you in the audience in the front row as Mr. Scindia was speaking, and all of them asked me, how did you manage to get Mr. Uday Kotak to your event? And I know this is very rare for you. And I know that you've flown down all the way from Mumbai. This gesture means a lot to me, and I'm sure to all of us in the audience, so a round of applause. Sir, you are a legend, I know that. And I must say that I may just share a small bit about our personal association. You've been kind to invite me to your events once, and I was really embarrassed to be speaking in your presence. On one occasion, as I was starting Republic, friends, I went to Mr. Kotak's office, and I had no agenda. I came to meet him, and he was kind enough to see me in his office in BKC. And as we sat down, he asked me a few questions on the business fundamentals of what I was trying to build. And eventually he asked his key managers to be away. It was him and me, and I think one more person. We spent about half an hour and 45 minutes, Mr. Kotak, I don't know if you remember, where he leafed through every aspect of the, at that time, financially tiny business that Republic was building. And he sat down with me and he asked me, what are your projections? What are your estimates? What can go wrong? What can go right? What is your leverage? What is your debt? What is your plan? But most importantly, he spent 15 minutes quizzing me about my vision. And at the end of it, you told me, just go for it or not. That was 2016, sir, you don't remember. But that meant so much to me because we were trying to fly solo and you told me, go for it. And I can tell you when I called him a month and a half back and I said, Mr. Kotak, you must come. May I share this? He again asked me on the phone, tell me how you're doing. And I gave him a few fundamentals and then he said, I'm coming. So Mr. Kotak, your coming here is a testament to your continuing faith in Republic and on us. So a long answer, but personally very grateful to you, sir. Very, 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 very grateful. Now, not losing any more time, sir, I have a few questions for you and I found it fascinating. And we have some people here who are really into geostrategy and economics. Tomorrow, Mr. Gurumurthy is coming. Another visionary, Mr. Sridhar Vembu, chairman of Zoho Corporation, is here. Sir, I found it incredible that you as a banker spoke about geostrategy, geopolitics. You spoke about how we acted in our self-interest regarding the price of oil and how we were ensuring that our energy supplies from Russia continued. But these are tough decisions, Mr. Kotak. And you're a banker. You look at risk factors. The first one which comes to my mind is, great, this government did it. But where is the guaranteed continuity in a democracy where a tumultuous process of an election happens every 5 years and the politics is so volatile? Does that risk factor worry you? Because you also said that if you want to be the most favored nation the world can trust, you're going to have to take these decisions, learn the nuance, play the game at the high table. Do we have that continuity in a democracy like India, or is that our weakness compared to China?
You know, I think I have great faith in the people of India that we'll finally select a government and a leader which prioritizes India's self-interest over everything else. And therefore, it's a confidence in the people of India and India's self-interest over everything else. Long ago, my grandfather gave me a lesson, which was the difference between selfishness and enlightened self-interest. And I hold this as a critical part for India's future. We must have the courage of conviction to take decisions which are in our enlightened self-interest. And we should not be scared by any power on earth to do that. We have to manage the diplomacy because we are living in a connected world. But we should not compromise what's right for India just because it is geopolitically inconvenient and politically difficult to execute. That is the true strength of leadership. And I actually feel that the strength and the maturity of the Indian democracy is if we continue to keep the clear goal that India's self-interest, political and economic, overrides everything else. And for whatever reason, I think we also have to ask the tough question, what is our long-term plan to deal with our eastern neighbor? We, even today, and again I'm being pretty frank, Arnab, We import a lot more from China than we export. We have a $60 billion deficit. And therefore China sees India as a great market and has currently been far more competitive in selling to India on competition and good price than what India is currently. Therefore my view is, and I genuinely believe this, we have to thrash competition by growing on our strength and not by trying to stop a competitor in ways which are not consistent with good practice. Therefore, give me a day for the true conviction of India and for the true arrival of India when India becomes a current account surplus country, where India is competitive enough to export more than it imports. In our entire history, if you look at it over the last 40 or 50 years, every year we import more than we export. I want this transformation where we earn more money or more dollars than we pay. And if we reach that, then we have the ability to call the world, thank you very much, we don't need you. You need us more because you are buying more from us than selling to us. That's the power which we need to get to. And today China has that. It's a huge current account surplus. Therefore, our strength has to be political, has to be geopolitical. But the ultimate test of a strength of a country has to be economic power, which is unparalleled. And it is here we must work, because the two biggest economic powers today by far are US and China. And that is our goal, and that should be our gold standard.
Absolutely, but China has built on it over decades, built on it over 20 years, and we are right getting there. Now, recent episodes, we have a lot of doomsday sayers in our country, and I just love your positive energy. You know, you've seen so much, but there's a lot of doomsday prophets in our country. I am, in the recent episode about one major corporate led people to put out op-eds and articles about how the Indian economy is collapsing. We don't have an institutional mechanism. We don't have regulatory control, and how the systems are not resilient enough. It was almost as if by force they wanted to agitate the system so much that they wanted a market crash. They wanted the market crash to continue. They wanted the capital markets affected. They wanted India's image to be affected. Whereas I always thought otherwise, and I don't know how to balance this, Mr. Kotak, but am I right in believing that we are overdoing the negativity because hasn't institutional foresight actually safeguarded India from recession? Hasn't the RBI Governor Shaktikant Das, hasn't he done a fantastic job? Hasn't he been ahead of the curve compared to the US Fed? And when the SVB, sorry for a long question, sir, it's a bad old habit, but when the SVB and Credit Suisse collapse, you don't say those countries are collapsing. But one episode happens which doesn't even affect the company in the long term that we are talking about, and we say India is finished. So how do we balance it, or we just have to live with this? And how do you view it from a macroeconomic perspective?
I think economics and business have a momentum of their own. And I compare listed companies subject to being in a jungle, okay? In a jungle, there are many animals. There are different animals of different styles. And I'm using the capital market phrase, there are the hedge funds, there are the long-only investors, there are the retail investors, there are fundamental investors, there are technical investors, there are day traders. There's every sort of animal in a jungle. And think about the markets like the jungle. And some animal will make some noise, some animal will make some sound, some will be good, some will be shrill. Take it in our stride. And as long as we are clear that we are doing the right things and consistent with fair and free markets, we will be fine. And these kind of accidents will always happen. I was told a wonderful, Arnab, I went for a holiday to South Africa in one of the reserves. Right. And just as we were entering the jungle, there was a wonderful quote. It said, in the jungle, there are no winners or losers. There are only consequences. And what does this mean? That if there is a lion in a chase for, say, a deer, and is not able to capture the deer. We think the lion has lost. The lion has not lost. The lion will remain hungry. That's the consequence. And if he catches his prey, the lion has not won. He will be fed. So the law of the jungle is consequences. It is not about winners and losers. And therefore, when you think about markets, when you think about economics, when you think about big businesses, think about consequences, not who has won and who has lost. And we should approach our way into business in the marketplace as keep the markets free and fair, have regulation which manages the traffic, does not stop the cars from traveling on the road, but let the marketplace and fair regulation decide it. And this is where I have said that need for policy, regulation, and market players to work in a collaborative manner rather than in a manner which is adversarial.
Has the banking system become too risk averse?
I think the banking system has a challenge of capacity. And one of the things which we need to do is we have to get to scale. We need to be able to do things which will enable Indian business to get to scale. And let me give a very simple example. If a large corporate wants to acquire another company, the only people the corporate can go to for financing the acquisition is a foreign bank. If the same company or any acquirer goes to an Indian bank, the current regulation is the bank can lend against shares to an individual, not more than 20 lakhs. Now, if you're doing an acquisition of 10, 20, 30,000 crores, why should a foreign bank fund this acquisition? Why should it not be that Indian banking system has the confidence and the capability and the risk underwriting capacity to underwrite such risk and syndicate it out rather than saying, I cannot do it. So and this rule actually came, when this rule came? 1992 after the security scam. And it has remained like that forever. So we need to also make sure that all our regulation is consistent with our aspiration.
Do you work with the government towards this?
I would work with all policymakers in what I believe is right for India, and always open to go out there and say, if we want to build India of the future, we cannot say we will not take the risk. We will have to manage the risk, but grow for our aspiration.
Behind your kindly demeanor is a very tough negotiator. I've heard these legends about you when you're on the other side. Nobody wants to be on the other side of Uday Kotak. If I were to take that word of negotiation and ask you differently, how does India negotiate from a position of power when we haven't built the scale yet? And yet we are doing it. You see this UK-India financial partnership, which has been discussed for a long time. We are negotiating from a position of power. Now, along with that, we've just become the most populous nation in the world. Do we use our demographic dividend to negotiate harder? So a broad question, two questions really rolled into one. How do we leverage our demographic dividend? Second question, how do we use it, or are there other things we use to negotiate as a country from a position of power to build a better country for the next generation?
I read a wonderful news article, or a snippet today, Arnab, on this, on UK and India negotiation. The UK public, or some members of the UK public, are actually alleging to their Prime Minister Rishi Sunak that you're weak-kneed and selling out to India. Can you imagine the country which ran India for a few hundred years, where we always felt we were sold out to them, is actually thinking the other way?
Super. We love that.
But the question is, how do we negotiate a deal when he is going to have political heat on the other side? Where he is perceived to be the weaker negotiator than us. One of the important aspects in negotiation is to be able to do a deal not based on perception of who's stronger or who's weaker. on what is our interest. And we negotiate from our interest and not from the point of view of winning. And as long as we do that, if it serves our interest, we should do it. And we should be able to convince the UK government, even if it's a prime minister of Indian origin, that this is in India's interest and UK's interest. And don't bother about all this noise around you. And that is the message which I would give to Rishi Sunak. Negotiate and do a deal with India on fair terms for both. And don't be scared about populism and noise in your country, just as India is not scared of populism and noise in its country.
Wow, that's the language we want to. And we are actually hearing India speak on the global stage. Lastly to you, sir. The theme is time of transformation, Mr. Kotak. Everyone talks about 2047. But if I were to look at a 10-year horizon from now, what is the transformation that you see? If you can both capture it in numbers as well as visualize it for us, because the pace is so quick these days.
Yeah, in 10 years, I would like to see India grow at an average of about 8%, which would take to Indian economy GDP size of around $8 to $9 trillion. A dream would be $10 trillion. I think that will be tough, but $8 to $9 trillion is achievable. And therefore, if I said by 2035, India should cross the double digit on GDP. The point which I would like to highlight is this transformation is going to come with significant change. I think the technology in the digital world is transforming us beyond recognition. I think we as a nation, as a people, will have to face the challenges of the new language of technology and digital. And I'd say for that, the future is going to be younger generation. I always love it when my two boys tell me, "Father, you don't get it." And it is a fact. I don't get it compared to them. Therefore, it is our egos, and many of us in this room, to have the humility and acceptability to say the younger generation is smarter than us. And that is what will make our future.
Sir, I can't express my thanks in words. You're a colossus, but for coming here, for inspiring us. And I hope that your strategic leadership continues to guide the country as well in as many global forums as possible. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Kotak.
Thank you very much, Arnab, and great to be here with you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
Sorry, we are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. So some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian,
भारत के प्रयासों की वजह से इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स मना रही है। साथियों, आज दुनिया में भारत की इकोनॉमी 5th नंबर पर पहुंच गई, 5 नंबर पर दुनिया में। दोस्तों, 5 नंबर पर हम पहुंच चुके हैं। और 2014 के पहले जब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी ना, तब हम 10 नंबर पे थे, 10th पर थे। फिर 2014 में आपने मुझे सेवा करने का मौका दिया, बीजेपी की सरकार बनाई। भारत 10th नंबर की इकोनॉमी से देखते ही देखते 9th पर पहुंच गया। लोगों ने जो कहा चलो भाई कुछ हो रहा है। फिर भारत 9 से 8th नंबर पे पहुंच गया, 8 नंबर पे पहुंच गया। लोगों को लगा चलो यार मोदी जी कुछ कर रहे हैं। फिर भारत 8 नंबर से दुनिया की।
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
that is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene.
लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
Dear Team Fearless, Jai Hind on your 6th birthday, and hope as we surge in the 7th and beyond, you will be there as the beacon of the 4th pillar to seek justice for people and to seek the truth, which is at times a little uncanny to reveal. And let's hope that this year brings more camaraderie, brotherhood amongst all the citizens in diaspora through your channel, and it also brings a lot of smiles as India surges ahead in seeking the greater good glory which it deserves. Jai Hind.
हमें आगे बढ़ना है। आप मुझे बताइए 5 नंबर से हमें पहले 3 में पहुंचना चाहिए कि नहीं पहुंचना चाहिए? आप चाहते हैं पहले 3 में पहुंचना चाहिए? आप चाहते हैं? करना चाहिए? कौन करेगा? कौन करेगा? कौन करेगा? मोदी नहीं करेगा, आपका एक वोट करेगा। आपके वोट की ताकत है।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूं 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूं 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूं 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूं 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूं 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूं 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian.
Barrack number 12, jail conditions are ready according to Team India. Is that not fine according to the jail conditions? Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? Just answer one question, sir.
पक्का पक्का वचन वादा। अच्छा मेरा एक काम करोगे? करोगे? जोर से बताइए, करोगे? ये मोदी का पर्सनल काम है। करोगे भाई? करोगे? जरा हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए। अच्छा ऐसा करो, अपने मोबाइल फोन की फ्लैश लाइट चालू करो और मुझे बताओ, आप लोग करोगे? अपने मोबाइल फोन की फ्लैश लाइट चालू करो। सबके मोबाइल की फ्लैश लाइट चालू हो। चारों तरफ जो दूर खड़े हैं उनकी भी सब अपनी फ्लैश लाइट चालू करो। अच्छा मेरी बात सुनिए, मेरा एक काम करोगे?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
On the road with the star campaigner of the Congress party. Not just the star campaigner, as many would say, he is the troubleshooter, he is the Chanakya for the party. And the fact of the matter is that if the Congress party, which was largely seen as beleaguered, has suddenly revived in the state of Karnataka, it's because of the issues that they have raised. Joining me right now is Karnataka President of the Congress Party, D.K. Shivkumar. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, 1989, sir, thereafter there has been no looking back for you. You were referred as the giant killer at that point in time, and I was seeing your rallies. You do not take on your opponents. You've not named H.D. Devigowda. You don't take on B.S. Yediyurappa. You don't believe in, you're not taking any names. What is the reason why, for someone who's never seen back, never has thought about how strong the opponent has been?
See, we are in public life. What is the point in taking their names? They have seen the administration of Yediyurappa, Janata Dal, BJP and all. People have tasted their power. We should always be on a positive note, what we can deliver. People look at, see, BJP party always look at things on emotion side. We look on development side. See, the age of Yediyurappa or Mr. Devegowda is on the, we have to respect their seniority, that's all. Apart from that, they can't deliver. Even BJP has taken a decision and they have resigned, got his resignation. And Mr. Devegowda also, though politically we might have a lot of differences on issues, but we have to respect, and I don't want to take on personal issue. On politically, I have already said on record that we had given an opportunity to Mr. Kumaraswamy. Congress had helped, we have helped Devegowda to become the Prime Minister. Then ultimately, the BJP also was in power with Operation Lotus. None of them proved better. So there is no point of putting our allying. We need every section. So I don't want to hurt anyone's sentiment. When the things have been, people itself have decided that BJP and Janata Dal can no more be in this political scenario, because we are looking at a government with a good governance. So all these other parties have already given their administration, which people have already on the way to reject them. So I don't want to take on them.
Mr. Shiv Kumar, let me then ask you this question. When you see the Prime Minister coming here in Karnataka, he says that your party has heaped 91 abuses. He says that there is this gali politics that's actually happening in the state of Karnataka, starting from your top leadership. You do not say a single word in any of your rallies, but why is it that the Congress party, your other leaders, are indulging in what many would say that you are handing out a platter to the Bharatiya Janata Party by indulging in this gali politics?
See, I am shocked to hear the statement of Honorable Prime Minister telling that 91 times he has been abused. It is not the point to be discussed here. Here there is a double engine government. BJP is here in the central. They are telling that double engine government can deliver a lot of things. Prime Minister should be very confident to convince the people of Karnataka and his party men what he has done, whether he has done 100 works, 200 works, 300 works, 10 work, 1 work, which has created in history. Instead of speaking on development, he is telling what Congress or some ex-party has abused to try him. Can we go on speaking on the abuse what he made to the Sonia Gandhi, what he made to Rahul Gandhi, what he made to Priyanka Gandhi? Every day he is not sleeping without forgetting Gandhi family. So I think for his stature, he should not think of abuse, a word which has been abused. He should try to convince us then what development he has done, what double engine has contributed to the state of Karnataka. That is more important in this election. People are looking at filling the stomachs, not any abusement.
But as an astute leader, someone who's been in public life for a very long time, would you then say that leaders from both parties, be it the Bharatiya Janata Party or for the Congress Party, they should refrain from this negative politics of abusing each other, because that does not really find any resonance among the public? The public does not want to hear negative politics.
No, I don't believe in it. That is why I don't use it. No commenting on it. See, the situation has changed. People are more educative. They will look what they get. What they get is important. All this abusement and all will never work out here. It will be a talking point and some media, for news for a media for time being. Apart from that, it will not help anyone.
Let's dive into some of the issues that you have raised in your rallies. You specifically are targeting this particular government, saying this is a 40% Sarkara. The Bharatiya Janata Party, on the other hand, says that if the Congress Party has so much of proof, why not go to the Lokayukta? Why not raise that entire issue before the public? Or even knock the doors of the Supreme Court or any other court? Why not take it there?
I think I am very shocked that a sensible channel like Republic TV doesn't know the history. This 40% Sarkar has been instigated by the government itself. The minister themselves with the cabinet, MLCs, MLA, former ministers, all of them have said that this government is collecting money. And even Swamiji has also said that for the mutts which has been given grant, they had to pay 30% commission. And one Mr. Kempanna, the president of the Contractor Association president, said 2.5 lakh contractors, official contractor register are there. He wrote to the Prime Minister, he met the Chief Minister, he said, but no action was being taken. Ultimately, the Lokayukta also, CM was asking for a proof. Ultimately, Lokayukta gave a proof that when an MLA, a sitting MLA, his son, both of them, being a chairman, collecting money, 8 crores in his house. What more you want? They were asking for an evidence. See, Karnataka has become the corruption capital of this country. It is a state with a good governance. That we are also worried about Karnataka. The image of Karnataka is not on the India map. It is on the global map. India is seen through Bengaluru and Karnataka. This is what Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee also said. This is what Mr. Manmohan Singh also said. India is a country with sound knowledge, especially Karnataka, the human resources, the medical, education, health sector, and the knowledge capital, the IT capital, lot of things to tell. So it has its own history. The image has been dented. Now we are looking at, that is why we are trying to convince the people of Karnataka that let us go for a change, for a positive. Let us see that we bring back the brand of Karnataka and make this a global Karnataka with a good image.
I would like to remind you also when B.S. Yediyurappa was facing charges at that point in time by the central agencies, you were one of the few leaders in Karnataka who said that you can't have baseless charges leveled against him. It should be probed. You to a certain extent you supported the fact that one should look at it in a very matured manner. In that circumstance, let me then ask you, sir, that today when there is no proof or there is no evidence that is put forth, then your opponent are simply going to say that there is no proof. So where is the question of saying that this entire government is completely corrupt, because Lokayuk has taken the action when the money was basically found from the MLA's son's residence?
Two incident. Why did the minister resign? Why we made him to resign? A BJP worker himself who did the contract went to his house more than 20-30 times. Then he was asked to pay 30% commission. He could not pay. Then he has to have a suicide. He had written a death note. Still the wife of that deceased dual, still she is fighting in the court. Why did BJP not give him a ticket if he was so clean? BJP had powers, they got him a bureau pot, that's all. But ultimately they didn't want to sell his face. They knew that we will take it up in a very big way in the election, but will not pay CM. The campaigning, what we done? They have filed a case against me and Siddaramaiah. It was a fact where every doors have been speaking. You just go to any office, municipality office, panchayat office, Vidhan Sabha, without money, nothing. Last 2 months back, in one district, one fellow wanted to have a kata done. He had paid for 50,000 rupees. Then the officer changed. Again he wanted to ask 50,000 rupees. Then the poor farmer did not have anything. He brought 2 cows and gave it to the officer. I have only money you can take. This is on record. The MLCs, Mr. Vishwanath, Mr. Yatnal, Mr. Gulati Shekhar and Hulekar, all of them came on record. BJP. Why did BJP not take an action on them? They are keeping there. They said that the Chief Minister office is for sale. Minister have to pay about 100 crores to become a minister. This is by Mr. Yatnal, a former union minister. And one Mr. MP from Mysore, Pratap Sima, on record, making the education minister sit on the dais. He said to become a vice chancellor, they have to pay 5 to 10 crores. Where the governor has to approve that nomination. This is the kind of corruption going on. You see the unemployment, the PSI scam. You see the engineer scam.
PSI, they are saying that this is at the level of the bureaucrats.
No. How can it be at the level of the bureaucrat? How can a bureaucrat change the OMR sheet, I say, without the permission of the government or without the official support of the government? It is not possible. More than 100 people are in jail in my district itself.
But couldn't
one minister.
Couldn't a FIR be registered?
No, already so many affairs have been in, so many of them are there. But they are protecting their minister. But Congress party will come to power. We will investigate all these things.
Let's also talk about few other issues that you have spoken in your rallies. You speak about unemployment. You speak about the fact that when it comes to the farmers issue, that hasn't been tackled by this government. But if you see simply in terms of numbers, national average versus here, inflation versus the national average, Karnataka is the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing states, 4th in number if you just simply go by the numbers. Inflation, if you see from the national average, it is lesser. By that case, isn't the state performing much better than at least other states? 3 or states I can name you that Karnataka is doing better than.
See, Karnataka is a very progressive state, a rich state. 41% of the export revenue is from here. People are well educated. They have lost their job. At COVID times, lot of jobs have gone up. Karnataka government did not help them, or the central government has not helped. What I am trying to tell is that you don't look at the national average. See here, what BJP, you take out their manifesto, last year's manifesto. They have said that they are going to double the income of the farmer. Have they done? They said they are going to give employment to 2 crore people. Modi ji and Amit Shah said just make pakoda, sell it and do your this one. So unemployment has become a very big problem. Price rise has become a very big problem. No, see, manure has gone very high. Petrol, diesel, when petrol, diesel goes high, the entire other commodities also go high. We have seen in earlier, with an onion and an garlic, governments have fallen. But now I am telling you, no farmer is happy, no businessman is happy, no trader is happy, no industrialist is happy, even either the big trader or a small trader. All of them are being harassed on commission, corruption and tax.
Let's also talk about your prediction of this elections. You are, if I see what you have done right now in Kolar also, you've gone into the JDS bastion, which is largely perceived as a bastion. Are you only looking at the fact that you want that there will be no possibility of any alliance with the JDS?
I am very confident. I have done my arithmetic. Last 3 years, I have not slept for a day. Today morning also, I woke up at 6. I slept at 3. I have not slept properly also, doing my hard work. Hard work will definitely pay us. We, whether it is in BJP bastion or Janata Dal bastion, people feel that their time is over. Now we have convinced the people that there will be a government with a good governance. It may be Janata Dal or BJP. They have already failed in their attempts. They are not able to convince the people. Even all sections of the society are frustrated. Now people wanted a change for a better Karnataka, for a progressive Karnataka and for a strong leadership in Karnataka.
You are completely ruling out the possibility of any talks?
No, I don't think it is, no situation will arise of any talks with anyone.
But if it comes, then what?
It will not happen. I'm telling you, I'm not so immature. I've been a well-experienced politician. I know the pulse of these people of the state. No, such situation will not arise. You will let us meet on 13th. You please be in Bangalore only. We'll meet on 13th.
Sure. Let's now take it a little forward in terms of few other issues that have basically come up. You've released the manifesto, you have the manifesto with you. One particular issue that has now drawn a lot of attention is equating the Bajrang Dal to the Popular Front of India. And Mr. Shiv Kumar, if I can further elaborate, the Popular Front of India's that has been banned, it has been upheld by a tribunal. Secondly, you have founding members of the Popular Front of India who are members of SIMI, direct links when it comes to terror activities. As far as Bajrang Dal is concerned, you may be opposing them, but the fact of the matter is that you don't have any such evidence. How can you equate Bajrang Dal and the Popular Front of India?
Okay, you have seen our manifesto.
I have read.
Exact line. See, we are trying.
Page number 12, exact line I can tell you.
Exact line you have seen. Whoever tried to create disturbance in the public on peace, disharmony, communal harmony, action will be taken. As examples have been quoted. Prime Minister is trying to tell Hanuman in what way Hanuman see Hanuman, there are no Rama temples in the country. 1 or 2 Dasharatha Maharaja's temple in this country. There is Ram and Ram Bhakt Hanuman because Hanuman is a sevak.
Right.
So Bajrang Dal organization is different, Bajrangi is different. Why is tried to disrespect Lord Hanuman? We all respect Hanuman, we all are Hindus.
Correct.
They are misusing, these Bajrang Dal friends are misusing their power on moral policing. They are harassing people. There are a lot of incidents in Karnataka. All they just try to create lot of law and order in the state. See, you see in Bengaluru Mangalore area, Udupi area and all, no investor has gone there. There was a global investors meet in Karnataka. Because of this type of hatredness, no one, not even a single investment has gone to coastal belt. What more you need? First, let us give them employment. Let us the area development. People are going to Dubai, Saudi, Bangalore, Mumbai. They are just going away because of unemployment. Because of this type of young boys who have been misled by these activists.
But the clarification that many would be asking, that are you equating both these organizations, the Popular Front of India and the Bajrang Dal, this when the Kerala High Court has had made adverse remarks as far as the Popular Front of India is concerned? So how can you equate both of them?
I'm telling you already, my national general secretary has communicated to you on the Twitter. He has come out on the comment. I don't want to discuss much on that issue.
What I also witnessed today, at least 3 rallies that I covered of yours, you invoke the name of the entire Gandhi family. You speak about Mallikarjun, Kharge, but you don't speak about Siddaramaiah. Why is that?
See, they are our national leaders. Gandhi family is our national leader. They are the icon. Without Gandhi family, Congress party can't be united. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge is the AICC president. AICC president who has been sat in the chair of Sonia Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi. He is a national leader from a block level to he has gone to a AICC level. He is our national leader. Siddaramaiah is my colleague. I have worked him as the chief minister. We all are my counterparts. I am his colleague. Political colleague. I am also 7-time MLA. He is also 7-time MLA. I have not been defeated except once in 85. I have been continuously. That's all going on. So I have my own political history. I have agreed him. He is a leader when he was my chief minister. I respect him and he is my colleague.
On 10th of January 2022, you made a statement, and that statement was that the beard that you grew in Tihar jail, you're not going to shave it off till the time you reach the top position. Can we then safely assume that if the numbers come in your favor, and because you have a large number of supporters, are we now looking at a situation where you become the Chief Minister of Karnataka?
Yes, definitely a beard has come from Tihar jail. Tihar jail has given me this.
Put a condition to it.
No, I have not. See, I don't want to disclose what the condition is between me and my conscience. We both are discussing, my conscience and myself.
So if your
how
conscience
this beard has come.
That you're working very hard. You said you're working very hard. So why should you not be rewarded?
I will definitely. I believe in it. I believe in hard work, and hard work will always pay.
Reward, would that be in the form of the Chief Minister's position? Because I believe when I went out, a lot of your supporters are already declaring that they're already seeing you as the Chief Minister. So would it be wrong to say that you do still have the aspirations of being a Chief Minister, which almost every leader who spent so much time in public life would have that expectation? Why is it so wrong for you to admit the fact that yes, you have that kind of aspiration?
Who said I don't have any aspiration? I am a politician, I am not a sannyasi, but my duty is to bring Congress party to power, and the party high command will decide whom to become. Let me see that my party man and the common man walks on the gully of Karnataka Vidhana Saudha. Then let them walk on the corridors of Vidhana Saudha. I will be the most happiest man. That is more important. So the leadership will take its call on a democratic political process.
There are 2 other developments that have taken place which the Bharatiya Janata Party seem to be really taking on. That is when you had Jagdish Shettar joining you and Lakshman Saudi joining you. Many raised this question, Mr. Shiv Kumar, that we are talking about Jagdish Shettar, who was known to be a hardcore RSS person, grew up from the RSS ranks. For your party, Rahul Gandhi on a daily basis keeps abusing the RSS. Why would you then take Jagdish Shettar into the Congress fold?
See, they have their own experience, well-matured people, 6-time MLA, former chief minister, former deputy chief minister. They know, you and I also know about the history of RSS. Namaste sada vatsale matrabhume tvaya hindubhume sigam varditoham. I also know history. I also know motherland. I also know. We believe in different ideology. So he also thought that now we have to go for a change. It is earlier RSS may be different, now RSS may be different. Earlier RSS used to be on a social platform. Now it has become a political platform. That's all.
So he's the Congressy RSS, because if you remember some of your tall leaders of the party, for example, you've had Pranab Mukherjee, former finance minister, when he went for the RSS event when he was the president. It created a lot of raised a lot of eyebrows, but the fact of the matter was, that point in time, the messaging was, what is wrong in engaging? What is wrong in engaging with institutions of this country?
I am not such a big man to speak about the Prime Minister's visit on all this type of he has his own liking and dislike. Let me not comment much on that. Let us discuss on Karnataka politics.
As far as Karnataka politics is concerned, when the BJP says that JDS is your B team because you have a fantastic equation with HD Devi Gaura, you are known to be someone who does not believe in keeping enemies. In politics, there is no question of having enemies. What would you then say? That if a situation comes up, you will still open up the fold with and stitch at least an alliance?
No, politically we have differences with all parties here, including Janata Dal or BJP. No question of B team or A team. Let anyone con any team. We are only one team, that is the Congress team. No such situation will rise again in Karnataka politics. People are well matured. They will give an absolute strength, absolute power to the Congress party, and the entire state is looking for a change, for a betterment of Karnataka, for the growth of Karnataka. That is what we are also looking at.
But when you talk about, in your manifesto, about quota politics, as far as reservations are concerned, you talk about all minorities, not one. You're not talking about just the Muslims, you're talking about the Jains, the Christians, etc. But as far as this issue of taking away the reservation for the Muslims, the BJP says that there is no such provision under the constitution to give reservation on the basis of religion. You are once again been accused of minority appeasement.
No, I think you people have misquoted or misled. We want representation on any reservation to be given as per their population. That is our basic demand. See, harassing some, taking out minorities quota and putting it to a general quota. They have put it to a general where Brahmins and other major community has to have their on the backward class, whatever, on the financial criteria, they have 10%. No Makalika Lingai said that you take away minority and give to us. We are Makalikas and Lingais are looking at 15 or 16%, whatever they have. That is why we wanted to see that as per the population, they should get their reservation.
So you are basically telling that this is not about reservation for the Muslims, not one particular community. This is reservations on the basis of population, on their economic condition too. So this entire thing of minority appeasement, specific, that the Congress party is only looking out for the Muslims, that's an incorrect picture?
We don't want to harass anyone, harm anyone interest. Those who are the sufferers, those who are the right, we should not disturb them. We can't throw them out of this country. The Constitution has provided them all their strength. I also believe that we should protect every section. Congress believe in taking everyone together. That is our ideology and our philosophy.
So you would want to bring back that same reservation policy which existed in the past, because it is already contentious, it is already sub judice, but if the Congress comes back to power, what will be the reservation policy?
See, looking at this already, they have High Court and Supreme Court, the Government of India through their Solicitor General and the state, they have already filed an affidavit. They are not going to implement that. They themselves have bungled itself, and all community have become very serious on that issue.
When it comes to the corruption issues also, Mr. Shivkumar, we have essentially seen the BJP targeting you, saying that you have faced multiple cases. So when it comes to the corruption issues, they said that there is some sort of a hypocrisy to it. Reason being, there have been... When it comes to dealing with corruption, and especially because that is one of your topmost plank of this poll season.
No, that is not only the topmost plank. One of the price rise, administration, corruption apart from price, see, on development, the image of Karnataka, all has been dented. And the farmers have not been protected. They have not been given good lookout. They have promised that they are going to double the income of the farmers. They have promised that they are going to double the income of the wages. Nothing has been done. We are looking at every section. From a street vendor to Paura Karmika to Anganwadi or anyone, no one is happy here.
But when you hear this allegation that is leveled against you, that there are multiple charge sheets that have been filed against you, so it comes as more of hypocrisy on your part and your party's part when you talk about corruption, when you are basically facing these charges yourself.
I think you doesn't know the history of my case.
I do. I can get into specifics, but that will get longer.
When Rajya Sabha election was going on of Ahmad Patel, MLAs were there. That time they raided my house and they raided the resort and ultimately created nothing. 30-40 lakh rupees was being found. Some of my friend house also they raided. They had their business money. So they all ganged up and they put me on that. It is a political raid which they did it and they are harassing. No inquiry was being conducted on my administration. No corruption charges on me. No corruption charges on me. They forced the Karnataka government and took out, even the Advocate General said this is not a fit case for CBI. He has put it on record. But still they wanted to harass me. They have put a number of cases and still they are harassing me. I am fighting at the court on this issue.
But the High Court had dismissed your petition.
See, I don't want to tell on those things. Still there is a lot of way to go. I'll fight in the Supreme Court.
On a lighter note, Mr. Shivkumar, since you have crisscrossed the entire state, and some of your supporters say that this time it's going to be landmark, back in 1985 what we saw. Where does that entire confidence really come from? And this time you're simply saying that there's going to be a majority and nothing less than a majority. Where does that entire confidence come from?
Not majority. I know the length and breadth of the state. I've been with
number
people about 141. As on today, my number is 141.
And when you see the Prime Minister now making that last visit, largely it is perceived that as an effective communicator, he's able to pull what the BJP was failing to do in the last few days. Do you think that's going to have a major impact?
See, the visit of Prime Minister for such a long time, visit of Home Minister, everyone, it shows that this government has lost its confidence of the people. So they are telling that you vote for Prime Minister, looking at the face of Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister can't run this state. It is local Kannadiga who has tried. I am a proud Kannadiga. They are not able to mention a leader who will be the next Chief Minister. Though they have a Chief Minister. That is the situation of BJP.
But what is it that then you would say to your opponents? And even since the Prime Minister is here, the Union Home Minister is here, what is it that you would tell them?
No, let them spend their time. It is their party work. I don't want to comment on that. I think they have admitted themselves that BJP will not come to power. They are doing their best.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Shivkumar, for speaking to Republic TV. And we are hoping, as you said in this interview, if you are coming to power, you are speaking to us once again on the 13th, hoping that will be your first interview, laying out what is going to be the future of your state. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Republic TV, I salute you on your 6th anniversary. Your origins were rooted in a dream to build a truly media independent enterprise, daring entrepreneurship, and a total commitment to nationalism. Your growth has been nurtured by fearless reporting and editorial discussions, and you have withstood fierce competition, frequent political persecution, and false FIRs, and not least torture and imprisonment. You have not once flinched from your ideals. You have inspired the youth and nationalists all over this country. The future is rosy and belongs to you. I look forward to your huge global outreach, which you only recently announced at the most recent Republic Summit. My heartiest congratulations to you, and I look forward to your content in the near and distant future.
ಏನ್ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ. ಯಾರು PF ನ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕೇಸ್ನ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದು ಅವರೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರೇ PFI ನ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಉಳಿಸಿದ್ದು.
ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಬಹುಮತ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಸಾಕಾರ.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
Sorry, we are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है
This Christian Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
अभी घोषणा पत्र करा, घोषणा पत्र में बजरंग बली का अपमान करने का काम भी एक कांग्रेस पार्टी और वहां से भी ये रुकते हैं। एक कांग्रेस के बड़ा नेता कहता है कि बजरंग बली की जन्मतिथि कौन सी है, बर्थडे कौन सी है, आपके पास सर्टिफिकेट है? अरे कांग्रेस वालों, पूरे देश को उनकी बर्थडे मालूम है। हनुमान जयंती की पूर्णिमा को बजरंग बली का जन्म होगा।
पीएफआई एक प्रतिबंधित ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन कांग्रेस जब कर्नाटक में थी तो इन्होंने पीएफआई के सदस्यों को छोड़ भी दिया। सिद्धरमैया जी की सरकार थी। अपने आप में दिखाता है कि आतंकवाद को बल देने वाले और जो धर्म के नाम पर भी आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देते हैं, अपनी वोट की राजनीति के लिए कांग्रेस उनके साथ खड़ी हो जाती है और हिंदुओं को बदनाम करने का काम और हिंदू आतंकवाद का नाम देने का काम जो कांग्रेस ने किया।
बजरंग दल को बैन करने की बात करते हैं। बजरंग दल को बैन करने का मतलब कांग्रेस के द्वारा सीधे सीधे हिंदू आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ करने का प्रयास हो रहा है।
PFI is already banned. And what is the history of the Karnataka? That Siddaramaya government has released PFI detainee. They have withdrawn the cases from PFI. That BJP is banning PFI, so to appease Muslim, will ban Bajrang Dal. That is why I said it is a Muslim agenda. They are basically what PFI cannot say, today Congress party is saying that we'll take revenge. PSI doesn't have a guts to say that we'll take revenge because they know what we are going to do them.
What moral rights these Congress friends have to criticize BJP's corruption issue? Those people also, what they have done in last 5 years term when Siddaramaiah was chief minister, everybody know.
Republic TV, I salute you on your 6th anniversary. Your origins were rooted in a dream to build a truly media independent enterprise, daring entrepreneurship and a total commitment to nationalism. Your growth has been nurtured by fearless reporting and editorial discussions, and you have withstood fierce competition, frequent political persecution and false FIRs, and not least torture and imprisonment. You have not once flinched from your ideals. You have inspired the youth and nationalists all over this country. The future is rosy and belongs to you. I look forward to your huge global outreach, which you only recently announced at the most recent Republic Summit. My heartiest congratulations to you, and I look forward to your content in the near and distant future.
ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಏನ್ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ. 60 ವರ್ಷ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನ ನೆಟ್ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಿದಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಮೆಟ್ರೋ, ಹೈವೇ, ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ನ ನೀಡಿದವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಡಬಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ, ಡಬಲ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಮೋದಿಯವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ.
ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಬಹುಮತದ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಸಾಕಾರ.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ಏನ್ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ. ಯಾರು PF ನ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕೇಸ್ನ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದು ಅವರೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರೇ PFI ನ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಉಳಿಸಿದ್ದು.
ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಬಹುಮತ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಸಾಕಾರ.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Ruach? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Ruach? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
ಮೇ 6 ಹಾಗೂ 7ರಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಸೇವಕರಾದ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪಡೆಯಲು ಬರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ಶನಿವಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾನುವಾರ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ನಡೆಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
"24 hours after a Congress office in Madhya Pradesh's Jabalpur was vandalized, 10 members of the Bajrang Dal were arrested."
कार्यालय पर कुछ लोगों ने अनाधिकृत रूप से प्रवेश करके तोड़फोड़ की गई थी. उसमें जो भी CCTV फुटेज आए हैं उनके आधार पर काफ़ी लोग को नामजद जो है उसमें किया जा चुका है और इसमें अभी तक 10 लोगों की जो है गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है और बाकी की भी तलाश पतासाजी जारी है.
This comes as a fallout of Congress's promise to ban the Bajrang Dal in Karnataka. As Congress continues to face backlash for its ban pitch, the party has now written a letter to Union Minister Amit Shah demanding action into the incident and more security. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
ये चुनाव ये तय करने का चुनाव है कि अगले 5 साल तक मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में डबल इंजन सरकार कर्नाटक को आगे ले जाएगी या कांग्रेस की सरकार कर्नाटक को पीछे ले जाएगी.
6 ಹಾಗೂ 7ರಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಸೇವಕರಾದ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪಡೆಯಲು ಬರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ಶನಿವಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾನುವಾರ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ನಡೆಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಪಿಎಂ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗೋಣ.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ಏನು ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ. ಯಾರು PF ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕೇಸ್ನ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದು ಅವರೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರೇ PF ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಉಳಿಸಿದ್ದು.
ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಬಹುಮತ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಸಾಕಾರ.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Ruach? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Ruach? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Ruach? Christian, would you give facts to India?
ಮೇ 6 ಹಾಗೂ 7ರಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಸೇವಕರಾದ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪಡೆಯಲು ಬರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ಶನಿವಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾನುವಾರ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ನಡೆಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಪಿಎಂ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗೋಣ.
ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಏನ್ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ. 60 ವರ್ಷ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನ ನೆಟ್ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಿದಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಮೆಟ್ರೋ, ಹೈವೇ, ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ನ ನೀಡಿದವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಡಬಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ, ಡಬಲ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಮೋದಿಯವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ.
ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಬಹುಮತ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has been cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I'm
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
sorry.
this.
We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
मोदी को गाली देते हैं तो मैं तो इसे उपहार मानता हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन की सेवा में अपने आप को खपाता रहूंगा, दिन रात काम करूंगा, ज्यादा काम करूंगा। आपके आशीर्वाद से सारी गालियां मिट्टी में मिल जाएगी दोस्तों।
So now with all the politics that's been happening in Karnataka, now we are seeing the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath who's seen visiting the coastal Karnataka region of Udupi district as well, because somewhere around we clearly know that this has always been a fortress of the BJP party, and this time around too it is no different. But regarding the change in the candidature as well, because Raghupati Bhatt was removed and he was not given a ticket too, and there was also a lot of anti-incumbency as well, and this is something which the BJP did not want to risk in, and so they have brought in one of their top campaigners, because remember that Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, both of them have conducted one rally and one roadshow each in Udupi district in itself, and apart from which we are also speaking about 5 important assembly constituencies in the districts which could change the color of the game for the BJP party in the state of Karnataka, and therefore this is really important, mainly considering the fact that Dakshina Kannada has already been a fortress of the BJP party, and at a time when the Congress is facing severe backlash over the Bajrang Dal issue, we have seen the sort of speeches that is being given now by the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who also lashed out, stating that true Hindus can be differentiated from any other as well, and he also was taking an indirect jibe at the Congress as well, because in Chanpatna, where there were around 1 to 1.5 lakh people where he had gathered recently and spoke about the Ram Mandir temple, which will also be built at Ramnagara at a cost of 1,000 crore rupees, had a resounding response as well. So this is something which the people of Udupi are also looking forward to. But all said and done, one thing that needs to be taken into consideration is here as to how much will UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath be able to swing it in the favor of the BJP party in the state of Karnataka, because these road shows as well as the rallies are reaching a crescendo. It's almost come to a culmination now, and this is the final push by the BJP party.
ಮೇ 6 ಹಾಗೂ 7ರಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಸೇವಕರಾದ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪಡೆಯಲು ಬರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ಶನಿವಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾನುವಾರ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋ ನಡೆಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ PM ಮೋದಿ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗೋಣ.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ಏನು ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ, ಯಾರು PF ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕೇಸ್ನ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದು ಅವರೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಓಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರೇ PFIನ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಉಳಿಸಿದ್ದು.
ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಬಹುಮತದ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ,
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಸಾಕಾರ.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा है. सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था. डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a Gruak? Christian, would you give facts to India?
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಏನ್ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ. 60 ವರ್ಷ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನ ನೆಟ್ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಿದಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Hello, I am Syed Asad Abbas, National Television Media Panelist, and here's wishing Team Republic TV a very happy 6, which puts Lutyens Media into a fix. Well, what do I say? May our Republic TV achieve great heights and soar as not just India's but the world's largest and leading media network. So wishing Team Republic Bharat, Republic TV, Republic Digital and Republic World and the global to come all the best. Seize the day. Cheers.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You're watching the biggest story tonight, and the big headline, of course, has been the Prime Minister's roadshow in Bengaluru. A huge turnout, big response to that, and also tracking the situation in Manipur. We have a report from there on the show tonight. Here are the headlines at 7 p.m. Is there a Modi wave in Karnataka? 13 constituencies, 26 kilometers. The Prime Minister's biggest roadshow in battleground Karnataka so far. Electric atmosphere at the Prime Minister's roadshow. Is his campaign turning out to be the turning point in Karnataka? As the BJP goes all out with rallies, roadshows in the last leg of campaigning, all sides fielding their biggest guns in Karnataka. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meets Jawans in Rajouri. Anti-terror operations continue. Situation remains tense in Manipur. The death toll has risen to 54. Internet remains suspended. Six years in service to the nation, 6 years of chasing the news. Today marks 6 years of being India's most watched, most popular news brand. Republic is stronger at 6. On to the detailed report this evening from Manipur, hit by violence over the Meitei ST status and the clashes that have followed. Security forces continue to dominate areas of unrest in an effort to restore law and order. The Chief Minister of Manipur has just tweeted a few minutes back saying that he's thankful to Christian groups, church groups which have come forward and reached out to ensure that there is peace across Manipur. Relief camps have been set up in the state. An emergency has been declared as thousands continue to flee to neighboring Assam. Here's a Republic ground report from Manipur.
Right now we are at a relief camp in Moirang area of Bishnupur district. Bishnupur district along with Churasanpur district is one of the worst affected district as far as this ethnic classes in Manipur is concerned. And here are some people who have taken refuge in a market. This was a market which has now been converted into a makeshift relief camp. 3 तारीख को सब पहले कितने लोग आए थे
यहाँ 3 तारीख में करीब 61 आया, उसके बाद कल 210 आया और आज फिर 35 आया।
तो अभी 200 पार हो गया है यहाँ पर
हो गया। As on today, there are 239 people sheltering here.
Some of them were sick, some of them had infants on their lap, but they had to abandon what they call their homes and had to run for their life. We are now in Moirang, and in Moirang alone, more than 17 relief camps are being run by various civil society bodies in coordination with the local people. As miscreants set ablaze their houses on fire, they had to run for life. We have the people from the civil society organization with us. There are more than 17 such relief camps, and it's the highest number of people are being accommodated here.
Yeah.
So can you take us through a glimpse of how this everything is being managed?
Altogether, we have 17 relief and rehabilitation camps in and around Moirang. That means in Moirang Assembly constituency, the largest number of riot victims are here. That means Ibudau Thangjing Guest House, accommodating approximately 580. Altogether, in these 17 relief and rehabilitation camps, there are as many as on now today, right now, as per data, 2,147. And these different camps are run by philanthropy organizations. And a large number of donations and the voluntary contributions are being given to us also. And out of those contributions made by individual persons, philanthropy organizations, we are running these 17 relief and rehabilitation camps.
Checking the ground reality of the ethnic clashes that has broke out in Manipur, Republic TV has now reached a remote village in Bishnupur district, and you can see an eerie silence engulf this entire village. The entire village has been abandoned. There is no one in these houses. All houses have been vacated, and people are now taking shelter in the nearby relief camps that has been set up by various civil society organizations. And as these villages were a deserted look, there are tension still prevailing among the mind of those villagers who have vacated this village, because there is no sense of security back in their homes that they have vacated. They couldn't take much of their belonging. With only things that they can carry, they have vacated the villages. In the nearby hills that you see behind me, in those areas bordering the hills, many houses were set ablaze by the miscreants in the midnight of Tuesday, and since Wednesday morning the villagers of the nearby areas started to flood their homes, and now they are taking shelter in the relief camps.
And from battleground Karnataka, everyone's watching the election closely to see which side is getting ahead, with the BJP going all out and gaining ground as per experts. All parties also keeping their cards close to their chest. HT Kumaraswamy, the chief of the JDS, holds key to which government could be formed in Karnataka if there is a hung assembly. And he spoke to Republic TV Shravan, and interestingly, he lashes out at the Congress party, saying that the Congress party is the last party that should be preaching about corruption. This is the interview.
It's this final stretch of the Karnataka elections. Joining me right now is the JDS chief, Mr. Kumaraswamy. He's got a unique distinction also, the fact that first time you became the MLA, you've also become the chief minister. Many say that today no one can be at the chief minister's position without your support, Mr. Kumaraswamy. How do you see the elections? Earlier you said you want to be the king and no longer the kingmaker. So I want to understand, closer to the election, do you still think that you're the kingmaker or you're the king?
People in this election, Karnataka citizens, they've already decided to bless me to give full strength to our party, to govern the state on our own. This is my ground reality, what I have worked for 4.5 months, every day working for 18 hours. The people's pulse is that they wanted to give full strength to the JDS this time.
I attended your Shivamoga rally in which you made one comment that the 4% reservation was never brought by the Congress party. It was in fact brought by your party, by your father.
Yes.
If you want to bring that back, sir, and if you have to be in an alliance at that point in time, some parties have completely rejected. Bharatiya Janata Party says no question of bringing back the reservation. Will that make it difficult for you?
No, our party stand, we have already clearly told, that is the removal of 4% reservation to minorities. That is illegally they have done without applying proper mind. BJP friends, they have implemented, they have not implemented.
Correct.
Only they announced. Up till now there is no movement of implementation of GO issue.
Correct.
Nothing has happened. But it is not a difficult issue for me to sustain that 4% reservation to that downtrodden section of Muslim community.
The Bharatiya Janata Party says that the reservation through religion is unconstitutional.
After this election, they will forget everything.
There are a few more issues I just wanted to take with you, sir, because you have been a chief minister. As a lawmaker, I want to understand with you, when the Congress party says that we want to ban the Bajrang Dal, do you think it is possible?
Why they have not banned the Bajrang Dal when they run the state for 5 years? At that time itself, they would have banned that organization. Now only for election gimmick, they announced this one.
You, as an astute politician, do you think this is a way to perhaps fool the people, or there is some sort of an appeasement that the Congress party is?
Definitely these two national parties, by announcing several issues, without applying their mind legally or constitutionally, these people announcing everything, but those things will not going to implement by both the parties.
Congress says that the BJP is a clearly 40% Sarkar. They say that it is not a double engine Sarkar, it is a trouble engine Sarkar. There is a corruption rate. You have crisscrossed the state. Do you see that kind of corruption existing
both
in Karnataka?
The national parties, they are sailing in the same boat about corruption issues. What moral rights these Congress friends have to they criticize BJP's corruption issue? Those people also, what they have done in last 5 years term when Siddaramaiah was chief minister, everybody know how they run the government, how they looted the money also, everybody knows it.
But what about the BJP, sir? They face corruption
that is going on. Every common
they have
man,
Karnataka Corruption Association was written on it.
Without the knowledge of politics, a common man himself he announced, he discussed on the streets that this government is for only to grab the money, not by hand, with JCBs or your Hitachis.
One final question I want to take with you, Mr. Kumaraswamy. Come 13th, will you have any talks with any of the party? Are you open to some sort of an alliance talk with the BJP or the Congress?
According to my struggle, I have confidence that people will going to bless our party with clear majority. Only our problem, financial issue. For the expenditure of the finance for the election, we are facing some difficulties. In that, if we survive, then we would have won the election with clear majority.
With just 4 days left for the assembly elections in Karnataka, Prime Minister Modi held a big roadshow in the city, 26 kilometers almost, waving at a large number of supporters, the crowds which lined up on the streets of South Bengaluru, who lined up on both sides of the entire route, the 26-kilometer roadshow from Someshwar Bhavan, RBI ground in Bengaluru South, to Malleshwaram Sankey Tank was covered in about 3 hours.
Folk artists are performing. This is basically, taking the gods on their heads and then ethnicities, caste, creed, and all of them. As more and more number of people, mainly youngsters, old alike, people from all walks of life, coming out in huge numbers, waving at them. You can see this. This just goes on for 26 kilometers too, and this is exactly something which needs to be seen. How excited are you to go ahead and watch Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
I'm very excited for him.
Okay. For how long have you been waiting from?
Been waiting here for 45 minutes.
वोट मांग रहे हैं वहाँ पर और लगातार आप देख सकते हैं कि विहंगम।
क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप? पीएम को देखने आए थे यहाँ पे? हाँ, 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 हाँ। देखा आपने? हाँ। कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा।
अच्छा, आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा।
So as you can see, small kids, senior citizens, everyone here enjoying and to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister here in Bengaluru.
बेंगलुरुइंस को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है जब तक मोदी जी है, जब तक हिंदुस्तान में कोई प्रॉब्लम होने वाला नहीं है। मोदी जी जब तक है हमारा हिंदुस्तान आगे बढ़ेगा। पहले हिंदुस्तान को दूसरों की सुननी पड़ती थी, आज हिंदुस्तान को पूरी दुनिया को सुनना पड़ता है। हिंदुस्तान में जब तक मोदी जी है, जब तक कुछ भी कोई प्रॉब्लम होने वाला नहीं है।
State of diversity, it's a land with many ethnicities. The sort of focus that is being performed, done by them to take out the evil spirits with many ethnicities, caste, creed, and all of.
I want safe government for 5 years, continuous 5 years. I want one government. That's the main thing. And definitely, we have seen whatever the changes has happened. We are proud of it, and we are so proud of Modi ji also.
And we are looking at the messaging that is being done. Let's get in a word from. Now we are looking at campaigning by the BJP workers, all of them.
और वहां से भी नहीं उठते। ये कांग्रेस के बड़ा नेता कहता है कि बजरंग बली की जन्मतिथि कौन सी है, बर्थडे कौन सी है, आपके पास सर्टिफिकेट है? अरे कांग्रेस वालों, पूरे देश को बर्थडे मालूम है। हनुमान जयंती की पूर्णिमा को बजरंग बली का जन्म हो गया।
PFI एक प्रतिबंधित ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन कांग्रेस जब कर्नाटक में थी तो इन्होंने PFI के सदस्यों को छोड़ भी दिया। सिद्धरमैया जी की सरकार थी, अपने आप में दिखाता है कि आतंकवाद को बल देने वाले और जो धर्म के नाम पर भी आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देते हैं, अपनी वोट की राजनीति के लिए कांग्रेस उनके साथ खड़ी हो जाती है और हिंदुओं को बदनाम करने का काम और हिंदू आतंकवाद का नाम देने का काम जो कांग्रेस ने किया।
बजरंग दल को बैन करने की बात करते हैं। बजरंग दल को बैन करने का मतलब कांग्रेस के द्वारा सीधे सीधे हिंदू आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ करने का प्रयास हो रहा है।
PFI is already banned. And what is the history of the Karnataka? That Siddaramaiah government has released PFI, detainee. They have withdrawn the cases from PFI. That BJP is banning PFI, so to appease Muslims, will ban Bajrang Dal. That is why I said it is a Muslim agenda. They are basically what PFI cannot say, today Congress party is saying that we will take revenge. PSI doesn't have a guts to say that we'll take revenge because they know what we are going to do them.
Even as Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto set foot in Goa to discuss the SCO agenda under India's presidency, our forces were engaged in counter-terror operations in Kashmir. This morning, forces engaged terrorists in Baramulla. Here's a report.
Gunfight ensued between security forces and terrorists in the early hours of this morning. The Jammu and Kashmir police say they received input on terrorist movement in the Karhama Kunzer and Wanigam Pain Kriri area of Baramulla and launched search and cordon ops to close down on the terrorists.
इन्फॉर्मेशन के मिलते ही बारामूला पुलिस, आर्मी 2RR और 176 बटालियन सीआरपीएफ की जॉइंट पार्टीज ने इलाके में कॉर्डन एंड सर्च ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया। ये कॉर्डन एंड सर्च ऑपरेशन जब चल रहा था तब एक रिहायशी मकान से जो है हमारी पार्टीज में फायरिंग हुई। इस फायरिंग के रिटेलिएशन में जो है एक दहशतगर्द अब तक मारा जा चुका है। ये दहशतगर्द जो है ये लश्कर तोयबा तंजीम से वाबस्ता है और कुलगाम जिले का रहने वाला है। इस मसले में हमने FIR रजिस्टर करके तफ्तीश शुरू कर दी है।
The operation in Baramulla was a leg of a broader operation launched in Jammu and Kashmir in a concerted effort to counter terrorism ahead of the G20 Tourism Working Group meeting in Srinagar. Indian forces engaged the terrorists in retaliation after they opened fire. One terrorist was gunned down by security forces. He's prescribed to be associated to Pakistan's Lashkar-e-Taiba, and incriminating materials including an AK series rifle and ammunition were recovered.
कश्मीर घाटी में लगातार ऑपरेशन ऑल आउट जारी है। हम देख रहे हैं, मेरे पीछे आपको दिखा सकते हैं कश्मीर घाटी में जहां पहले से ही हाई अलर्ट डिक्लेयर किया है, उसके साथ साथ हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से अलग अलग जगहों पे कश्मीर घाटी के साथ साथ जम्मू में भी ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं। हालांकि यहाँ हम देख सकते हैं किस तरह से लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के इक्विपमेंट से पूरी सिटीज़ में, पूरे टाउन्स, उसके साथ साथ विलेज में नज़र रखी जा रही है कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के, अगर हम ड्रोन्स की बात करें, उसके साथ साथ बाकी BDS स्क्वाड भी लगातार कश्मीर घाटी के अलग अलग हिस्सों में सुबह से यहाँ पे मॉनिटर कर रहा है।
This even as Bilawal Bhutto Zardari made tall claims about Pak's anti-terror stance on the sidelines of the SCO meet in Goa. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours.
First to get out of this.
If you don't.
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out
been
of this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
Sorry, we are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था।
Breaking news coming in, the Karnataka Congress manifesto backfiring. VHP and the Bajrang Dal have sent a legal notice of 100 crore rupees to the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge for defamation by quoting Bajrang Dal in its Karnataka election manifesto. So the Bajrang Dal taking the Congress to court, suing them for defamation for the ban proposal, saying that their reputation has been damaged and seeking 100 crore from Kharge and the Congress party in damages.
Cooperating with the summons, why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to go, get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this. Get out of this.
Cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I'm
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
We will.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to go, get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I'm
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
We will.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in the Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8
Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about 23 plus companies, 44,500 plus employees, 5,10,000 plus shareholders, and one of the India's oldest business houses. And as Rini was saying, the biggest struggle today for any legacy company has been to be relevant. And from the story of the RP Sanjeev Goenka group, one would understand how diversification has kept this legacy group completely relevant in today's times. Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, thank you very much for joining us in the Republic Summit. And aptly said, time of transformation, who better could understand this? Because when we're talking about a group like yours, you've seen several ups and downs, And the bigger question is that a group like yours is extremely relevant, so much so that you are basically now competing with new age businesses. So I want to ask you, how has the journey been?
Well, first of all, let me just say that it's an honor to be here. Arnab is somebody I respect enormously, and it's a privilege always to be at Republic. And thank you for having me here. Now to get to your question. Transformation is the only way to survive. And we at the RPSG group have been reinventing ourselves, have been attempting to do things differently, to do things efficiently, to move away from government intervention intensive businesses, to get into new age businesses. And I think basically the path for us, the inspiration for us is our Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi. He has just put India at a different level, at a different scale. He has repositioned India. And that gives us the confidence that each of our companies, all our companies, can as well do the same.
Mr. Goenka, what I certainly feel that it's very, very at a challenging time where India plays a very important role. I think so the RP Sanjeev Goenka group, as far as the BPO space is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, they now employ about 10,000. There are 10,000 employees of in the BPO space in United States and as well as United Kingdom. Hence, I want to ask you, Mr. Goenka, when you're traveling abroad, when you see India on the global map, and the kind of noise that is around with the way we are going ahead, we are surging ahead, what is it that you would like to tell other countries, especially when we are seeing that there is a domestic chorus that is building, that everything seems to be collapsing, and that's the narrative that the West has been trying to build?
Very simply and very emphatically, that India is here to stay. Prime Minister Modi makes sure that the world respects India, listens to India, and works with India. We have shown India as a country and Prime Minister Modi's government as a government has shown the world how to survive in difficult times. Not only survive, how to grow in difficult times, and how to grow fairly and squarely. So the world better start looking at India with a different lens and giving India the respect and importance that it deserves.
In fact, Mr. Goenka, when it comes to your own group, perhaps it reflects changing India. And the reason why I'm saying this, ladies and gentlemen, is because from a group, it's become a conglomerate. And just look at the last 10 years, the asset base of this company has grown from 7,000 to 52,000 crores. And that is simply astounding, I would say, on the count that this reflects the changing India. And the last 10 years, the way things have changed for your group and for the corporate India, because you've always said corporate India needs to put its best foot forward.
Well, I think corporate India definitely needs to put its best foot forward. We have a moment in our history which gives us the opportunity to grow without shackles, to grow with a sense of freedom, to look at the world markets as our own, to look at creating capacities across the world. And this is a unique opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And if we don't capitalize upon it at this moment, then we will regret it forever.
But Mr. Goenka, when it comes from a man who comes from a legacy business, what is it that you would actually
tell the young entrepreneurs? Because what is essentially happening is that, for example, when you entered the FMCG market, everyone said that the margin is very thin. Was it the right decision to make? And you've passed that phase. Your company has taken several such decisions which market analysts have seen raising their eyebrows. So what is it that you would like to tell those who are setting out? And perhaps today is the time when we see a lot of youngsters are coming out willing to take those bold decisions.
You know, I'm frankly quite used to it. Every time I take a new move or I make a new move, there is a bunch of analysts who say this is crap and he's going to fall. It happened when we started Spencer's. It happened when we went into FMCG. It happened when we went into sport. But fortunately, I think we're doing well in each of these sectors. And I think it's just about believing in your dream, believing in your vision, not getting distracted by the clutter and the cacophony of the noise around you, and just focusing on what you need to do, carry on doing it well. Results will be there.
Mr. Goenka, today when you talk about valuations, when you bought the IPL team, I think so almost every media channel was grilling you as far as the price is concerned, the price that was attached to it. Over a period of time, the kind of interest that other companies have shown on these very IPL teams, one would say that you had a very fair estimate at that point in time. So I want to focus a little bit on this massive valuation debate that is actually taking place today. And you have always said that what is the point of having a business where you are basically burning cash again and again and having that valuation? So where do you stand on that valuation debate in today's context?
Well, if you're talking about my IPL team, quite honestly, I keep getting calls from investors, Western investors who want to invest in our team. Not that we can sell or dilute even a little bit for the next, or up to 3 years. Neither do I intend doing it. But all I can say is that the valuations that are being offered are at significant premiums to the amount I invested.
You know, you have diverse companies, so I think it would be very unfair to ask you which one of you is favorite, but I want to talk a little bit about what I have seen from my eyes when I was studying in the city of Calcutta, and the fact that the music world at that point in time was the iconic place in Park Street. Karava has been one of the biggest hits as far as Saregama is concerned, and one of the strongest libraries that you've had. Very recently, you've started monetizing it, and as I understand, you believe in constantly innovating. So what is it that are we to expect now in terms of, at least in those very areas, which appears to be some of your personal favorites, if I'm not wrong?
How do you say that a child is more preferred over another child? So you may spend more time with one or less time with the other, but that doesn't make one more favorite than the other. Having said that, Karma was a shining example of Indian entrepreneurship, Indian innovation. And no one in the world has been able to replicate that product. And it's not that people haven't tried. A lot of companies have tried, and they haven't successfully broken into that technology. They've tried to reverse engineer, they've tried everything. And I think it's a shining example of what Indians and India is capable of. But even in the field of Karma, there's innovations all the time. And so we've had different versions of Karma. We've had a small Karma which you can actually take with you when you go for a walk or a jog. It's like a little phone. We've got a version which has karaoke, and you can connect with anyone in the world, anywhere in the world. And it helps in sort of bonding and building. And there is more in the offing. There's more which should be coming very soon. But I think it's not appropriate to talk about the new ones which we are launching around the third quarter of this year. But yes, those products look very, very promising.
But Mr. Goenka, when it comes to taking these kind of risks, the risk factor that is basically involved, we have come out of the pandemic, but at the same time, we've seen the kind of noise around our own economy. We say that we have a robust economy, but perhaps in the West, it is largely seen as, there's a doomsday that we are really staring at. That's the kind of narrative that we are constantly looking at. When you go abroad and you travel extensively, what is it that you are told these days, especially when you are looking at Indian companies giving jobs? For instance, in your case, you're doing the same in the United States of America, you're doing it in the United Kingdom. What is it that you face when you go now to other countries and when you say that it's our time?
Well, for starters, I think I'm treated with a lot more respect than before. And as an Indian, it makes me very proud that we are treated with due respect. And that is thanks to Prime Minister Modi and his administration. Secondly, I think Indians are viewed as fair employers and people are happy to work for Indian companies. And that is also a testimony to India's growing narrative in the world. And thirdly, when I just go out, as an Indian, I get a lot more positivity. And people do believe, despite whatever certain sections of media may say, people do believe that India is where the future is.
Mr. Goenka, I was told just about when I was going through the way you conduct your business, I came across an anecdote that I'm told that whenever people come to your office these days, you basically serve them snacks and I asked them to basically identify because you're bringing in that entire concept of guilt-free snacking. So you've tried it various ways. Where does this entire idea basically come from? Why not basically start from office? Why not start it from the employees? Do you think that basically brings about a lot of change?
Well, quite honestly, guilt-free snacking did not exist in India. We didn't realize, quite honestly, that the journey would be so difficult. But today, guilt-free snacking has become a reality. And we're delighted to have pioneered this journey. Now other FMCG majors are following. And that's a testimony to the fact that this market has been created and is here to stay. But for me, what's even more important is guilt-free snacking is one part of the FMCG portfolio. It's about getting into other lines, and we've recently launched our personal care, which of course is paraben-free, low on chemicals, but they are products with a difference. They are aimed for the mass market, and they've been received very well. And what we intend doing very aggressively as we go forward is Ayurveda in an easy-to-consume form. It's my fundamental belief that if anything is complicated to consume, it's time-consuming, you have to go through multiple processes, people will not consume it. So the idea is to make it simple, easy, and consumable. So for example, we've launched Chyawanprash gummies. We've launched Shitopaladi in tablet form. The age-old Kadha, we've launched as infusions. And there are many, many more such products which we are doing, which are tested and tried, but in an easy-to-consume manner.
Since you make a mention of Ayurveda,
that is a huge opportunity
Mr. Goenka, since you make a mention since you make a mention of Ayurveda, what I find it very interesting is that you've always advocated that any business, there should be a value creation that should take place. And do you believe that when Indian companies now are aiming at going big on the global market, we have an edge when we basically connect this with Indian intrinsic value creation ideas, and perhaps that's the way out?
Well, it's certainly one of the ways out, and it's a great way out. And Ayurveda is something that's been tested and tried successfully for centuries in India. It's just about how we take it to the world, how we communicate with the world, how we get the world to consume it, and how we communicate the efficacy of the treatments and the products that Ayurveda offers. So to my mind, it's about documenting success stories of Ayurveda, because natural is something that the world now wants to consume. And this is old age pharma in a new format, but completely natural. So there are no chemicals. And I think that is the wonderful thing about Ayurveda.
One final question that I want to take with you, Mr. Goenka, is that we're talking about time of transformation. And I think so we should also be a little bit of, open about the fact that there could be stumbling blocks that we are staring at. What is it that you feel that in that highway that we're getting on to, what is the stumbling block that we should really overcome now, especially when we see a lot of political voices in today's time, basically some trying to bring down, saying that, the economy is not in a good shape, despite, we being able to do much better looking around the global uncertainty?
Well, I think facts and statistics speak for themselves. We are the best performing economy in the whole world, and there's no denying that. So let anyone say anything, but you cannot deny that we are the #1 performing economy in the whole world. Having said that, I think opposing or opposition for the sake of opposition for the sake of politics, opposition to ideas and policies which you do just for the heck of opposing them, I think that is what I see as a potential stumbling block. And sometimes some parties do not see the national interest. They see their own narrow political interests. And I think it's time that we really look at the nation, we look at the wonderful work that the BJP government is doing, and we support them in every policy that is a national interest.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, for putting these things into perspective. And it's always a pleasure to have you on our summit when you've always spoken your mind. Thank you very much.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned in a brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get
has
out of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out
I'm
of
sorry. We are also cooperating. We are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. Though some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे।
There is an attempt right now to guilt trip India, and you actually took them to the cleaners with the kind of response you put out. Is that also a part of the challenge that India is dealing with in the run-up to 2024?
I think the time to take India for granted or to try and somehow make you feel as if you're doing that something which is not right. As a democratic elected government, we are answerable only to the Indian consumer.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं? That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the brewer? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था। डेटा डिलीट हुआ था हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
He has been cooperating with the summons. Why have you arrested him in such a fashion? He has been interrogated for over 100 hours, sir.
First to get out of this.
If you don't
First to get out of this. First to get out of this. Get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this. First to get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He has cooperated.
Get out of this.
He
Get out
has
of
been
this.
cooperating, sir.
Get out of
I am
this.
merely asking you. He has been cooperating.
Get out of
Sorry, we are also cooperating.
Yeah, please cooperate.
Both men, women, they are marching towards the road. So some clashes are also witnessed here at the Sheikhpura road. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now we can see also that the protesters are not crossing the line.
सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned down the Grua? Christian, would you give facts to India? सिद्धार्थ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, रिपब्लिक पूछ रहा आपसे। सिद्धार्थ मैं पूछ रहा हूँ 8 तारीख को हार्ड ड्राइव से डेटा डिलीट हुआ था, हार्ड ड्राइव से, आपने बताया क्या था डेटा? 8 हार्ड ड्राइव का डेटा डिलीट हुआ था या नहीं?
Hello and welcome to the Nation Wants to Know. Today I have with me the president of the Copenhagen Consensus, Dr. Bjorn Lomborg. He's working with several of the world's top economists, 7 Nobel laureates, to find solutions to the world's pressing problems. And his approach isn't always conventional. In fact, it's far too unconventional to make people who think the standard way happy most of the time. Last week he was talking at the Republic Summit and he was talking about the stark realities of what is missing in the fight against climate change. It was well received, but there were still very many questions at the end of the day. Dr. Bjorn Lomborg has also been one of the top 100 most influential people named by Time magazine recently. Thank you very much, Bjorn. It's good to have you.
It's good to be here. Thank you.
So Bjorn, let's go straight to the point. You know, what gets you controversial and people don't agree with you always is that you say that the world has made an impossible 169 sustainable development goals.
Yes.
Now, when you say this is, basically you're saying it's flawed. It's all messed up. It's overestimated. You are turning around the very principle of what the fight against climate change is supposed to be about. This is the way the world has looked at it for decades now, for years. And you're saying it's not going to work.
Yes. Why
should we believe you?
Well, first of all, on the Sustainable Development Goals, the world had promised these for 2016 to 2030. And they promised everything to everyone. They literally promised that we were going to fix malnutrition and we were going to fix poverty, we were going to fix climate change and corruption and war and jobs and education and everything in between. Look, you can't promise this many different things without not achieving anything. If you promise everything to everyone, you're essentially having no priorities. Some of these solutions are incredibly effective. Some of them are not. And so one of the problems that I run into when we're talking specifically about climate change, which is just a small part of the whole promise that we have for the Sustainable Development Goals, is that people would love to say, let's fix climate change. And yes, it is a problem. But currently, it's going to be fantastically costly to just fix a little bit of it. We're talking, sort of $5.6 trillion per year. This is the McKinsey estimate, but it's pretty much in line with everyone else. The world just can't afford to do that, and so we're not going to do it. Just to give you one example, for India, it would cost about 8.7% of your GDP each and every year to go net zero. You're not going to do that. And so we're fundamentally just making these grand promises. It sounds good, and of course gets a lot of applause to the current set of statesmen. But if you actually want to fix problems, you have to focus on smart and effective policies that'll deliver by 2030, and these are not the ones.
Why this and not that? Why wouldn't it be both?
Well, yes.
Okay, so let me put it this way. We have done exceptionally well.
Yes.
We believe we are among the top 10 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index, which means our commitment is tremendous. We've done some great work on renewable power, on energy use efficiency. We believe beyond we are ahead of the game. And you're saying that no, you may think you're ahead of the game, but you have to spend 4 or 5 trillion. I saw the numbers you put out there at the Republic Summit. You got to spend a phenomenal amount of money to actually ensure that these goals are met. Why would you demotivate the government of India, which believes that it's ahead of the game compared to the rest of the world, especially the developed?
It's wonderful that you guys are doing well on climate. And absolutely, I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything about climate. I just say we shouldn't fool ourselves to believe that this is what's going to fix climate change. Remember, India is putting out more and more CO2, although you are putting out more than you possibly otherwise would have done. But you want to industrialize, you want to get rich, you want to get energy, which is exactly what the rich world has done. And so what you will see is you're going to see a tremendous recarbonization of India over the next 20 or 30 years. You're going to do it smarter, and that's great. But that's not how you go to the solutions that we promised in the SDGs, which is essentially going to net zero, because that's going to be very different, that's going to be much costlier, and it's going to be much harder. So by all means,
are you saying we shouldn't bother if the temperatures of the world were to go up, if we were to be full of greenhouse gases, if the world were to collapse? You're saying it's not India's essential focus right now.
So I've got to take exception to the idea of the world is going to collapse. The world is going to have...
You don't think so?
Well, no. And this is also, if you read the UN climate panel reports, they tell us global warming is a problem. So if we don't fix global warming right now, it will be more of a problem. The world's only climate economist to win the Nobel Prize, William Nordhaus, estimate that if we do nothing about climate change, by the end of the century, it's going to be equivalent to each one of us being about 4% less well off. In India, because it's going to hit harder, it's going to be about 10%. Now, that's not nothing. But remember, by the end of the century, each Indian is, according to the UN, going to be 11 times richer. So instead of being 11 times richer, you will only feel like you're 10 times richer. This is not the end of the world. It's a problem. And if I can just point out, there are many other problems right now in the world with bad nutrition, with people dying from easily curable infectious diseases, with not enough and not good enough education, and all these other challenges. So global warming is not the only problem. And so what we have to ask ourselves is this where we want to spend trillions of dollars? And mind you, most of the world is not actually doing that. Or do we want to spend billions of dollars, that is, thousands of that, but smartly and effectively, and actually address some of the real problems that the world is suffering from right now? If you ask people around the world, and mostly in the global south, what do they care about? They very clearly tell you they care about health, education, jobs, corruption, and nutrition. Those are the top 5 outcomes. When the UN asked them, the very lowest outcome was global warming. Now, I'm not saying that that means we can't do, as you point out, we're a smart species, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But we need to ask ourselves, is our first priority to spend billions and do incredible good, or is it to spend trillions and make fairly little impact in 100 years? And that's the point I'm trying to make.
So you do believe that there's a little bit of hype about climate change?
I think that would be...
And you call this in your famous book, false alarm, which I must admit I haven't read yet. But you say how climate change panic costs us trillions, hurts the poor, and fails to fix the planet. Now, essentially you're saying that all these big meetings which happen, the entire focus on climate change, the fact that even the biggest corporates in the world are putting most of their CSR money all towards climate change, that is a kind of certificate that everyone wants to have, from whether you're using a pencil, whether this is sustainable, that is, everything is linked towards the end goal of proving that you're working towards climate change. You are saying that it skews us in a particular line of thinking. Yeah, that we are in a sort of a dream state where we believe that is the fundamental goal, because what we are being told is that it's going to lead to a cataclysm and everything else can wait. Yes. You're saying this focus is wrong.
That's simply not what the UN climate panel is actually telling us. It's the story that we hear from the media all the time, but if you actually look at the indicators, it is not such that the world is hurtling towards the end of its existence. The idea that, as you very rightly point out, the idea that we're being presented is this is the end of the world. And if it is the end of the world, that's the only thing we should be focused on. But in reality, this is, if you'll allow me, a 4% problem. Now, that's not nothing, but there are many other problems.
Why does it consume so much media space then? Why does it consume? There has to be some thinking behind it. Some thought behind it, some motivation, or
yes. So that's fundamentally because it's great TV. All these catastrophes, great TV.
Not great business.
Fundamentally, and probably also for public TV. Look, if you look at the last 30 years of U.S., everybody. So the FBI studies all show that crime, let's take away the last couple of years because crime has probably gone up, but crime has basically dropped by half in the US over the last 30 years. Yet if you ask every American, they all think crime has gotten worse. Why? Because you've gotten more and more TV that's constantly showing you, here's a crime, and here's a crime, and here's a crime. It's not the same thing that there's more crime. That's how you need to look at the statistics. So if you look at the same thing, for instance, on how many people die from climate-related disasters, so that's floods, droughts, storms, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. If we actually have good data for the last 100 years, it is not such that there are more and more people dying from these climate-related disasters. Even in India, it's dramatically going down. It used to be, for the world, about 500,000 people dying from these catastrophes each and every year in the 1920s. Last decade, in the 2010s, it was 18,000 people, so about 96% less. This is a phenomenal world. Now, remember, this has very little to do with climate. It has everything to do with the fact when you get richer, you're more resilient, you're better able to handle these problems. But what it tells you is when you see the news, when you see the storms, when you see all these things, and you think, oh my God, the world is sort of coming to an end, you're not being told, actually, fewer and fewer people die. If you take the catastrophes, so take the total number.
So why the hype? I mean, you're the first person I'm speaking to who gives the view that we have been made to think and believe that the catastrophe is coming and is going to happen in our lifetimes. Beyond, on a very simplistic level, if you see, whenever we saw these science fiction movies about the end of the world, it was earlier a Martian invasion, then it was an asteroid hitting the world. Now it's always a climate catastrophe. An event which happens so quickly that we have no time to react. So yes, that message is again and again repeated through our media. Yes.
And
very every form of media. But there must be an interest behind it. The Greta Thunberg doesn't appear from nowhere.
Well, so
there has to be an industry behind this.
So Greta Thunberg, I think, is a great example of this. A lot of people hear this media story, as you just told me, every time over and over. And so Greta Thunberg is basically a very honest teenager, I think, who said, I've looked at all this on TV. They constantly tell me this is the end of the world. Why the hell are we not doing much, much more to do with that? I totally get that point. That's absolutely right.
She's saying she's a victim rather than an evangelist.
Well, I think she is certainly a symptom of how we're constantly being told this is the end of the world. But the data does not confirm that. The data tells us that there will be problems with global warming. That's why it's a real problem. But actually right now, so take a new study from The Lancet that came out 2 years ago that tried to look at heat deaths and cold deaths. So heat deaths very clearly will go up as temperature rises. That's a big problem. You hear about it all the time. What you don't hear about is the fact that many more people all across the world die from cold than die from heat. And now as temperatures go up, you would, and not surprisingly, that's also what happens, imagine that there would be fewer coal deaths. Even in
Climate
India,
change activists must hate you.
Oh God, they hate this because they hate
they must
having
really
this
hate
pointed
you.
out that, look, everything in the real world is about pluses and minuses.
Yes.
Overall, there are going to be more minuses than pluses with global warming. That's why it's a real problem. But only telling you about the negatives and exaggerating the negatives and forgetting the positives doesn't give you a good understanding of the problem. And also, and that's the real issue here, it makes you focus on this as if it was the only challenge we have for the world. And I get it, for rich people whose kids are not going to die from easily curable infectious diseases, who don't suffer from hunger, who go to good schools, yeah, maybe global warming is the sort of remaining thing along with plastic straws and a few other things. And that's good and fine, and I'm happy that there are people worried about that. But we just got to remember that for the vast amount of humanity, and that also includes large parts of India, there are more important issues like getting good schooling, like getting good food, like making sure people don't die from easily curable infectious diseases.
So has India got its priorities right? I feel it does, because I don't think we are fixated on global warming. It's one of the areas.
Yeah.
But we're not fixated on it, because what we are doing in India is raising the aspirations of the people of the country through large investments in infrastructure. We were talking about it beyond the other day. Focus on fundamental health, making health easily accessible, ensuring that we sort of build our own capabilities in our pharma industry so we don't have overpriced essential drugs which our people are dependent on, improving the quality of education, making education accessible. So I think that what do you think? I mean, we do seem to have, we don't have a sense of misplaced or overplaced priorities on any one area, do we? What's the sense you get? You've been here. And
I've got to say, I don't know well enough about India, and I'm not going to pretend that I know exactly what India is doing well and not so well. But the point is, I think the rest of the world is very clearly focusing, and certainly most of the rich world is clearly focusing almost exclusively on climate change to the detriment of all the other problems. And I think this is an incredible opportunity, really, for India as you host the G20, as you have the presidency, to start saying exactly those points. Modi have pointed out that he wants India to be spokespeople for the global South. And I think there's a real opportunity here to say, look, obviously climate change is a problem. Yes. We should also focus on it. But please, let's also remember all the other stuff that matters.
Yes, but Dr. Lombard, you say that we will end up missing achieving our promises of eradicating hunger by a huge margin, despite being at the half time of having made that promise already.
Yes.
So you say it's time for a green revolution.
I'm saying
we've already been through one green revolution in India, and I personally believe our green revolution was a case of misplaced priorities, where we replaced our existing food grains with wheat. We did mass consumption, and now what we are doing is a return to basics, with the focus on millets. My question to you, therefore, is that given how studies suggest that 1/3 of all global food production is wasted, don't you think we need to produce more efficient distribution systems, focus on the basics, rather than trying to bring a Western import of agriculture into countries like India?
So I'm going to be a little controversial, maybe disagree with you. So we've looked at this for Andhra Pradesh and for Rajasthan.
What have you
We've looked at, is it a good idea to try to reduce the amount of spillage in production?
Yes.
And absolutely, you're absolutely right. A quarter to a third of all production is lost out in the field and in the production chain. And that sounds like a terrible waste and something that you could really easily do something about.
Yes.
Well, the reason why it keeps happening is because it's not easy to do. And so I'm an economist. So actually, I'm a pretend economist. I work with a lot of the world's best economists. I'm just a political scientist.
That's what they attack you. I mean,
yes. What we're trying to say is there are really effective ways to improve food production, and there are not as effective ways. It turns out that if you want a full, much better production line, you need much better incentives, especially in agriculture. You need to make sure that people don't leave food out on the field. You need to have much better storage chains, which has huge problems and is very costly. It needs a lot of infrastructure. So what we found was you can do this. And you can probably do it to the extent that for every rupee you spend, you will do 2 or 3 rupees of good. That's a good investment, mind you. So absolutely, that would be good to do. But what we try to point out is, if you focus on agricultural research and development, that is essentially have Indian researchers look for Indian solutions for India, and that could be very well millets, or that's a political conversation of what exactly do you want to focus on. But have Indian researchers come up with better seeds that produce more for every hectare. That is an incredibly much more effective way to make sure that you get more food. It will feel wrong because what you're doing is you're simply producing more out there, you're still leaving a quarter of it out there, but that means more food gets in to the consumer in the cities much more effectively. So actually, for every rupee you spend on this policy, you will do 33 rupees of social good. I'm simply pointing out 33 is much, much better than 3, and that's why we should start with that amazing policy.
So we go back to the whole issue, and I'm intrigued with this. Critics say that you, especially you particularly, they say that you cherry pick data. You say that there is highly skewed data. I'm very taken with this whole idea of climate change being an alarmist idea. And, you say there's highly skewed data. To take the alarmist approach about a rise in global temperature and link everything to that. On the other side says that you are cherry picking the data. I'm trying to understand here a bigger issue. You talk about the global south. Is the entire global south, as it were, following a Western agenda?